B toe geweest. Ja, lekker bezig.
Je hebt nog dit bij je. Mooie baan die.
Heb nog hè? We hebben de B. Lekker Duitsen hè? Ja, nee, heb ik hem verkeerd voor. Nee,
Staat er wel op.
Ja, dit is B. 200. Deze plan. Dat gaat niet gebeuren. Hey joh, dat wist je niet.
ja, maar nog maar helemaal gelijk.
Die is er ook niet.
Hij staat er niet tussen. Ik heb het al gezien, hoor. Hij staat er niet tussen. En ze zijn er woord 7 tegen ons.
Ja, dit was
Wij moeten alle vijf.
nee, ik was de jarige. Uiteindelijk ik het triple fit. Nee, dat mag niet. kleinste bommen van Nederland.
Ja? Waar is dat? Maar die komen wel vanaf. En die ook. Sam. Jullie zijn er.
So here we are then, the biggest party in world darts. The Dutch Open is upon us once again. And what a tournament we have got in prospect here. Thousands and thousands of players congregating in the magnificent Bonte Wever arena here in Assen, just a couple of hours or so away from Amsterdam. And on Friday we have the pairs events. We have the men's pairs and the women's pairs. So we are sure to see some really, really good action here today. And we do have in our first match at least one very familiar name, the 2012 BDO World Champion, this man Christian Kist, who took part in the PDC World Championship, lost to some young lad called Littler. He's here today looking to try and win the title, not just the pairs, but he's taking part in the men's tournament as well in his own right. We do start from 7:01 here in the pairs, so a slightly extended format in terms of how long the leg will last. And I suppose all eyes of the quartet will be on Christian Kist, by far the most decorated of the four that are competing right now. My name's Dan McCarthy. I'll be with you for the entirety of the weekend, culminating in the finals on Sunday evening. And alongside me for the first game today, we have got the WDF Secretary General, Nick Rolls. Nick, this is my first time here in Assen for the Dutch Open, and I think the one word I'd use to describe it so far is mental. In a good way.
Or wow.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. Yes, I think it's something like my 8th or 9th visit, so yeah, got used to it, and I've just about, I think, got used to the hotel and where things are in the hotel, but yeah, it is a bit mental, and it'll only get mentaler, if that's a word. I don't even know whether that's a word.
It is a word that we will be using throughout the course of the weekend. Decent scoring power there from Christian Kist's partner. Trying to get first down to a finish there, but left on 198. Couple of left-handers, so it's Nice and symmetrical, this first match in the men's pairs. Michael Sturton, Christian Kist's partner.
Interesting attire. A green baggy jumper.
Yeah, a roll neck as well.
Roll neck, yeah.
Like Steve Jobs is playing.
Yeah.
And that was the first leg. A little bit of an unusual route on 104. I'm sure that Kist meant to go for single 4 rather than single 18, but he pinned double 13 nicely. And that is the first leg advantage for Sturton and Kist.
And the Dutch Open with the TV lanes, for those that are new to watching the Dutch Open, they have these 5 lanes. You can just about see 4. There is another one just slightly to the left of the game that's taking place, where matches are taken from the main venue, which is in front of us, and we're sitting looking at the main venue. And I'm told that in total there are 200 boards here this weekend, Dan, and all of them will be in use. Amazing, right?
Well, we've got a really good vantage point in our commentary position because we're on a kind of balcony and we can see the main floor beneath us, and there must be about at least 50, 60 boards in here just in their own right. This is where some of the other pairs matches are taking place, and then we've got a huge room elsewhere with a massive number of boards in. It really is a quite astonishing tournament when you think about the organisation that goes into it. And another positive of the Dutch Open this weekend, every game scored on Dart Connect. So if you've entered, your scores immortalised on the internet for history.
Absolutely, yeah. I know it's something that the Dutch Open have been building up to over the last few years for with the Dart Connect as well. Last year I think they had the last 128 for the ladies, and this year extended it, as Dan's just said, to every single match on the will be on Dart Connect, which is just incredible. When looking at this leg, and it's looking good for Stoughton and Kist here. They clearly the stronger pair of the two. But
yeah, they're playing against Oedo Weimer and Paul Dunning. Those are the two competitors. Sound like the most Dutch of names, Paul Dunning, but I am
it says so on Dart Connect,
confirmed by Dart Connect.
Yeah.
So
exactly that.
Quite a few wayward ones there. But I suppose if you are, you know, a pub player in the Netherlands, if you like, it's probably the best opportunity you'll get to play alongside some genuine world-class talent. I mean, the players that we've got here this weekend, the likes of Wesley Plaisir, Alexander Merckx, Brian Raman, Damien Moll, all of these guys here this weekend, because we can't forget, as that's
double
a
15,
bus
is it?
score.
Yeah.
So
time on their side, though, to be fair. You're not going to go out in 340, at least not the last time I looked at the rules.
Nor are they going to do the same on 299. So Christian Kist wants tops. Down for double 10, and he just about pins it, almost dragging it into the double 15 like his partner. And they are just one leg away from the next round. The last 2,048. I don't even know what the fraction is.
Yeah.
So I will just go with the outright number there.
So it's 2048. Yeah. So that means that there are more than 1,024 players, but maybe not quite as many, or pairs, I should say, pairs, of course. So that's the last 2,048 pairs, but that's the last 4,096 players. There we go, just to give you a bit of a feel for how big this tournament is. And the first, I mean, you were saying about the players that are here this weekend, Dan, and look, our very first game of the whole weekend for ourselves on the stream, Christian Kist, world champion. You know, it really is amazing that all these players, as you said, from around Holland and around Europe, and I'm sure there are other players that have flown in from outside of Europe as well, are going to be able to rub shoulders with those guys that are, in some cases, their heroes, in some cases, people that they just have seen on their TV screen. So, yeah, a fantastic opportunity. And a brilliant party atmosphere as well. And we arrived quite late last night, so we were unable to sample the party atmosphere last night. But I fear, or I like or I fear, I can't decide that we may be able to partake in a little bit of the party. Obviously professionally, knowing that we're working tomorrow.
I'm not fearful of the party at all. I'm very much embracing the chaos that's going to fall on us over the weekend. Christian Kist and Michael Stoughton just bumping fists there, as we often see in pairs play.
Yeah, I can't decide when that came. Did that come in as a part? It used to be a bit of a hand slap, so to speak. I prefer the bump because at least you're not making a slapping noise behind the player who's throwing. But I guess it came in when it was COVID, perhaps. I think that's where the fist bump came in a little bit more, didn't it?
Yeah, I think
the technicalities of a fist bump.
Yeah, it's one of those recent phenomenons in darts, and I always think that if you do it between every turn, you're overdoing it, I'm afraid. Fist bump should be reserved for special occasions.
I feel the same, I must admit. I feel the same. Strange, completely different subject. In so much cricket, when I was younger and was playing cricket, I think the fist bump came in at that point, and there was one particularly stoic gentleman that if you went up to him and put your fist out for him to fist pump, he would shake it. He was not going away from shaking hands, and he would shake your fist bump, which was always a bit strange.
Well, in snooker, Ronnie O'Sullivan, absolutely steadfast. He won't shake anyone's hand. It's pure fist bump, because I think he's a bit of a germaphobe on the slide.
Yeah. 1-3-2 going for the bullseye there. Well, we've got 68 scored. I didn't quite see. Was that another 8 after that? Yeah, 76 scored. So down to 56 to be out of the last 2,048 and into the last 1,024. And goodness only knows when their next game is, because despite the fact that there we go, there's the victory. There are 200 boards. Everybody's got to play before they can return for another game, right?
Yep, Christian Kist and Michael Stoughton close out a comfortable victory in the first match of the men's pairs here at the Dutch Open. Some real class shown by both players. Christian Kist and Michael Stoughton through now to the last 1,024. It was around about a 72 average against 48. It was always a one-sided affair. Welcome back to the Dutch Open. We've got more men's pairs action for you. Between Mike de Cruyff and Peter Elzinga against Nicky Gouts and Jordi Mirwissi, who has played at Alexandra Palace before as in the PDC World Championship. Lost a game against Willie O'Connor a few years ago now. You may have seen, or you may have just seen the bottom of your picture now, a couple of familiar faces. I believe that's Marco Meyer and Anthony Dundas.
It is.
Are they imposters here?
It is. And depending on the ability of their the pair they're playing, they could still be there at 3 o'clock because their ability is not great, and they won't mind me saying that. But yeah, anything could happen.
Yeah, we had a catch-up last night with Marco, because obviously we'd not seen him since Lakeside, and met his darts team, and there were 5 of them, and they were ranking each other in terms of who's best. The 4 lads, then a big black hole, and then Marco.
Tops here, 10s. Good. Cruyff and Elzinga have the chance. Another dainty jumper as a darting attire. Ooh.
Yeah, I don't really know about playing darts in long-sleeved, baggy clothes, to be honest.
That's a bit unfortunate.
3 darts just outside the double 10 there. Up now for double 5.
And he pings the double 5.
That is a break of throw as well to start this this contest off.
Going to try. We'll keep you up to date with that Marco Meyer and Anthony Dundas game. We obviously, as you all can at home, sitting or in your offices or wherever. Well, I say in your offices as long as you don't get caught, I guess. Everybody can watch every game on Dart Connect. So Steph Van Haren and Hein Remy are Marco and Anthony's opponents. Oh, that's a bit unlucky. First dart in the gets knocked out of the board.
Yeah, if you hear fits of laughter from us in the commentary box, we will be watching the Anthony Dundas, Marco Meyer scores roll in on Dart Connect. As Nick mentioned, tv.dartconnect.com. You go to the WDF section, load up the Dutch Open page, and get lost in it because there are that many games happening simultaneously.
Hit your match centre, scroll down to the men's pairs, and then, as Dan just said to me, Control F is going to be well used this weekend. Control and find, and then you type in the name of your player and you can find it, or you can scroll up and down. If you scroll up and down, you're really going to be in a bit of trouble. Because as Dan's just said, there are so many games taking place. But quite an even affair, this the game that we're actually watching now.
Yeah, a little bit like in our first game, we had one very recognisable name. I mean, Mirwissi is not quite as recognisable, but he does have a bit of pedigree.
He does.
Behind him at least.
Absolutely right.
He's up on the oche now.
Oh, he must have heard you. Look at that. Must have heard you.
Pedigree.
Okay, has he got an earpiece in that he's heard you? He said, well, when I start talking about you and pedigree, that's when you've got to hit your 180, and he's just done it.
Yeah, and that has put a big dent in the score. Remember, these pairs matches start from 7:01, so
it hasn't helped. However, he's got his pairs partner either side of his 180s at 26 and 11, which has not helped too much. The Meyer and Dundas game is underway. Both pairs have had 5 throws. We've had a 78, but other than that, we've not had anything above 60 yet. Could be a long one.
No score. No score.
Yes. So 180 and 140 from Mayusa's given that pair the advantage for definite. That's a 87, I think.
Yeah, slight slip. Wanted to hit at least a single 19 to leave a finish. So plenty of time on the side of Mirwisi and Gouts.
That's a great dart. 24 left. Last 3 visits, 180, 140, 133. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Well, they are on for an instant break back.
Oh, that was what they didn't want. 91 is gettable.
Just dragged inside.
Oh, it's definitely gettable now. He had a couple of darts at tops in the first leg and was way above. This time he's gone well below. But he's hit the double 10.
Yeah, really nicely found. Lots of authority, particularly about that treble 17. It would have been, I suppose, an easier route to go for the bull.
Yep.
First, to leave a potential shot at bull with the third dart. Very impressive stuff.
I'm going to say, I feel as though they're 2-0 up, and they could easily have been 2-0 down. But scores for show, as Bobby George would say. Meanwhile, back at the Dundas and Meyer ranch, they've had 10 throws each now. 248 plays 206, so they've managed to get about 500 between them.
Well, if Gout and Mirwisi are to get back into this game, it's probably going to be down to Mirwisi to find the heavy artillery.
That's a good shot.
Yeah, in terms of averages, it's pretty much neck and neck. 60 playing 59.
Yeah, and if you think that Mirwisi hit the 180, 140, 133, shows where the strength is in the partnership, doesn't it, if they're only averaging 60.
Trims off the 55 to leave a straight 400, which sounds weird to say.
It doesn't.
I believe you've got added interest in the pairs as well on the women's side. Second game, I had to bring it up at some point.
Absolutely, yeah.
Your lovely wife, Jo.
Yep.
I think, in fairness, she's got a pretty good partner.
She has, yes. She's managed to pair up with Bo Greaves. So, yes, there's been a massive amount of excitement. Normally, of course, Bo partners Dieter Hedman, but Dieter, unfortunately, can't be with us this weekend. And when that does happen, Bo and Joe, Jobo, I think we could call the pair partnership, or it should really be Bo first, I guess. Bojo, maybe. But yeah, but they partnered each other before in Romania and won the Romanian pairs, and thoroughly enjoyed their time there and have become really good friends. And yeah, so this will sound very strange. It was Bo that actually contacted us and sort of said, would Joe like to play in the pairs? And I think Joe's thought about it for minus 0.001 seconds or something like that. Yes, I will. Thank you very much.
What an honour.
Yeah, it's a mixture this morning of massive excitement, but also a little bit of nerves, because obviously playing with a little bit of pressure in playing with the world champion, you know, she doesn't want to let her down. So
chance then to win the match. Straight legs. Cruyff and Elzinga.
Yeah,
can't quite finish the job off.
Got a big lead, I should say.
That third dart's unfortunate. Leaves them on a bogey number, so 6 possible darts. How many will be needed?
Only the
It is
one.
just the one. It is a 3-0 victory for Cruyff and Elzinga, and despite Mirwisi's scoring power throughout the contest, it was a really good last leg. 140, 100 and 121 means it's a 3-0 victory. This is what we wanted.
Be very, very careful what you wish for, Dan. Trust me.
Well, Marco's just gone up and banged in a 1-2-5. I want more of that.
And they're a leg up.
Yeah, miracles do happen.
You can hear in the background a few of of Marco's fans. Obviously, Marco being Dutch. Songs of "There's Only One Marco Meyer." Replies of "Thank God for that." But
that's just from us.
yeah, yeah, very true, very true. But it's always been great fun. The pairs. Myself and Marco have partnered up before, and he's actually upgraded to Anthony. I'm not saying that's saying a great deal, but certainly coming away from me means that Marco has upgraded. But I think it was either 2 or 3 years ago that Marco held the record for the lowest average in the pairs tournament. And when you bear in mind that there were somewhere around 3,500, 4,000 players, he was the player that, when we lost our game, had the lowest average of any single player that played. He was mightily chuffed.
Well, a record is a record.
Well, yes, there is that. I'm liking the shirts, by the way. What do you think? Marco's is quite posh shirt, and Anthony's comes off the back of being a Queen's Park fan. He supports Queen's Park in the Scottish Football League.
Oh, I was thinking more like convicts, black and white stripes. But yeah, Queen's Park, we'll go for that.
Yeah.
The slightly dowdy plain green shirt there for Aaron or Remy. I'm not really sure which is which. I'm going to have to look at the back of the opponent shirt to see if there is a name on there. Accidental tops from Pup.
And an accidental shake of the hands as well. He'll take the 80. Oh, coming downstairs. Good thinking on the 303. I always say if you don't buy a ticket, you can't win the raffle.
Even at this level, board management is still key.
They love to think that, well, look, that one, there we go. Marco, 125 now hits 6. We've won out the board. Well done, Marco. So 128 then. Pup, if he's worth his salt, should be playing the 18s first dart. Okay, he's decided he didn't need to play it. And as you can, oh my word, double four. Oh! The only thing funnier than that would have been going into the 18 or the 30. Now that would have been amusing, but wow. I think we should take a picture of this, because this would be a leg to lose, wouldn't it?
I mean, in fairness, he didn't have to go the 18s because
no, that's
the opponents, the opponents weren't
good
on a
ball
finish.
Management. Is that in? Good.
Just the wrong side of the wire.
Good grief. Ladies and gentlemen, you can now see why I was saying about the fact that Marco had the lowest average, and most of that was because doubling was just abysmal from the both of us back whenever it was. I think there was a fear at one point they were going to have to extend the Dutch Open by a day simply because our game wasn't going any further. But
yes, that's game shot.
Wow. Meyer and Dundas 2-0 to the good.
I think, in fairness, we'll say that Pup is the senior partner of the two right now in terms of the scoring ability, the finishing ability. But Marco's having a great time, so we can't knock him.
That is the other way to look at it, absolutely.
It's a slightly unusual backswing that Marco's got, because as he pulls the dart back, he kind of twists his hand to the side, so it looks like it's going to fire off horizontally rather than straight to the board.
And there's every chance it does fire off horizontally and somehow it lands in the board straight. Poor old Anthony has had real big trouble over the years with dartitis, which you can probably tell as he's leaning. He's never throwing the dart from the same place. Two darts don't leave his hand. Well, they may leave his hand at the same, but his body position is nowhere near the same in two darts. And yeah, he loves his darts, and it's a real shame when somebody that wants to play darts, as he does, can't do that. Yes, I see what you mean. It's almost like he inverts his hand, isn't it? Close leg, this one. Harin and Remy maybe 2-0 down, but they most certainly shouldn't be giving up. I'd have a spare a thought for the poor old marker that's going to stand there and could be there for a little bit while. He'll be begging for Mayer and Dundas to win this 3-0 so he can go and have a bit of a...
He's going to need a chair, I think.
They could be that. They could be that. I've always found it great fun, you know, the guys that have that do the refereeing, and Marco and Anthony will be on stage on Sunday. Anthony emceeing the finals day, and Marco, and God forbid my good self, doing the refereeing in that final day. And it's great for us to have a little bit of fun, and the boys both love their darts so much that Anthony's trying to tell Marco to calm down a bit there because he threw a dart out the board. Obviously, definitely the senior partner, as you suggested earlier.
You can see, unfortunately, it sometimes comes back, but when he does let go of the darts quickly, he's got a lovely throw. The action's good.
Yeah.
The follow through straight, and you know, he can project them with power.
Far more lethal from 2 foot though, as you witnessed at Lakeside.
The 2-foot world champion is Anthony Dundas, who's hit multiple 9-darters.
Yeah. For those of you that are unaware, when in our downtime at Lakeside, the lads have a 2-foot challenge where you stand literally 2 foot from the board and are throwing at a game of 501. And yeah, Anthony has pretty much been the champion across the years. Christian Sorensen and Charlie Korstefin have both taken him on in the back room at Lakeside in the last few months.
And speaking of Christian, we saw him this morning.
Yeah.
Not here to referee. He's not playing in the pairs today. He's going to be playing in the singles tomorrow. So
saving himself, huh?
Yeah. We wish Christian well, and hopefully we'll get to see him on the TV lane at some point. Because he was telling me that the draw bracket works out where if he won his first game, he'd likely play David Edwards of Wales.
Okay, yeah.
So that's a potential TV game.
Yeah.
And I think his words were along the lines of, "I'll get bashed up in that game if it does come
He's
to
another who
fruition."
suffered with dartitis in it across the years. What is it about dartitis and turning into a referee?
Oh, commentator.
Have you had dartitis as well?
I once had to change to play left-handed for a little while.
Wow.
And I got to the point where they could go straight, but then I just forced myself to pick up with my right hand again. I mean, dartitis can sometimes be code for just not very good. That might be the case for me.
Yeah, true. Harry and Remy have left themselves a straight ton. 139 then. Not going to go out now.
Wants to leave a straight tops, but 59, that's
take
a decent return.
Yeah. Oh, it's a different way to go. Is that for bull or
was
just
he going 2 bulls then?
I'm not quite sure. Marco on 80. Can he keep straight with his second dart? Yes, nearly bust. Anthony's face in the background. Tops it is then for a remarkable victory. Foul and a miss, I think they would call that in snooker, wouldn't they? He's hung his head. Anthony's turned away in disgust. The opposition are saying, what the hell was that? Meantime, bullseye.
I think if I'd have been the marker, I'd have taken the dart out, given it back to marker, and just said, have another go.
Yeah.
Double 8 then. For a remarkable win, as you say.
Oh. Well, going on the attempt at 100 last time, I'm not too convinced on this 46, albeit he's got himself 2 at double 18. Oh, wow. Yes.
We're going to say slightly late release.
Yeah. Well, you said that. Was that an early release in that one?
Double 4, Marco.
Marco and his teammates that play in the pub, they must beg not to chalk his game each week, right? And be marking you. You're marking for Marco Meyer. Not really, still have to. Double 2. Oh, that's unlucky. Really frustrated with themselves as well.
We shouldn't show biases here in the commentary box, but come on, and come on, Marco. Straight legs victory for Marco Meyer and Anthony Dundas. I think most of that was down to the Scotsman, but Marco had great fun as well. You did hit a 1-2-5, but Anthony Dundas took out double 4 with aplomb. A lovely dart. They have won by 3-0. Welcome back then to the latest men's pairs clash from the last 2048. And we could potentially have something of a David v Goliath clash here, because Martin Puig and Thomas Delag are up against a couple of Lakeside participants, Alexander Merckx and Moreno Blom, two real speedy Dutch players, a right-hander and a left-hander. Blom was defeated by Neil Duff at Lakeside, and Alexander Merckx was also stopped at, just trying to remember who it was that beat Merckx.
I want to say the quarter-final stage, or maybe one out. Dan's frantically scrambling on the internet.
Dennis Nilsson.
Of course, yeah.
The
who obviously
man.
went on to get into the semi-final as well. And can I just say, from the sublime, or from the ridiculous to the sublime, we've just gone from Marco and Anthony. Now we move on to, as you say, Alexander and Moreno.
Well, I think you can tell by the attire of both teams who the darts players are and who the chancers are, we'll see.
Yes, very true. Can't argue with that. I had the pleasure of being in Romania last weekend, I should say, for an absolutely fantastic Romanian darts festival. And of course, Alexander Merckx made both finals, the Romanian Open and the Romanian Classic last week. He lost out to Jimmy Van Schie in the Classic, but showed real resolve, I think. He was 4-0 down in that game, brought it back to 4 and then lost 5-4. So and only 2 games later, he's back on the stage to play the Open final, and you wonder whether that is going to have an effect, but none of it. He came through the Romanian Open and is the champion, so the man in form.
You know, we are quite a long way away from it, but Alexander Merckx, for me, a dark horse for Lakeside, because there are gaps now to be filled, and Merckx can be one of those players where if he can add maybe an extra 5% to his game, probably in the consistency stakes more than anything. That's what we say about a lot of quick players, similar to Moreno in some ways. Sometimes these quick players can be too quick for their own good, or in the case of Puig and Langs, too inaccurate for their own good.
Yeah, very true. I mean, to your absolute point, and there's a 174 to kick in from Alexander as well. So absolutely amazing standard that he had. Yeah, I think in the final of the Open last week, he went out and won 6-4, 1-4-7, and then won the match on, it was either 111 or 103. I must admit, I can't remember off the top of my head. But you're absolutely right. The only thing that stops Alexander is consistency. And a thoroughly nice guy as well, which is always an added pleasure when you're working with someone. But it's a really interesting conversation you bring up, actually, Dan, because without getting too technical whilst we're doing the pairs and I say a little bit of fun. It's a fun at this stage. Once we get to the last 16, then the boys and girls are really beginning to, want to win that title. But some good conversations for us maybe over the weekend to talk about who are those players. We obviously, from the WDS point of view, 7 of the top 10 won their tour card, and the very, very best of luck to every one of them. That's where they wanted to be, and the WDF have been in a position where they've been able to help them realise their dreams. So, but to your absolute point, it now leaves that Neil Duff's at the top of the tree at the moment, but there are places just below him. A, Lakeside places to grab, but secondly, get in as a seed and you're into the second round at Lakeside as well. So,
well, Alexander Merckx takes out the first leg in this match, and it is against the throw as well. Just a little bit scruffy towards the end. There you can see that Moreno Blom does have a lot of natural talent. I think that's what you can say about any player that throws quickly. If they can throw accurately and quickly, they are natural darts players. But I think one of Moreno's problems, he maybe admit that himself over the years, has been sometimes his temperament can get the better of him, and he can get a bit hot and flustered on stage and start spraying them around.
It's really interesting. He had the chances against Neil Duff, I thought, at Lakeside to win that game. And it was almost, to your point, how quickly he was throwing. As Neil was taking it, the first dart felt as though it was almost coming over Neil's shoulder to hit the board. And yeah, I love watching dart players that are throwing quickly. I'm guessing you do as well. We all want to see that. But from a Moreno's point of view, just that little bit of temperament. I think the perfect example and the person to look up to would be Andy Bartons. Andy Bartons was so quick 2, 3, 4 years ago, and he recognised that, do you know what, when I'm doing those combination finishing, I always thought it was the doubles that let Andy down a little bit in the past, and he was just taking that split second of time between going for 16 and tops on 56. Rather than bop, it was a bop, spot, bop, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
And I think that helped him immensely, and that feels to me as though it could be something that Moreno could look at and think that, if he could make that change, because you're dead right, he's got the talent.
Showing their talent here, the Lakeside duo, looking to get down to a finish after 18, and I would suggest that in a pairs format at 7:01, if you can throw a leg in under 21 darts, you are doing really, really well, and that's what Moreno Blom could do. Single 16 leaves tops, and that is a lovely finish. Moreno Blom taking out the 3-figure outshot there, and this game looks like it could be over very, very quickly.
Yeah, 116, a lovely outshot. Our highest outshot of on the stream this morning so far. What time are we at now? 10:53 local time here in Assen. We mentioned when we first came on at 10 AM about the venue. It looks amazing, and the NDB always do an absolutely fantastic job in putting together the Dutch Open. It runs like clockwork, which you have to do. They have a big team. They're all wandering around with earpieces in, aren't they? So they can chat with each other and make sure everything's running well.
Maximum struck there from Alexander Merckx.
Already a decent lead in this third and what looks as though going to be final leg. I feel sure we'll see Alexander and Moreno back on the TV lane a little later.
Yeah, if you were probably to seed the pairs here today based on WDF ranking, would these be number 1?
I don't know what the other pairs are, but even if I don't know what they are, they've got to be close to number.
They've got to be
not,
top 4, 5,
yeah,
something like that.
Easily.
Averaging around about 85 at the minute compared to Buige and Lang's 50.
Pretty decent in pairs, 85 average, I think.
Yeah, because I think when it comes to pairs darts, what you've also got to recognise is individual players can't get in their rhythm as much because they're waiting twice as long, quite literally, for their go. So things aren't going to knit together as smoothly. And another facet of pairs plays, don't just play for yourself, play for your partner in terms of setup shots. If you like double 16 but your partner likes tops, get it into your mind, set up for tops.
Yeah. Good leave there, left the 170. Said about Merckx hitting that 164, 147, etc.
Well, everyone loves a 170, but Moreno Blom's not going to take it out on that occasion.
Yeah, Alexander, as I say, he hit the 164, 147 and 111 finishes last week. He also missed the 170, hitting the 25, so he's not averse to a big finish. In a good place with his darts now. I know he suffered through Q school, but that just proves how good he is, I guess.
No suffering whatsoever. Alexander Merckx and Moreno Blom safely through to the next round. The last 1024, a three-leg victory against Puig and Lang, 87 average. There won't be too many better than that today.
No. Do you know, I think you made another good point to win 3-0. They can now go down, sit down. It's a long old day. You know, the final will be played at 6, 7 o'clock this evening. They start at 10, so you're looking at a sort of 9-hour day. And if you get a three-legger now and another one in the next round maybe, then you're saving a little bit of energy, right? To your point, just Wesley, Alexander, number 4 in the world, Moreno, number 13. So, and looking at the other players, we haven't got some of the players around. I know Wesley's here, but I'm not quite sure how many of the others are around. But I would say they're the number 1 pair.
Yeah, they were excellent in victory there. 3-0 success against Puig and De Lang. Welcome back to the Dutch Open, where we turn our attention to the women's pairs. And speaking of number 1 seeds, as we just saw with Alexander Merckx and Moreno Blom in a very comfortable 3-0 victory for them, Anke Zylstra and Aileen de Graaf will take a little bit of stopping. Aileen de Graaf, the finalist from Lakeside, and Anke Zylstra, who has already played loads of darts this year. She travelled over to Las Vegas to play in the tournaments there. She was in Romania. She's certainly getting herself about, and as Aileen wins the bullseye for the senior pair there, up against Voskamp and Hertogs. Another potentially David v Goliath clash, Nick Rolls, and it's good to see lots of female representatives as well. 256 pairs we've got here.
Yeah, crazy numbers. And yes, Aileen and Anke have an established duo in the Netherlands international team. You're absolutely right. Anke has she suffered at the Lakeside with a bad leg. She was on a crutch, if you remember, and really struggled to fulfill her match, but played anyway. Yeah, she seems to be over that now. Travelled out to America. I was speaking to her in Romania last week. Thoroughly enjoyed the experience. Very passionate about the way that darts tournaments are run and the players being treated in the right way, which is something we're building in the WDF and want to get right. And Anke's, as I say, very passionate about that sort of thing. And a good player in her own right.
Yeah, she certainly is, and it was just unfortunate, the timing really, that she had that car accident only a few weeks before Lakeside. She didn't do herself justice. She lost out to the American Paula Murphy on the Lakeside stage. Had she been fully fit, I think she probably would have won that game, and that would have set up a quarter-final with Bo Greaves. So
yeah,
would have been a potentially more competitive game. She is partnering the very feisty Aileen de Graaf. You will see her show her emotions quite a lot up on that stage, usually in berating herself.
One of the loveliest players on the tour, simple as that, Aileen. She's, if you're here at the Dutch Open, she does a lot of work for the disability side of darts. She'll be hosting one of the stalls where we're selling items to raise money. She's just the most amazing lady, and thoroughly nice lady. She actually hates playing on the stage. She always says to me, I'd just rather play on the floor all the time and just enjoy her darts. But unfortunately, her ability's that high that she's going to be on stage, right? So,
well, she's world number 2 for a reason. She's a cracking player. And she did take a set off Bo Greaves in that final, but I think, unfortunately for Aileen, the damage was done too early on. She made a bit of a slow start. Bo made a very quick start, and it was always difficult to see her recovering from that. On for a potential 26 darter here, and that's a nice guide for tops. And for double 10.
Aileen, I always think Eileen's board management is I say always and then normally, is pretty good. 161, oh, good grief, that would have been a way to go. Take 161 out against Aileen and Anke. Marie Voskamp and Nancy Hertogs. I didn't see the first one there.
I think it hit the actual number 10, the metal.
Well, she made up for it anyway. Got it.
Well,
got it right.
Must have been a good marker.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, I think Aileen at Lakeside, she scraped through the quarters, if I'm not mistaken, against the New Zealand girl Nicole Reno on a last leg decider, and certainly a talent to be looking out for in the ladies' game. Nicole Reno from New Zealand.
Very much so. I think Aileen would admit she was quite fortunate to win that game.
Yeah.
But sometimes you've got to make your own luck in darts, and that's exactly what Aileen did.
Yeah.
Defending champion as well.
Here,
in the Dutch Open singles.
Absolutely. She was Eileen's one of these players that when you're refereeing, you can feel the focus. When she's playing, sometimes she can be a normal jovial self. As you can see at the moment, yes, she wants to do well, but it's a pairs tournament. I don't mean that in a rude way. But sometimes if she's focused, boy, it's a great thing to watch. And you just, as a referee, she keeps you on your toes, playing on the 19s or the 20s. It could go anywhere.
Well, no, away from refereeing, you sometimes do spotting, and I definitely put Eileen in the bracket of spotter's nightmare, because she can just completely change her tactic and start on 19s and then switch back up to 20s.
Good darts. Good darts there, 119, I think. Yes, it was. And thank you, Anchor. You've just proved my point. But yeah, more than capable of adapting to playing on 19s and racking in the 171s as much as she can rack in the 180s.
Tell you something, the pair of Mary Voskamp and Nancy Hertog aren't doing badly. They're averaging 67 compared to the 75 of Eileen and Anka. It's not a bad standard. And there must be part of a team together as well, because they've got matching shirts. I can't quite see what the logo is on the back.
Could be a local darts league in the Netherlands, I would guess, but they would have come into this tournament, I guess, if they're of ability, thinking, do you know what, if we could get a nice couple of round draw, we could go over a little bit, and then you draw Anka and Eileen, and it can always be a little bit daunting. Great dart from Anka there.
Yeah, again, it's super board management to leave double 16 for Eileen. And she only needs one go at it. 25 darter, which is a good standard for pairs.
Averaging 78.
There we go. Starting on the trusty treble 19.
She does like to have fun with the referees, Eileen, as well. I remember in Sweden a few years ago, she hit treble 19, treble 19, treble 17, which was more than interesting. And
165.
Well done, that man. Well done. Unfortunately, you obviously as a referee, you know that it's 114, so you're adding whatever the last dart is to that. I'm not saying that if she'd have gone treble 18, treble 19, treble 17, that might have been a bit more testing because it's unusual. But she walked up to the board and went, "Good maths, Nick. Good maths." It's like in the middle of a game, you know. It's like the Swedish Open final or something like this. Yeah, great, lovely lady. Certainly made a good start to this leg. I wonder whether that double 16 in one dart has killed off the opposition there. We're still in it, we're still in. It's now 2-0 and we're really up against it.
And that's the thing, it's such a short format, first to 3 legs.
Yeah.
As soon as you lose 2, you're almost thinking about defeat. You might even be thinking about defeat after losing 1 leg.
Yeah. This young lady certainly knows where the trebles are, and a good round of applause from the crowd, which you can see in the background, and also a partner, even Anka's given her the fist bump there for a 180. That's certainly one to take home and tell the family, and it hit a 180 on the TV lane against Anka and Eileen. That's what this is about, the pairs games. And
absolutely, I'm sure they'll be going back to the stream and trying to screen grab it.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've got a chance this leg, haven't they? Started off with 22 and 40, but they've come roaring back, 140 and 180.
And it'd be for a break.
I always think, Anka has got this really quite a nice throw. It's very straight, it's the arm that's moving and not the rest of the body. Which you can't say for all of the players.
Well, I always think looking at Eileen's throw, it's quite frenetic, and it's almost moving her arm in circles. It's very unique. but it works for her. I think
You've hit the nail on the head. Hit the nail on the head. Oh, 150. Going for the treble 18 there. Wasn't to be. The counting was there, which is always a positive. 143. 57 leaves 86. Treble 18, double 16 should be the shot for Anke. She's unlucky. Treble 17 then. 66 left, but a chance for Voskamp and Hertogs on 82. That's 11 leaves 71. Where are you going here, Dan? 13s?
13s, yeah. The right thinking, though, wasn't far away because hitting the 25 leaves a single to double. This could be where the game ends. That was quite wayward. Up now for double 18.
We've been invaded. Dan and I have been invaded. We've just watched the end of this leg.
We've been invaded by the worst performing winners of the day, shall we say? Yeah, we're on air. You can't interrupt us now.
They come to gloat. Anke's hit a big 9 going for 18 and then bust. So another chance for Voskamp and Hertogs to get a leg on the board. Double 10. Oh, and she's left 2 as well. That was an attempt to bust, I would suggest. And now Eileen has gone inside the double 9 as well. So they're making a meal of this last leg, having played really nicely and had a 78 average after the first 2 legs. They've
severe case of finish line-itis.
Finish line-itis.
But Voskamp and Hertogs can't take advantage. At least they can smile about it.
Double 4 then for Anke Zylstra. Oh, and now she's hit the 18. Well,
it's contagious.
Nothing to fear in there. Oh,
just inside.
Yeah, then the partner rubbing her head as well. She's hit a 180. If she would have loved to have got a leg now. Double 1. Good grief, the bar's going to be closed soon, guys.
We know all about that last night.
Yes, disgraceful. Bit of a conflab in the background. Come on, Eileen. Come on, Anke. Double 4 then to get into the last, well, 128 in the ladies, not quite the 2000s. And there it is, the double 4 for Anke Zylstra. And it's Eileen and Anke that have made their way into the next round.
So we return to the men's draw, where we have Dennis Kolthoff and Sjoerd Gjeltema against Eddie Merlin, Mitchell von Schuckman, and it is the latter who are 2-0 up, and they've just won the game. Well, not much of a sample of that particular contest, but well done, Eddie and Mitchell. That's a 3-1 victory against Kolthoff and Galtamer. So they get through now to the last 1,024 of the men's pairs.
As we have with Marco and Anthony, who've just popped up to see us to. They wait for us to finish our commentary, and then as we turn the mics off, they were cheering as if they won the tournament, let alone just got through the last 5,610,000 or whatever it is that they've qualified through.
And let me tell you, it was an ear-to-ear grin on Marco's face, but he did admit he felt nervous up there.
He did.
Which, you know, fair enough. I imagine that if you're one of these players who plays pub stuff in the Netherlands, you probably reckon that you're going to get drawn just on the general venue.
Yeah.
If you get selected for the TV lane, that's probably when the nerves can start
100%.
jangling a bit. Now, in fairness to Marco and Anthony, they are darting celebrities. They were always going to be on the TV lane. But if you're just someone who chucks a 55 average in a pub, and then the tournament director, whoever, says to you, right, you're playing on telly, all of a sudden the butterflies must be going through the stomach.
I remember the first time that Jo was selected to play on the TV lane, and she was told the night before that she was the first game on for a singles game, and I know for a fact that she didn't get much sleep that night, just for, you know, oh my God, I don't want to make myself look stupid, I think is more to the point. And talking of which, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know whether we're going to get to see this game, but Bo and Jo are about to play. There we go, on the TV lane. At least Bo is. I think Jo's decided against it, perhaps.
To be honest, Bo could probably beat those two on her own. No disrespect to the opponents, but Bo Greaves, without question, the biggest draw in the entirety of the women's field. The woman who has absolutely dominated the WDF circuit, a double world champion. But one thing that she has to tick off a bucket list is winning the Dutch Open, because as we mentioned in the last women's game we saw, she was beaten last year by Eileen de Graaf, and even though Eileen's a quality player, still in some respects it was a surprise result. But
yeah,
you would expect Bo to go on and win not just the Dutch Open this year, but multiple tournaments as well.
Yeah, that she's just enjoying her life and enjoying playing darts. Who knows where it will take her in the future. I think the world's her oyster at the moment in the darting world, and she's just such a down-to-earth young lady. A pleasure to be around, and you can have a good conversation with her. You know, it's just very honoured to know her, and even more honoured that she's going to be playing pairs with. So I might be sitting quietly for this one, Dan. You might have to take
Are you feeling a bit nervous as well on Jo's behalf?
I've said for ages that I mean, if I'm watching my wife or members of the family, it may be that are playing, is actually more nerve-wracking than actually standing, I don't know, on the Dutch Open stage calling the games. You know, so it's just one of those things, I guess. You just want your partner to do well. So we're about to find out, I guess.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is going to be the next game that we see on the TV lane. As you can see there from the wider shot, we've got 5 boards going simultaneously where people can sit in the stands with a few beers in their hands, watch the action go on. This is where we get the cream of the crop. Bo Greaves there at the hockey. And I do look
throw as well, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, absolutely rock steady, and just her arm doing the movement.
Well, we've mentioned the D word a lot today. Bo had a severe case of dartitis only a couple of years ago, and to have that so young, to be able to come out of it the other side, an even better player, all credit has to go to her. Tell you something I like about the Dutch Open as well, almost the lack of dress code. Players playing in jeans. I love it.
I think it's one of those where they've got bigger things to worry about around that, and I've got a bit of a small bee in my bonnet about attire. I think that, you know, the dark shoes, and I think the dark shirts look smart, etc. But when it's somebody's wearing brown shoes or blue trousers, I get a bit, does that really help them win a darts match? Just it's an entertainment, isn't it? And you know, we watch the likes of Peter Wright and those sort of players. And James Wade was the one that was, I think, first wore brown shoes, and everyone, oh, you can't wear brown shoes on them. Really? Yeah, not for me, I'm afraid. Don't want to be a clothes policeman.
Well, I almost think if you're playing a sport that requires you to be stood on your feet, why wouldn't you wear comfy footwear?
Yeah.
Instead of those, like the James Wade shoes, almost like flat dress shoes. You think if you stood on your feet for a long time,
yeah,
you're going to get sore after a while. I think Joe's got the right choice of footwear there. It looks like there's a bit of a platform on them.
That's right. It will be. Oh, there's a lot of energy goes into which footwear is the right one when we have to wander into Basingstoke Town Centre, I can assure you.
Yeah, I think the opponents seem to be sponsored by Skechers or something. They look to be wearing very similar footwear to each other.
Take it from that post is still 180.
And what we need to say as well is we know Bo's the world #1, but Joe's a very good player in her own right, and it was only a few years ago she was a few places outside qualifying for Lakeside.
Yeah, she was. She got up to number 24 in the world. We're very fortunate being able to travel around Europe in particular to go to tournaments. And yeah, it was a strange last few weeks. I think, yeah, like many players, you know, the last sort of 3 or 4 tournaments of the year could have got her to Lakeside and didn't quite work out. But most of the time she just enjoys her darts, and certainly looking forward to this particular opportunity. To have won the Romanian pairs with Bo was massive for Joe. But yeah, let's see. Let's see what happens.
Well, their opponent, Patricia van der Molen and Klaske Hoekstra, but it will be Bo and Joe to get things off and underway. Bo already straight into the treble 20, a lovely first few darts. And I think Patricia and Klaske
went hey up. Not quite sure where that first one. Everyone ducked.
Yeah, a few early nerves, I think.
That helps. 3 straight darts to start with.
It's a very relaxed throw she's got. It's quite loopy up in the air, but she does manage to keep it straight.
It's one of the players that if a venue has their aircon on, Joe, because they are, to your point, very floaty, she could be affected by aircon quite badly, and that's other players as well. But she's always a barometer of whether aircon's on in a venue, I can assure you.
Does she tend to prefer light darts or heavier darts?
About 23, 24 grams, I think. So
just slightly on the heavier side, you'd say.
Yeah. Not quite Ryan Searle, but equally certainly not. Well, I was going to say Stephen Bunting, but of course that's changed recently. So
yeah, he's added 50% on the weight of his darts.
He has.
Joe lands a treble 20 there.
Good thing for Joe is that it won't phase her hitting the, you know, God forbid I say this, the doubles, but having someone of Bo's capabilities as well. Shaking the head at being literally millimetres away from treble 19. Oh, treble. I think whoever's doing the board management on this one for the partnership, it might be worth just doing full board. Good darts, Joe. I nearly said darling then, that would have been wrong, wouldn't it?
No, she is your darling.
Here we go.
1-5-2 then. Another treble 20 for double 16. Oh, I was about to say that's Bo Greaves doing Bo Greaves things, but she missed.
292 in 6 would have been pretty impressive. One of the things that Joe's been struggling with is 16s and 8s recently. She finds going too far left. And that's rectified that. She spent a lot of time over the last few days just perfecting her stand, if that's the right thing, on those particular doubles, because that's where she's been struggling. Her go-to would be tops. Bo's go-to would be any double on the board.
Yeah. Bullseye? Yeah, go on.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the great thing about Bo is, even though she is a darting superstar in her own right, she's just incredibly relaxed about everything.
Yep.
Nothing seems to faze her. And for someone who's just turned 20...
It's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, one off the board at the top, one off the board at the bottom, and was it a 5?
Yeah, I'm going to say it, Nick. I think I fancy Bo and Joe to win this.
Yes, although 9 doesn't help. Yes, I must admit, it's they're definitely favourites. Might even be no offers from the bookmakers, I would have thought. It's got to be and getting shorter.
Oh, not happy with a 140, which just goes to show how good she is.
Picked again for the England team, Bo Greaves. Fantastic that her and Dieter will be teaming up again, along with the other ladies and a few guys. Maybe a bit of reference to that at some point during the weekend. England ready for the Six Nations and the...
Well, I think we should give a shout out to two of our pals from Lakeside.
Absolutely.
Scott Mitchell, captain in England, and Tavis Dudney getting a call up as well. So big well done to those two guys.
Absolutely, well done, boys. Scott back to captain in with James Hurrell moving across to the PDC, winning his tour card. Well done to James. But Scott, I know how good personal friends of ours. He was very, very excited when he first became England captain. So to be able to come back and do it again is going to be so passionate about the England shirt. Almost as passionate about that as he is the Dorset shirt. And yeah, Tavis has... he'll be over the moon as well. Just loves his dart and a very, very good player in his own right, as you should be being picked for England, right? Looking good in this second leg then for Greaves and Rolls.
I'm a big fan of the. I'm not sure which is Merlin and which is Hoekstra, but a day without beer probably wouldn't kill me. But why risk it?
Yes, good point. It's unlucky. Joe's left double 6. Dart double 12. Is that? Yes, I like that. That's a nice T-shirt. Double 6 then for a 25 dart leg and a 2-0 lead. And that's wrapped up in no time at all.
Easy as you like.
With the pairs tournament here in Holland, it's a completely open draw. So in the singles tournament, of course, we have seeding, so therefore the seeds stay apart all the way through to the last 32. But in the pairs, it's an open draw. So we saw Moreno Bloom and Alexander Merckx earlier. I'm not sure what their draw is, but theoretically they could play a really good pair in round 1, round 2. I believe that Bo and Joe are drawn in the same half as Eileen and Anka. Not sure where the other ladies are drawn in there, just what we were looking at last night. But I don't think you can ever seed pairs, because so many times the pairs change. So Bo will play with Dieter, Bo will play with Joe, then Joe could play with someone else, etc. So it's virtually impossible to seed it. I always feel you sort of want those best players coming through, and hopefully they stay apart. But equally, it's fantastic that if you are in the other half where there's not the seeds in there, and you're one of these, you were saying it earlier, really decent pub players, wow, none of the seeds around, I've got this chance to really get through in the quarterfinals, semi-finals of the Dutch Open pairs. Big story for those sort of people.
Yeah, opportunities really can present themselves.
I'm with you on the T-shirt. T-shirt of the day by a mile so far.
Spoke about averages when we watched Moreno Blom versus Alexander Merckx. I think 87 is really good going. That's exactly what Joe and Bo are averaging. Look at this.
more than capable of holding her own. Had some notable victories both here in the Dutch Open and around Europe. Not quite obviously to the standard of Bo's victories, but held her own against many of the good players, or the top players in the ladies tournament. So
we've had a few of those accidental treble 18s.
Yes, hasn't there?
Not the worst start, nor was that. That's a score of 88.
104 then. Nice big 7 would be good.
She gets it, tidies it up well. Well, I was expecting, with what you said, her to go for single 4, but
Partner. What was her partner want? And Bo always said that she prefers 16s. Not that I think it makes a great deal of difference with Bo if it's double 16 or double 3, but there we go.
yeah, a love affair with double 16 there for Bo Greaves. Bo and Joe, a 3-0 victor against Mullen and Hoekstra. Never ever put under any problem whatsoever. And getting a nice memento photograph on the hockey there. That's lovely for those two ladies to take home. But Bo Greaves and Joe Rolls will be serious threats in the women's pairs tournament. 3-0 victory for them in the last 256. Well, the big names keep on coming. Wesley Plaisir, the highest ranked player in the WDF system, men's draw this weekend, bangs in a 180 to start proceedings off. Yeah. He's partnering Denny Aldi-Kalter, who was involved in an absolute Lakeside classic against Jelle Klaassen, who he had a match start actually to beat Klaassen in that contest, but Jelle, with a very unorthodox way of checking out 1-3-4, that saw him take the box seat, and he was able to go on and win the last leg in that game. But two more players who'll be looking at this pair's draw and expecting big things, expecting to potentially go and get victory. And they've made a very good start today against Jan van der Dam and Victor Ponner, another couple of Dutchmen who've, I suppose, achieved their aim of getting into the TV boards, but it's already looking like a very forlorn task for them with the way that Denny and Wesley have started.
12 darts, 181. You've been saying around getting out in under 20 is a pretty damn good achievement. We could be on a 16 here, theoretically. Let's see where Wesley goes with these. Well, still on for that 16. Maybe 17 now.
Yeah, the idea was right to go for the bull second dart.
I don't disagree.
Then back up. So you don't ever want to risk busting or even hitting a 170 to leave 11. But 52 remains for Aldi-Kalter. Wow, 6 for double 18.
Only way to go, wasn't it?
Haven't seen that very often before.
I think they were just joking. Did he get that?
Yeah, he did.
So this is where, again, we look at the draw a little bit later. We're worried when we're in the 2048. We're not too worried about the draw, but Wesley and Denny and Moreno and Alexander could meet in round 2. Who knows? That's the luck of the draw in the Dutch Open pairs. Wesley coming back to the venue that saw him become world master here in Assen as a Dutchman to win it on his home soil. Beat Barry Copeland in the final.
Probably thinking about just the men's singles draw, you might disagree or not. I would put him as the favourite to win the whole thing.
Yes, interesting. I think that we're looking for someone, I think, in the WDF. Andy Barton's was favourite every time we walked into a tournament last year. Bo Greaves is favourite to walk into the ladies' tour and will again this year. Men's, I'm not quite sure there's that person at the moment. It's sort of, you could have in terminology of betting, sort of a 3-to-1 the field type of thing. Maybe even bigger than that. Maybe it's even 4-to-1 the field. But Wesley would definitely be up there. Yeah, Wesley, Alexander. There's a few, isn't there? Just looking at the men's rankings at the moment. Neil Duff, Kai Fan Young, Darren Johnson. Martin, and we're talking Europe at this moment in time. Obviously, we've got the likes of Ben Robb, number 2 in the world at the moment, the New Zealander. So, Gary Stone for me is the one that I think that had a terrible drawing Barton's second round at or third round, I should say, at Lakeside. He's one that I feel could really push on this year. Didn't go to Q School, wanted to do the WDF.
Yeah, he decided to, the week of Q School, he went and played the Moto Super Series, so clearly no designs of going back to Q School. Just looking at the list, I don't know what his status is at the minute with his health, but a fit and firing Raymond Smith is a very, very dangerous player.
Yeah, his son, Kai Smith, of course, has already qualified for Lakeside by winning the Australian, South Australia last year. So, just looking at bit of a strange throw this chap's got. Just half lift his hands up and really throws it, whereas Denny leaning a long way forward. My fear for Wesley, I think, Dan, is the body movement as he's throwing. He sort of rocks and rolls on the stage as he's letting his darts go. When it's good, it looks so. It's John Henderson-ish.
Yeah.
He rolls almost around, I think, and I just wonder whether, when it's not going quite so well, when you're rolling, you've only got to be a millimetres out, and suddenly a dart could be in a 12 or an 18.
Yeah, there are lots of cogs turning simultaneously, and if one of them's off,
Yes.
the whole throw is.
Yes, very much so.
Denny goes for double 10. Should be a good marker,
It is.
and indeed it is. Yeah, another player who I think of in the same bracket, someone who used to play on the WDF circuit, someone like Jules Van Dongen. There are so many moving parts.
Good point.
If one of those parts breaks down, the whole throw does. It's like a house of cards. That is the thing that maybe Wesley has to address. But the problem is, he's playing well enough consistently with this style. Why
Absolutely.
would he change?
Yeah, no, very true. Very true.
Came very close to winning a tour card for the first time at Q School, and sometimes I do think, or wonder whether that plays on his mind, the fact that he's been there so close so many times. But
Yeah.
in my opinion, he's got to really embrace the WDF. He can be the he can be the big man this year.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because I had a chat with Andy Barton last year, who was desperately disappointed not to have won his tour card the previous year. And he's sitting there saying, right, I'm planning out my year, I'm going to make a couple of changes, and boy, did it work. And I think, in a strange way, that could have benefited him, having that disappointment, to have gone back to the drawing board and go, right, why over 4 or 5 days was I not good enough to get there? Tweaked a few things. I was talking earlier about the fact that with his doubles, just taking that little bit more time. It's not massive time, but it's just that little bit more, and it's paid off in spade loads. So yeah, great opportunity for treble 18 for double. Not, I was going to say for double 8 there, but not to be. But 90 to leave tops. And older Colton players here are looking as though they're going to book their place in the last 1,000. We keep saying this. When are we actually going to get to the last 1,024? We've been playing for what, an hour and a half, hour and 3/4 now?
Well, does Wesley decide to bust this? Yes, he does.
Oh, I wonder whether he might have gone for the 2, did he?
Yeah, may have done, yeah. If there's an opportune moment to bust, that's it. And to leave Denny back on tops. But for quick as a flash, 3-0 victory. The big boys are performing well on the Dutch Open stage, and Wesley Pleisier and Denny Olde-Coulter could be a pair to watch.
Definitely.
Jan van der Dam and Vitsa Ponne didn't really stand a chance throughout that, particularly with the scoring power, and that's the highest average I think we've seen. It's around about the 91 and 92 mark that Denny and Wesley threw, so they are safely through into the next round of the competition. I think it's wrong. Well, we're switching over now to the women's pair. And for those of you watching this, we think the scoreboard graphic is wrong. We've got this on our laptops, on our Dart Connect system, as it being 0-0. Scottish pair of Sophie McKinley and Lorraine Hyde, and as if by magic, we are back to 0-0.
You have got some influence there, Dan. You spoke the words, and then as if by magic, I should say. There we are.
So they're playing Tessa Hessing and Desiree Gill from Scotland. We've already seen a Scottish winner today in the form of our MC on Sunday, Anthony Dundas, in the pairs with Marco Meyer. Fabulous victory for the pair of them. It's time to see what Sophie and Lorraine can do, because once again they're a pair we expect big things from. Lorraine, one of the best ladies players in the world, and And Sophie McKinley has been doing some really good things in the girls system on the WDF. One of the best players in her age group. I don't think there's any denying that. And she is a player, Nick, who's got an exceptionally bright future in the game.
Couldn't agree with you more. It was a big surprise that Sophie and Paige Pauling didn't make the latter stages of the World Championships in 2024, or yeah, for the 2024 Lakeside. But obviously the qualification for that was quite a way back, and her and Paige Pauling are now a year older. You have to remember how young these girls are, and you know, they have been touring together. They're really good friends. They go to many tournaments around Europe. And yeah, they're just incredible talents. Sophie and Paige Pauling, I think, are both good enough to get in the top 20 in the women's tour now, let alone the youth tour, in my opinion.
Well, the Scottish duo have got a bit of work to do now, because they've gone 1-0 down against Hessing and Gill.
And this is one of those games I was talking to you, Dan. It's looking as though it's like they're a pair that perhaps they played locally in Holland. They're a good local pair, perhaps even in the National League. But do you know what? We don't do the tour, whether it's just yet, whether it's a money thing, a work thing, whatever. But they are clearly very good.
Potential maximum incoming. Just drags it a little bit wide, Sophie McKinley. Early observation, I think Sophie and Lorraine, they've got very similar throwing actions, quite deliberate, arms quite high up in the air, because I think for height reasons more than anything, to try and reach the treble 20. But I think Sophie's someone who can learn quite a lot from Lorraine.
Yes. Lorraine did really well in Romania last year. She won't want to remember the final, but to be fair to her, Dita plugged in an 89 average and really did a job on her in the Classic. But she also got to the semi-final in the Open as well. And I remember thinking up through last year in the women's series, the one player that I was thinking that actually has really progressed without making headlines, I think, is Lorraine.
Yeah, valuable ranking points for her as she seeks to get back to Lakeside for another year. Quarter-finalist in the tournament just gone, losing out to Bo Greaves, where, of course, there is no disgrace in losing to someone like Bo.
Sophie's 17. She won't be 18 until August of this year, so she has the full year to be able to play in the youth system. But whenever there are tournaments, and not all tournaments are able to play both, you're not able to play in both the youth and the seniors because of the timings of the tournaments. And some, for example, like Sweden, they don't have a youth tournament there because of the law. They're not allowed to have the youngsters in with the adults because of the alcoholic thing, etc. So have to respect those countries' laws. But yeah, the experience that Sophie got by playing in the seniors last year have just helped her so much. Good finish there from Lorraine, and we're all square at one leg all.
Yeah, much better from Sophie and Lorraine. And they're now averaging 66 compared to the Dutch girls' 52.
Saying that Sophie's 17, Paige Pauling is actually only 15, so she's got another 3 years of playing in the youth system, which is a bit scary. Her game could go absolutely anywhere.
Yeah, the last few years have proven that there could be a real youth explosion in darts, not just with Bo, but the obvious massive stories with Luke Littler and all these young players who are taking the sport by storm, and no real barrier to entry with darts. I think that's one of the great things about the sport. It's so accessible. And particularly with the WDF operating a youth system where you can play tournaments against your peers, improve.
Yeah, a lot of talk about it. There's the Luke Littler effect and the fact that he came through I think many of us were asked to do interviews around darts at the time with different people who you wouldn't necessarily associate with darts. I dare say that I did one with the Daily Telegraph of all places, you know, asked to do that, and what could you tell us about Luke Littler? And it was a pleasure to be able to say that he made his way through the WDF, and you know, at 14 years old he won the Irish Open, 470 odd players, etc. And yeah, I think you're right. I mean, just looking at the rankings now for the girls, and Paige and Sophie are the top two, and the list of honours that Paige Paulin has got for the Slovak Open girls champion, Belgian girls champion, Irish Classic champion, etc., etc. The list goes on, and just behind her is Sophie McKinley, and if she's not the champion, then she was the runner-up to Paige.
Lorraine Hyde currently ranked 16 in the world. Winner of the Italian Open back in 2022, looking to add more titles. She is becoming a perennial quarter-finalist, semi-finalist, as you mentioned, but the next step is obviously to go to more finals, lift more pots, and the more trophies you win, the more that you're going to not just get to Lakeside, but really cement your place there for potentially a few years to come.
A little bit of self-confidence with Lorraine, in my opinion. Sometimes if it doesn't quite go, she's the first to berate herself, and she's such a good player and more than capable of holding her own and beating the best. Just looking at the ladies' rankings as well, Sophie McKinley currently number 36 in the ladies, and she's got the Helvetia Open, which is in Switzerland. She won that in 2023, and the Gibraltar Open women, we're not talking kids now, we're talking the women's titles. She holds those two titles. So, yeah, more than capable of mixing it with the best, so to speak.
Looking for a spectacular 164, it's not going to go. Trims off 57, it's maybe not the handiest leave, but I think there's going to be plenty of time for Lorraine Hyde to, if not take out 107, leave it very handy for Sophie when she comes back to the board. Yeah,
the Heskey and Gill may be flattered to deceive in the first leg, perhaps. They certainly played very well in that first leg and pinged the double straight away, and I must admit, I thought, oh, we're on a bit of a shock here. Anything's still possible, of course, but they haven't quite kept up the same standard in legs 2 and 3.
Yeah, good thinking, going for the bullseye on 192 left. It's a lovely dart, double 8. Won't go for Sophie. But even still, lots more time on the side of the Scottish pair.
No fist pumping or handshaking with these two girls. Just getting on with their darts.
Yeah, save it for when it's needed. Just like that. Expect to see it.
There we go.
There we go. Right on cue.
I swear to God, you've got a mic in the ears of these players. Interesting that in the pairs tournament, you have to nominate which of your players is going to throw first, and they throw first in every leg. And Sophie's been put into bat by Lorraine, which that's quite a big compliment, really, to send Sophie up first.
Yeah, compliment, mind games. Probably just a compliment, really. I don't think I should be reading too much into it.
I think when we play the World Cup and the Europe Cup, there's a hell of a lot of emphasis that each of the countries put onto it. They have to nominate who's first in the pair, and then the team who's 1, 2, 3 and 4, and who's going to play where, and how will the draw work out. And my goodness, it could...
Like the Ryder Cup.
Absolutely, yeah, exactly that. Yeah, exactly that. Because if you're the home team, then the format may come out player 1, then 2, then 3, then 4 play. But if you're away, it could be 3, 2, 4, 1 or anything. I must admit, I don't know the order that they do come in, but you have to go with both eventualities. And I know that England try, if I'm not mistaken, the player that plays first, if you're a home side, could be the player that plays last if you're the away side. So you know, working those sorts of things out, the player managers, the managers take a lot of time looking at those sorts of things.
I'm sure there's a lot of spreadsheets involved.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Yeah.
Pretty much neck and neck after 12 darts apiece. Maybe not been the cleanest performance so far from Sophie in the rain, but you just want to dust off a few cobwebs in the first round match and get your poor performance out of the way early on. I'm sure that's the thinking of Anthony and Marco as well.
No, I think they've peaked.
If you've been watching the stream all day, when we switched over to that game, you'll have seen straight away the first dart thrown with Marco Meyer hitting 125, and he couldn't believe it when we told him. They were the first darts that everyone saw. Some people might have thought, wow, what a player he is, as well as a classic referee.
They were very soon put in their place.
6.
I think, I think you went big 5, big 1, went down to the 19s and went out the bottom of the board, so that sort of rectified things, so to speak. But we've seen some good performances. Alexander Merckx and Moreno Bloom. Wesley Plaisir, Daniel Dakota. Christian Kist and his partner played well very first game up. And now the ladies, we've got Eileen and Anka. Bo Greaves, Joe Rolls, and now these two ladies look as though, although that was a good, that's a rather handy shot to leave 130. The two Scots looking as though they could progress into the last 128. Still got a sweepstake on when we're actually going to get a last 1024 game in the men. We're still on the last 2048 at the moment. And just Dan may have mentioned earlier, but for those of you just joining us, we have a fantastic vantage point where we're actually on a balcony looking down on the masses, so to speak. The games that you're seeing on the TV lane are in a room literally just down the road from us, and they've got good spectators. You can see that in the background, but and that wraps up the game for Sophie and for Lorraine.
Yeah, it does. 66 average around about for Sophie and Lorraine, who give each other a big hug. Too strong for the Dutch pair in the end, but they go safely through now to the last 128, and a pair that could cause a few ructions in the ladies pair. Could be looking to try and get to around about the last 16 quarterfinals, semi-finals. They've certainly got some pedigree.
Absolutely. Just having a look down on the venue here, and Dan and I are now stood up just looking down, and some of the boards are, I don't know, 3 or 4 deep behind, watching their pub players or whomever just taking part. We're looking down on lanes 43 to 56, and I think there's probably, what did we say in here? Probably about 45, 50 boards in here. There's 200 boards around the venue in total. So, and plenty of room to walk around.
I tell you what would be a good sweepstake to have. How many players over the course of the weekend will get disqualified for being timed out because they lost?
Possibly. I don't know. The guys, what you will see in the past, they've had tables around. The officials have had tables around that are there for the players to go to register. But of course now that's not so much needed because of the wonderful Dart Connect system. You know, you get your notification of when your game's on the phone, which board you're on, and when you need to be there, and it tells you how long you've got before you need to get to the board, etc., etc. So no excuses for people nowadays, and it's just come on amazingly. And the fact that Dart Connect now is running the whole of the Dutch Open is just incredible.
Yeah, I dread to think how much money's been spent on iPads or tablets.
Yeah.
But it will have to be quite a lot, but
yeah,
we've got to give a shout out, or I certainly want to give a shout out to Dart Connect and the creator David Mayer is here this weekend, and if I do bump into him, I want to shake his hand and buy him a pint, because it is absolutely fantastic software, not just for the players and the games being played, but for us in the commentary box as well. The fact that we can reference the stats, the averages, the finishes, everything like that. It is absolutely wonderful, and it's wonderful to see every dart here
Well, I think
collected.
yeah, exactly that. I mean, it's certainly, if you look at the singles tomorrow, we'll be, and maybe when we get down to the last 2, 5, 6 or 1 to 8, we'll be looking at watching and commentating on one game, but we'll be able to bring you up to date across the comms with the scores in the other games across the whole of the Dutch Open. But also, there's a tournament tomorrow, the Groundhog in the US, which we're going to be able to see the scores for in the when it starts there. We've got a tournament in New Zealand as well, playing tomorrow, the Canterbury Open. Unfortunately, that one's not on Darknet, but you know, we're moving towards getting all of the tournaments onto Darknet, just simply because it's the best scoring system and gives access to everybody around the world. Right, what are we moving to here? Looks like we're going to have a men's pairs game.
Well, I think the man at the back now is Conor Groeneveld, who he's part of Marco Meyer's darts team. He was in the room we were in last night when we were just having a few drinks as we got to the venue, and he was a last 16 player in the men's singles draw last year, only losing out to Barry Van Peer, who went on to win the tournament. So Conor is someone who we could expect pretty good things from. He's partnering Martin Jongejan, and they're up against Marijn Petersen and Dion Boonen. As the two sets of players go for the bullet. Will be Petersen and Boonen to throw first. Again, matching shirts, so clearly they're part of the same darting fraternity here in the Netherlands. What a great opportunity this tournament is to potentially unearth new talent and see what Conor's got up his sleeve. It's only a visit of 60, but it's a nice start. Nice throw, keeping all 3 darts straight. I can just imagine, obviously, having never played anything like this before, the first 3 darts will dictate your general feeling for the entirety of the game.
Yeah, very true. Very true.
Do you remember what your first ever score was when you played the pairs?
Yes, I do. 36. Oh, it was an unlucky 36.
Treble 5,
yeah.
single 20, single 1.
Yeah. So it wasn't too far away. Albeit the treble 5 was nearer the treble 12 than it was the treble 20, but it was in the right vicinity. I do. I also hit a 140 at one point, and I'd had the first 2 were 2 trebles, and my heart nearly went through my chest at the fact that I might be hitting a 180 at the Dutch Open, but alas, never to be seen again.
Well, it's been a stronger start for Conor and Martin. Once again, keeping the darts nice and straight.
Yep, yet to get a 3-figure score, but equally not to have any less than 60 yet, so.
Yeah, I think at this stage of the tournament, it might be flippant to say, but if you keep your darts generally straight, you're probably going to win.
Yeah.
Land a few trebles here and there, and then obviously the doubles, you know, that's a different matter in its own right.
Not seen this before. I'm not quite sure which of the 2 it is. Not this young man, but when you see his partner throw his next 3.
I think it's Petersen.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, in fact, no, it is both of them. They are both wearing clogs. Have a look, Dan. I'm sure
yeah.
it is. There we go. You'll just about see it.
Just saw the toe of it on the oche.
When he's walking up to the oche, if our camera scrolls up, there we go. You can see that they are both wearing. Now that, for me, is a first. I'm not saying it's a first in the Dutch Open. In fact, I'll probably say it certainly isn't.
Double 16 was just wide of the mark, but lots of time for Groeneveld and Jongejan. Never tends to suit left-handers throwing at this side of the board.
No, very true. You see James Wade never say never, but very rarely leave 16s and 8s.
16 is no problem for corner.
Just in the forefront there, Welsh captain Rhiannon O'Sullivan. She'll be partnering Chris Savary in the ladies' pairs. Another dangerous pair, by the way, those two. Chris Savary is a very mean dart player in her own right, and we know what Rhiannon's capable of. So, yes. Still in the 2048, so I'm assuming that we haven't got the Maya Dundas game 2 hasn't been allocated yet.
Yeah, they said to us they were expecting to be back on stage at about 1:30.
Oh wow! So we've got another hour and 20 minutes yet.
Yeah, I don't know whether we'll be, should we say, subjected to those two again, but you know what? I hope we are, because they were richly entertaining, and I don't think I've heard anyone else yet other than Marco get chants from the crowd.
Yes, true. There was only one Marco Maya was chanted. What I would say on that, Dan, is stand by your bed, because by about 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock this afternoon, when we get down to the business end of the tournament, we will definitely get that, not only because of the fans, etc., but also a little bit more libation has taken place, and we get a bit more vocal support, shall we say, from the crowd.
There's been a lot of refreshment by that point.
Yes, exactly the point. Exactly the point.
Solid pair, these two.
Yeah, I was going to say, where are we at? 68 average. They're doing enough to win this game against Marianne and Peterson, who are averaging around about 48. Going to have to improve on 68 if they think they're going to get through to, you know, the business end and picking up a check of any description.
That's better from the clog-wearing pair.
I'm gobsmacked by that.
I mean, we are in the Netherlands, I suppose.
Yeah. Do you think they come from a team that are around the country in the Netherlands where their signature is they all have to wear clogs when they're playing or something? Maybe they're a team of 8 and they all rock up in clogs.
Yeah, possibly. Either that, or they've thought, because it's a special occasion, the Dutch Open, we might get on telly. Let's make
ourselves stand out. Might be the reason we do get on telly, and has proven to be the case.
Level 17 would have left double 18. Need to entertain the 20 and bullseye routes.
Should be a big 20 now.
In theory, that's an easy dart, but if you have 60 left and you just want a big 20, the target can look smaller. Grunewald looks to make it 2-0. Double 5. Well, there was an argument to bust that.
This is where I think there is quite I'm going to be honest and say quite a stark difference between the top end of darts and those that are trying to get to the top end. The board management. I know it gets talked about a lot with you guys in the commentary, but it is so true. So true. When you know, if people are not on finishes and you've got a risk of leaving yourself 5, why do it? Why do it? Why not hit the 2 and leave double 4, or to your point, bust and come away?
Well, on that evidence, the reason why not is because Martin knew he was going to tidy up 5. Did it really nicely as well. No messing.
Yeah, maybe shut up now. Interestingly, in the crowd, I'm just looking at the back of the crowd here, Dan, we saw that Anthony Dundas is wearing his black and white hooped Queen's Park jersey. There is a gentleman to the right of the screen there, just leaning down doing his shoelace at the moment. He's got a black and white, it looks like a black and white jumper. Is that in support of Anthony Dundas, do we think? Do you think he's brought his fan base with him of one?
Or perhaps even more unlikely, another Queen's Park fan.
Well, yes, both are unlikely, to be fair. dotting around and having a look at the screen, and when we go to the wide screen, there's some very colourful players on the very far end board as we watch. Grunewald looking to hit himself at 180, wasn't to be, but they needed those points to get back in this leg, to be fair.
Yeah, just lost their way ever so slightly. They are still the better of the two pairs, there's no question about that.
It's made a difference though, there's not a lot in this leg. 2-3-5, should be looking at the 25 last dart if this, good thinking, good board management, as we will use that terminology on numerous occasions, I would have thought, throughout the weekend.
That's just good scoring. Not going to see the big fish, we could see the baby fish. Not with a dart like that, we won't.
65, got half of them. 25 would be handy. Don't want to hit the bull. Good at setup, but will his partner get a chance? Possibly not. Definitely not.
Brilliant finish from corner Grunewald, proving exactly why all the boys in Marco's team said he was the best.
Yes.
3-0 victory, and to be fair, younger Jan played a good part in that as well. Gets a high five from Marco. So Marco is there supporting his colleagues.
Pointing and remonstrating.
I don't know what there is to tell off there, to be honest, but a very good performance with those two, Corner and Martin, 3-0 winners against Barry Peterson and Dion Boonen. Well, over to the ladies' draw we go. We've had Scottish representation, and now we're going to get some Welsh representation in the form of Rhian O'Sullivan and Chris Savary. Rhian is a brilliant player. We absolutely know that, and she was a beaten semi-finalist at Lakeside just a month or so ago now. Another player who was beaten by Bo Greaves, so really too much you can do about that. She's got a compatriot alongside her in Chris Savary. They're up against Marley van der Ven and Melanie Spitz, the Dutch duo. Rhian is probably going to be the big leader of this game. I'll tell you something, we've seen a lot of left-handers today already.
We certainly have, yeah.
But as you rightly mentioned, Chris Savary is a good player. She will contribute to this team. And she's not just a good player, she's a rapid player as well.
Very much so. Very much so. Just going back to that game we watched with Sophie McKinley and Lorraine Hyde, and our good friend Aletta Vire has messaged me to say that Desiree Gilles is in the Dutch national team. So there we go. Thank you, Aletta. Hope all is well with you.
And 91 left for the Welsh women.
After 18 as well.
Yeah, it's pretty good going. But all four first scores were at least a ton as Rhian looks for tops. Disappointing to miss those two doubles, but the way that treble 17 was pinned suggests that they're going to be in for a very good afternoon. That dart nearly fell out of the board. And that's the first leg on the board for Chris Savary and Rhian O'Sullivan. Early break of throw as well.
It's interesting you said that the dart nearly fell out the board. Had it fallen out the board before she rescued it from the board, or retrieved it, I should retrieved it from the board, it wouldn't have counted. That's the rule within darts. You have to have retrieved your darts for your score to count. An interesting situation last week in Romania where Dita left herself 25. And she threw for the 9 and hit a 12, but it was right on the wire of the treble 12, and she thought it was in the treble 12. And as she walked towards the board thinking she'd bust, I said, no, it's 12 scored. But she touched her dart. So I had to say, I'm sorry, but that's the end of your throw, which was, yeah, so 12 scored. But, yeah, very unusual. Dita has graciously accepted that was the rule, and promptly came back and pinged the finish the next time round. So
didn't really make a difference.
No. Oh dear. We've got our first hole in the tyre. There, just above the double 1 area. You can just see it, just a little hole there. Rhian's turn to struggle now. Rhian, don't worry. The best players have all hit 9 today. Oh yes, Mrs. Rolls hit 9 earlier. To balance it up, she did get a 140 and a double, so I'd, you know, before she gives me stick for giving her earache on
I said none of this, Joe. It's all Nick's own work.
Nick's having himself down the river.
Well, I think Melanie in particular is struggling at the moment. She's the second thrower in the Dutch pair. This is Marley van der Ven. Good third dart. There's a lot of body movement in Chris's throw, which if you were coaching someone to play darts, you'd advise against, but it does work for her at least.
And has worked for a number of years. Been in the Welsh team. Rhian, great friends. It was where Rhian stayed in Swindon when she made late side. She stayed with Chris. Chris was, if you like, travel companion.
Couldn't quite leave it handy, but I would suggest she's going to have plenty of time to tidy up 102.
Where would you have been on going for a 25 for that last start rather than 20? So on 1-2-2 with 1 in hand. Well, who cares? Who cares? I knew exactly what to leave Rhian.
What a checkout that is. Really flashy way to do 102. Again, she had plenty of time, so I suppose the bullseye wasn't as big a risk, but still the smallest target on the board at the end of the day.
Yeah, you'd have been looking at 42 tops, wouldn't you, rather than balled up 32. But so I think we'll chalk that one down as flashiest finish of the week so far, or the weekend.
Yeah, she's had quite a few bounce outs as Maloney. Might be down to the dart not coming out of her hand properly.
I always think that Rhian is one of these players that actually, in the early round, she's one. All I need to do is get through. So a little bit. This will be really rude, James Wade-ish. I'll do what I need to do to get to win. Great stuff. Actually, when I get to the business end, that's when I can. I always feel that Rhian can step up that little bit more, perhaps than others step up. They play their same very good game all the way through, whereas Rhian is a bit more of a works her way up towards her.
Well, the good thing is Rhian's got a good B and C game.
Yeah, very true. Very true.
she can use at this stage, and then when it comes to the latter stages where we expect to see it, then she can bring her A game.
But she'd just slip in the odd 140 as well, just to...
Yeah, just keep herself warmed up properly.
Opponents really struggling in this leg. We've had 18 darts and their highest score so far has been 40. So not quite gone for them the way they would have pictured it on the drive to Assen today or yesterday.
Too many darts straying into the 5s and 1s. They're always going to be a big problem.
Yeah, especially when you're up against class opponents like Rhian and Chris. Don't bust, Chris. Just about can't now. 94. Leaves 86. Bull double 16 then going on what we saw last leg.
Go on, Rhian. Crowd pleaser.
54-32. Oh, now Bull.
Tell you something, she could have gone for the 25 again to leave double 16, but that was much safer.
Yeah. So for a comfortable passage into the last. Oh, we're in the 128, so this is to get into the 64. Good decision to bust.
Double 10. Quite a horror bounce out there. I think it hit the barrel of the second dart. Not that it particularly matters. Not when the dartboard is saying no to the dart, as it is for Melanie.
Double 5. They were looking at averaging about 73, 74, but these 9 darts that they've had as a minimum and now going to be at least 10 have just pulled that average down. It is 10 darts at that double, but yeah, nice comfortable passage for Rhian and for Chris. They're into the last 64.
Yeah, they look comfortable throughout that game. The Dutch pair simply couldn't provide enough resistance, and it is a comfortable route through to the last 64 for Rhian O'Sullivan and Chris Savary. Back to the men's we go, and if you were thinking of the sweepstake, 12.27. We are in the last 1,024 of the men's pairs.
Good spot.
And
good spot.
We do have another lakeside competitor in the form of Ariane Konteman, who is about to step up now to the hockey. Another Dutch player, another speedy Dutch player, and one who has really good potential. He was involved in a game with his compatriot Alexander Merckx at Lakeside, which was a classic game, if you like, of two players who throw quickly but have lots of inconsistency, because I seem to remember there were a shed load of missed doubles in that game, particularly from Alexander, but Ariane just couldn't get to grips quick enough with the contest to reel Alexander back in. But he is 1-0 up, or him and his partner are 1-0 up in this game.
I think he's got a future, Konterman, I must confess. I liked his attitude towards the games at Lakeside. Kept himself to himself a little bit. Very knowledgeable around the dartboard. You just get that feeling that he has a potential to go a distance in darts.
Yeah, his partner today is Robert Hoff, and they're up against Mark Swarmer and Tom Grevink. It's been a pretty good start as well for Ariane and Robert, averaging around about 87 currently. Konterman, the senior man, putting to bat first, so to speak. They did win the bullseye. It is Mark Swarmer stepping up to the board, and pretty wayward 3 darts. I was going to say 2 darts, but made it 3 from 3. Robert Hoff with a pretty good throw of his own, actually. Good thinking there to leave 134. Just a single 18 would have left the 170.
Robert's got a very deliberate action with his first dart, hasn't he? A bit of a, almost like he's taking aim, a bit like you're too young to remember the Golden Shot program that used to be.
I'm aware of it. I seem to remember Anton Dekos did a reboot of it once.
It's almost like take aim, and that's it. He's got to take aim and then he fires, and then the other 2 follow. Double 16. Double 16. 2-0.
Nicely done for Ariane Konterman. Yeah, you see some players who are more deliberate with the first dart, and then once they get that out of the way, they think, right, that's the throw sorted, just try and repeat with darts 2 and 3. Sometimes it's not advised to throw your 3 darts at different speeds, but if you're doing it that way, then maybe it does make a bit more sense.
So you'll see that in the next throw, averaging 82 after the first 2 legs, so not shabby. Here we go, bit of deliberation about that first dart. The second and third dart, even though they're going at different targets, are thrown quite quickly. I think at this point it's worth giving a shout out to the NDB, Dan, and you can see that each of the boards has got a marker, or a score, or whichever, chalker, whatever we call them in different countries, but these guys come and help the NDB run the tournament. They'll be stood there pretty much the whole day, putting scores into Dart Connect, and trust me, I've done it for a day, and it's not the easiest thing in the world. Your concentration's got to be there, but also the fitness has got to be there for standing there that long as well. Do a tremendous job. Love their darts. And, yeah, help the tournament run as professionally as it can do. It is literally the biggest open in the world.
Yeah.
Konterman bangs in a 180.
Yeah, the biggest possible score, and Ariane Konterman and Robert Hoff looking very good for a 3-0 victory. As the tournament progresses, this pairs, we are likely to see more games go into 4 or 5 legs. We've seen quite a lot of 3-0s, but at the early stages there are obviously quite a few mismatches. This could be going down as one of them. 27-point disparity in the averages.
Yeah.
That's not a bad score from Grevink, but we need more than not bad if they are to get back into this game. Well played from Ariane.
So 83. Should be treble 17 first dart. Doesn't need to mess around on the sit. Oh, he's gone for it anyway. Is he going to go for the bull? What the hell, why not?
Would have been a spectacular way to win.
How are you feeling as the pairs partner there? That'd be one maybe that they should have a conversation about. If that's a bit later in the tournament with the others on, well, the others, well, shut up, Nick.
Feeling pretty good, I think.
Yeah.
Arian Konterman makes mincemeat of 25 in 2 darts. It's another 3-0 victory. Another pair who I think could go on to good things throughout the course of today, and both players will be taking part in the singles. I've no doubt about that over the course of the weekend. A comfortable 3-0 win for Arian Konterman and Robert Hoff. Representation now incoming from Belgium. You might be able to tell by the colour scheme of the shirts. Nice yellow, red and black. And it is the Belgians who lead this contest by 1-0 right now.
Stefan Dupre and Kurt Dalahouse.
And wouldn't you know it, look what round we've gone back to.
Ah, we're back in the 2048.
Yeah. So we're at that stage now where we're mixing and matching between round 1 and round 2. If you think there's a lot of rounds here, just wait until we get to the singles.
Incredible.
Hence why we've got to do it over 2 days. We're going to have the maximum amount of fun while we're here.
Yes, the men's singles will start on Saturday morning at around 10 AM. They'll get down to the last, I believe it's 128 by the end of Saturday, and then come back on the Sunday morning to play the 128 down to the last 4 before the semi-finals and final are on the stage.
.30 then, and that would have been a shot where you would have looked for the treble 20 in the bullseye, with the Belgians on 43, down and up for tops. Dips below 18 for double 16. Just wide of the target, but there was certainly no mucking about with the treble 18.
Double 5 for Stefan Dupre. Been a part of the Belgian national team for a while now, Stefan.
We do have a level game now, 1 apiece, and from the limited bits we've seen, I think this could be quite an even game.
Yeah, it's looking that way, isn't it? 2.5 players wearing glasses.
Yeah.
Interesting that not all have decided they'll. Not sure why. It's a bit Fallon Cherokish. Fallon's one for wearing glasses on her head, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, she'll wear them on her head for the walk-on, and then she'll get into dance mode.
Yes,
and
yes. Perhaps he's forgotten to. He's done his walk-on, and he's forgotten to pull them down for the match.
Speaking of Fallon, she booked a passport to Lakeside.
She did.
A couple of weeks ago. I think a bit of a surprise entrant, really, to the Las Vegas Open, but deciding to go over to the States, get a gold tournament under her belt.
Yeah, good number of UK and European players went over to the States. And Dieter, Anchor we mentioned earlier. Aaron Turner went over as well.
John Scott
Yep.
over.
John Scott goes for the opening of an envelope, to be fair. But yeah, John, I was talking to John last week again in Romania, and he was saying it was great. He wandered up, and Leonard Gates gave him a big hug, which was, you know, they played each other obviously at Lakeside, so it's quite a nice thing to happen, that you've made friends from across the world. And I think that's the thing that darts, quite apart from being a competitive sport, the friendships that get made up with people from around the world is phenomenal. I mentioned New Zealand earlier, speaking to Wendy Harper earlier in the week about things, and great shot there from Stefan, the 145. He's looking for the 170 to leave 16, but he's left his partner handily placed on 41, and they should be looking at going 2-1 in front here. Stefan's going to come back though, because he's not going to bang 181, at least unless the rules have changed in the last 5 minutes.
Might look at the bull. No, decides to go 19. Could have looked for the bull to leave a slightly easier out shot.
Oh, showing off. Is that in? The first one's in. That's right. Showing off with 2 doubles. It was very close to in basically the same hole. Needs treble 18 for the bull. Just the 36. Making a bit of a meal of this. It was they were home and hosed to be 2-1 in front, but Alex here was unlucky there. Wanted the treble 14 to leave tops. Dupre will want to put this away, I would suggest, and does.
Yeah, it was a shame that it was 7 really good visits to leave 25, and then there was faffing on the doubles.
Faffing is a new word within darts, isn't it?
I think we should credit Wayne Mardle for it, to be honest.
Well done, Wayne.
Shake of the head from Stefan, who's probably the best player of this quartet.
Yeah, certainly gone the furthest in the darting world. Interesting, we were talking earlier about Marco and how his dart, he inverts his dart before he throws it. If we just get to see the throw of Antonio in a second. I don't want to pronounce his surname as weird, but
Veerd.
Oh, yeah, very good. That's it. But his holding and his throwing of the dart is a little bit veered, perhaps. Have a watch of this. He sort of brings it across himself. It's almost like he's turning it around in his hand and letting it go from his fist rather than his fingers.
Yeah, it's another one of those throws where if it's slightly off, it looks very off when it lands in the board.
Yeah. So a little bit veered?
A little bit veered.
Yeah. We're in charge in this leg, though. Alex and Antonio.
Problem with Della Jesus throws the lack of follow through. The arm just stands still as he lets it go of it.
I always find it a little bit weird when I sit in a
Veered.
Sorry, check. When I sit in a commentary box and I talk about people's throws, and I'm the worst there is. You know, he's not extending his arm enough. You want to practice what you preach, Rolls. That's
yeah. Do as I say, not as I do.
yeah, very much so.
Yeah, this is the safe space where darts players aren't here to berate us for what we say.
That is true. We are a little bit blocked in here, and nobody should be able to come at us with an axe. Well, not afraid of going for the double 19. balls over the last time. I'm not quite sure what is left there. Is it 145? Might have wanted the 20 out. 125. 145 left is what I meant.
Don't think he meant to bust that.
No. No, I think a 3 on that occasion would have been a good score. Under 100 now. 38. How do we play it? Do we go straight or do we go 10 or 6? We go for the 6 for double 16. And hit 6 double 16. Very nice. You were saying earlier that you wanted a, or we were due a 3-2.
Yeah, because I've not seen the magnanimous fist bump between all players, as they say. Good luck in the last leg, lads.
Yeah. Strange referee in a game of pairs when you're on the stage and all players have 6 or even 9 darts and you're playing pairs and everyone's got 9 practice darts. You feel as though you've been there an hour before the first dart's thrown in anger. Sometimes, but...
and all the hands you've got to shake. And
did I
shake his hand?
Yeah. Yeah, very true. I think... Oh, we have got a game continuing on the far end of the board. I was just wondering, has everyone disappeared off for a 5-minute lunch break? Because we've got certainly 2 boards there not being used at the moment. Perhaps those games are just finished simultaneously. Two good throws from Stefan de Prey have given the advantage to the Belgians in this leg, although that 140 has evened things up a bit. And that 140 opens it back out.
Well followed up. We are looking purely on an average basis. I think the Belgians do deserve to win this game. Comfortable 8 points ahead now, and Stefan looking to motor forward.
He's unlucky there with a 90. But to your point, they're 220 odd points in front here. And that might have flicked into the trail. Oh no, it didn't. It was only a single. .152. We nearly saw a 152 earlier. Bo Greaves missed the double 16 on a 152.
Yeah, in the very first leg.
Still on. And double 16, we might see it. We go one step further.
Brilliant check out from Stefan de Prey, showing that he was the class of the quartet, and the Belgians were just too strong for Wever and Wever to finish 3-2. A really good game between the two, but ultimately Stefan de Prey and Kurt Delahus were just too strong. Well, after a short break, we welcome you back to the Dutch Open, the last 1,024 of the men's pairs. And we have got in our hands here Martijn Kramer and Otten against Jeremy van der Winkel, who has played WDF tournaments and Pro Tours before. So we've got Arjan Otten and Martijn Kramer against Jeremy van der Winkel and Jurjen van Os, sponsored, it seems, by the Hard Rock Cafe. We've just been speaking off there because Joe has come up to see us after a stellar performance with Bo Greaves in the ladies' pair. We've just been speaking about some of the unusual attire we've had. I think probably the most notable of all was the clog-wearing Dutchman.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah.
I always thought you were going to say the roll neck jumper, but the clog wearers were exceptional, definitely. So we've got attire wearing and then outshot. The outshot is the 102 from Rianne, I think, wasn't it? The 20 bull double 16 is probably the best outshot we've had. Not the highest. I think we had a 116. I think that's the highest we've had. But
We had the 152 from Stefan de Vrij.
Stefan in the last game. How did I forget?
Well, that's Jeremy van der Winkel, who just went up to the board then, the senior partner of the two Dutchmen who are currently leading the leg. Jurjen van Os, the other man. So atmospheric around the venue here in Assen, the Dutch Open. Platinum tournaments, one of the most prestigious to possibly win.
Certainly is. The Roll of Honour is it's quite exceptional.
Yeah,
Barry Van Peer last year. I think it was Yella the year before, if I'm not mistaken. And Dan just digging it out on the...
Yep, Yella beating Mark Barilli, and then we've had the likes of Martin Adams, Scott Waits, Ross Montgomery, Tony O'Shea, Richard Vainstra. Real good long list of winners of this tournament.
I'm using the inverted comma here. It's players that win the Dutch Open. Real, quality players. And a few finals there stand out for me. Looking through the Martin Adams and Daryl Fitton final, when Daryl hit his 9-darter, I was the one that was lucky enough to call that 9-darter, much to Marco Meyer's disgust. We have a written rule amongst us that this is the Dutch Open, so therefore he does the men's final. And because we had two English players, he said, "No, Nick, you can do it." And I said, no, keep it as is. But he insisted, and Daryl did the 9, so hard luck, Marco.
Well, Jurjen van Os has just done the double 16, so he and Jeremy van der Winkel go 1-0 ahead. Arjan Otten starting things.
He said about the buzz around, Dan and I have said before, we're in an advantaged position of being able to look out over about 40, 50 boards where there are and hundreds of people, obviously some playing and some watching their friends and family. I don't know whether you can pick that up in the background of the atmosphere. Good little vibe, buzz, nothing too loud, nothing too really in a good spirit.
Well, it is amazing, really. I mean, you can see in your picture that behind us you've got rows and rows of people in the little grandstand there watching the 5 games that are taking place on what's called the TV lane. So if you do come in here, there is a chance you will be put on the stream.
There we go.
There we can see 5 boards simultaneously. So once this game is done, we can join another game as we have done before. Memorable one, that the game we saw 1 throw off and then it was done.
yeah, joined at 2-0. Chap on 32 and whack, thank you very much. We saw the handshake, I think.
Yeah.
Or the fist pump or whatever they did.
Just trying to see what it says on the back of Van der Winkel's shirt. We'll see when he turns round and heads back to wait for his next throw. I'm sure it said something about Winkle Pickers.
Oh,
So
really?
The cap would fit there with
Yeah.
Van der Winkel's surname, obviously.
And surely, therefore, his partner has got to be the Wizard. The
Must be.
Wizard of Oz.
Yeah,
Right?
must be.
Let's have a look. Not much wizardry going on there with that. Oh, that's Winkle Pickers.
Or is it Vogel Pickers?
Oh, Vogel Pickers. Ah, right. Right.
I mean, I don't speak any Dutch, really. Have you picked up any Dutch in all the years you've been coming here?
Absolutely none. Terrible. It's quite embarrassing, actually, because so many of the Dutch come up to you. I'm sorry, but my English is not very good. My goodness. It's actually better than my English, to be fair.
I'll be honest, I learned one Dutch phrase before coming here.
Are you allowed to say it?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Spreekt u Engel.
Okay.
You speak English.
Oh,
Oh, and bedankt.
but then.
I can say thank you. I haven't got as far as please yet.
Oh, missing the top for a 160 there would have taken our highest out. His partner giving him a bit of a, yeah, not bad, my friend, not bad. Within 20 points though, going 2-0 in front. Yeah, Vogel Pickers must be the team name, mustn't it? They've both got Vogel Pickers on the back of there.
Good marker for double 10.
Stepped across the jockey. Camera goes with him. And then lands the double 10. Very nice.
Yeah, really nicely played from Jeremy van der Winkel, and this looks like a fairly handy team we've got on our hands as well. A 78 average.
Yeah.
I think if we're talking about ballparks to aim for, if you're averaging in the pairs 80 or above, you're probably going to go far.
Yeah. You're contenders, definitely.
Best performance we've seen so far today, if I'm not mistaken, will still belong to Wesley Plaisir
Yes.
and Denny Aldi-Coulter. They were
91, I think, if I remember you said.
They were outstanding in their game.
Wesley hit 180 first 3 darts. That didn't. And they didn't mess around on their doubles either. Chance of a 180 here. Oh. It's a call of 180, but no, it wasn't a 180, it was a 140. I can see why they thought it was a 180 in the crowd behind. I'm guessing they've got a number of other Winkle Pickers in the crowd watching them. Or Vogel Pickers, sorry.
Vogel Pickers.
I beg your pardon, sorry, check again.
Which begs the question, why they're not wearing them? Maybe a bit uncomfortable to play darts in.
True, but having seen a couple earlier, a couple of the gentlemen playing in clogs, in brackets, that was a first for me. Then Winkle Pickers is.
We are back in the last 1024, by the way.
We are. If you've just joined us, you may think, my goodness, 1024. Well, how is that working? Well, we were in the 2048, and Dan's just taken off his shoes and socks and working out how many games you've got to win if you're in the 2048 to win the title.
11, I believe.
11 games. 11 games to become Dutch Open Pairs champions in the men's tournament if you had a draw in last 2048. And that's going to be 12 or 13 then in the singles.
Yeah. It is a brutal format.
And this gets played down to the final today. So you're playing 10 matches. And towards the end, it's really about timing as well, because from the dart player's point of view, majority will have a drink. Having a drink at 10 o'clock in the morning to play at 10:15, and you could still be needing a drink at 7 o'clock this evening to play at 7 o'clock. That's a day and a bit, isn't it?
Might be seeing a few glazed eyes at some point.
Glazed eyes is the least of your worries, my friend. Mind you, after what we saw on the train last night.
Yeah. Jeremy van der Winkel with a very careless start there to bust. I'm glad I'm not thinking about the train now. I'm just thinking about that bust.
Okay. We'll leave. It's the strangest. Oh, they both hit the 11. Does he hit treble 19 as well? No. Double 12.
just outside. Don't bust.
Good
Yeah,
dart.
good save, 20.
But will they get back, or is it the partnership of Jeremy van der Winkel and Jurjen van Os that are going to go into the last? Hang on, it's 512. No, not yet.
Now the weight goes on. Down for double 10. It's not been a bad leg, this. But it looks like it's going to come too little, too late. As Jurjen van Os steps up for double 6.
Oh,
Now
only way,
Madhouse.
yes. Oh, only way to go.
Textbook.
Man after my own heart, 10-1-1.
10-1-1 is the right way to go if you can hit double 1, and that's exactly what Jurjen van Os did. He and Jeremy van der Winkel too strong for Arjen Otten and Martijn Klemer. Another 3-0 victory here on the TV lead. Well, what a game we potentially have here. Real star-studded lineup here in the ladies' pairs. Last 1 to 8. We've got a few stories, really. Priscilla Steenbergen and Noelyn van Leuven up against Tori Kewish and Karin Tenkate. Now, if you are unaware, Tori Kewish and Priscilla Steenbergen, they might be on opposite sides, but they are spouses.
They are indeed.
Recently got married. So that must have been an interesting conversation when they decided to go their separate ways in the pairs, at least. Karin Tenkate is probably the least well-known of the four, but she is the Dutch ladies captain. And then you've got Noelyn van Leuven, who won the warm-up tournament for the women yesterday. So plenty of star names on show here.
Karen was also a Dutch player. Karen Tenkate was a Dutch player in her own right as well. So she's been through the ranks, if you like, with the Netherlands. But yes, I think Dan's wrapped it up really nicely. You got 4 very good players. Toria herself has had a really nasty injury. So she came to Lakeside, beat Dita Hebman, and went to the quarterfinals in the Lakeside, and then went back to her native Australia and playing Aussie rules and had her hand, there's no other way of saying it, mashed up basically. She was every bone in each finger was broken. So she has had to rehabilitate and is still struggling, is not the right word, but she's certainly not at the level that she was before the injury. So she's rebuilding her career, so to speak. Priscilla and Noelyn have just, in my opinion, improved so much of the players that are in the Netherlands. The two ladies have both progressed so much in the last year as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, I was impressed with Priscilla at Lakeside. Just lost out to Lisa Ashton. Had a slow start at the Lancashire Rose, but she found her form and was able to come back into the game. I do remember watching Tori Kewish at Lakeside when she played Dita, and watching her and thinking she's a player with potential, but that injury has really held her back. Not being able to play the number of events she would have liked for obvious reasons, but she is looking to make a comeback, and if she can find the sort of form that saw her beat Dita at Lakeside, then all the better for the WDS system, because it's another quality player. But Noelyn takes the first leg for her and Priscilla Steenbergen. Nice hold of throw there, at about 75 average. I think, even though we described this as a star-studded game, we would probably expect Priscilla and Noelyn to come out on top. They're the better 2 players of the 4. Tori and Karin can certainly put them under pressure if they find their A games.
It's one of those games that if Noah and Priscilla do win it, they'll be thankful of a task like this, which has sort of seen them have to play. Okay, we've had to play a little bit here, so we're on form. And Noelyn's very much one of the improved players. She literally missed out on Lakeside, qualifying for Lakeside by 1 place in 2024. She's well placed. She's already got there by winning the Denmark Open last year. So she's at Lakeside in, 2023, I should have said. She's qualified for Lakeside 2024. So, yes, and Priscilla's was the standby player in 2022 and came in last minute, and then qualified of her own right in 2023. So she's, another step forward.
Yeah, they've got an advantage in this leg as it stands as well. Nice last start for Karin Tenkate to find a score of 81.
Joe used to play with Karen. They played pairs here before a couple of times, I think. Got to the last 16, I think, a few years ago.
That's a good save from Tori there to spare her blushes. A score of 6 after 2 darts. Talk about Priscilla playing on the Lakeside stage. Noelyn has played on the Winter Garden stage before in the in the women's world match play. Surprise, surprise, losing to Vogue Reeves.
Yeah.
There's a running theme today.
Yeah.
Must be a strange dynamic playing against your wife.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, very much so. Where were we going there? Was that for a 57 then for Noah there? On 147. Or was she going the backwards way of treble 17 first, perhaps?
Well, going that way in some ways makes sense because then you work up the board rather than up, down and up.
True.
So we know the Dutch like they're outside the box thinking when it comes to counting and board management.
Got a challenger now, though, on that front with Luke Littler, in my humble opinion. His counting is just off the scale. Talking to Richard Ashdown during the week, and we were talking about even on 4-4-5, he hits 56 first three. He's already thinking, okay, and you'll see him on 4-4-5 go for 95 to leave 350, which is 180, 170. Incredible that, yeah. If I get the 32, I worry about whether I can. But just if that gives you that added advantage of just being able to know on every single score around the board, I know what I am going to throw for. You know, subject to change because the dart's laying in the wrong angle or something like that. Incredible. Treble 14. Oh, that's unlucky. Notorious 37 score, I think you'll find. 41 left, 9 for double 16, nearly at the treble.
I think looking in the background, Priscilla was disappointed for her. Couldn't quite squeeze that into the treble 14. Noah Lynn looking for double 5. And that's the worst possible outcome.
I'm not sure whether that was the right thing to do, are you? I don't know.
I don't think Priscilla thinks so either. Smile on her face.
No. Karen Tenkart takes out the double 16, and we've got a level game. Yeah, Priscilla at Lakeside, I think she led Lisa, didn't she, and got pegged back, and as soon as it was almost like somebody had switched it. I think we went to the break, and you're thinking, Lisa's going out here, and he came back from the break. Dan's just opened this book of words where he's got all of the commentary from all of the games at Lakeside. He's busily flicking through. I need to keep talking while he finds the game.
I do have it somewhere.
But if I remember rightly, it was the first set to Priscilla. They went off for a break, and it was almost like someone had flicked a switch. There we go. He found it. Is that right? Was it 1-0 to Priscilla?
Priscilla took out 118 and 126 in the first two legs.
Yeah.
The 126 being on the ball as well, and she started like a train, but Lisa Ashton worked her way back in, and then Priscilla wasn't getting any darts. At double.
One thing I'll say about Noah Lynn's got a really nice throw, very, very static. Slight, I think people talk about lifting your back leg on the third dart. I think Noah Lynn does that. We'll maybe see you in the next throw. Feels to me as though she starts the walk as she's going to throw the third dart, but Karen is a very quick through the move, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a slingshot.
Yeah.
The speed it goes from back to front.
Let's see this third dart and see whether Noah does have a little bit of a... Yeah, her arm goes down. There's just a little bit of movement there, isn't there?
Yeah, I think it's a tendency for quite a lot of players to do that because they know they're going to naturally walk forward and retrieve the dart. So it's a hard habit to snap out of.
I remember Bo saying to me over a year ago that she found herself, that she knew that she was doing it, and she tried to compensate by almost rocking back to stop herself doing that, but then found herself going back, so her dart would go higher. It's precision instruments, right?
Hard balancing act. Did I see Anthony Dundas on the far board then?
Oh, is he? They're back on the stream, are they? Oh. You did indeed.
Yeah, and there you can see Marco Meyer.
Better.
Noah Lynn takes out double 10, and Priscilla and Noah Lynn re-establish the lead. There is quite a big disparity in the averages at the minute. It's around about 19 points between those two and Karen and Tori.
There we go, I've just brought up, there's the Wonders of Dart Connect. I've put the The Marco Meyer and Anthony Dundas are playing against Nick Sturman and Jordi Sturman. I can only imagine that they're brothers or father and son. And judging, they're halfway through the... Well, no, one team are 3/4 of the way through the first leg and the other is a halfway through the first leg. I'll let you guess which way around it is. The Sturman family are down to 2-1-3, whilst Dundas and Meyer are on 3-7-3. Good dart there from Karen. Last dart puts them in front. This is one of those where Steenbergen and Noah Van Lin will be a potential banana skin, I think they would call this in the FA Cup draw, wouldn't they?
Yeah. It feels, and I say this with no disrespect, Premier League against Championship, where the Championship team will look at the Premier League team without any real fear.
Yes. Yeah, true.
Straight darts from Karen. You can see in the foreground when we go to the wide shot that Arlene de Graaf and Anke Zylstra are in action. And they currently lead their game 2-0 against Anna Plavova and Tamara van Rossum. 140 would get Noah Lynn and Priscilla down to a finish.
That's exactly what they have done. Wow. Breaking news. Dan, I'll give it to you. It would have been Dundas.
Yeah, it's got it. Well,
it is.
Well, it can't be. Because isn't Marco thrown first?
No, Dundas has thrown, Marco's thrown next. There you go, Marco's just thrown.
All right, what's he got then? Oh, 30. Back to time.
But
Puck with a 180. Go on, lad.
Dundas starts the second leg. They're one leg down with a maximum. The only downside, we've come back to tops for Lowell-in, and it's looking like a 3-1 victory. Come back to the Dundas game in a second. That is brilliant. Sorry, we'll come back to why we're laughing in a second. We'll just watch Priscilla go for the 2, maybe. Oh, it looked as though, yeah, she's looking down 2 for double 4. Dundas has followed his 180 with a 9. Whether that was 3 treble 1s or not.
So it's an average of 94.5. That's still pretty good.
If he's hit 3 treble 1s, his next row's got to be 3 treble 5s just to make. That looks like that.
Yeah, Noah Lynn and Priscilla Steenbergen victorious against Tori Kiewicz and Karin Tenkate. Just a little bit too strong in the end for the Aussie and the Dutch captain. Noah Lynn and Priscilla, another team to really watch out for in this women's pairs competition. And now our eyes are absolutely transfixed on Marco Meyer and Anthony Dundas. I want to see more of Puck, to be honest. I want to see more 180s from him. Or do you think we've had our share of them now?
By share, you mean 1?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're doing well in leg 2. They've just about got the advantage. It is on their throw. See what Puck can land. It's a solid 60, which is solid.
To be fair, Marco has hit 30, 60 and 45 so far. So Anthony's 180, and now they're behind because their opponents have hit their 3rd ton plus, or they've hit a ton and 2 ton 40s in the leg. So they are. Oh, Marco's at a ton though. 132 they're down to. The Sturman, I think they're brothers, but my apologies if they're not. But they are down to 104, so Anthony has the chance on 132. I think if he hits this, his shirt will come off and he'll run up and down the TV lane, to be fair.
I think my jumper will come off if he does that.
He's left 88. This is a little bit like Soccer Saturday. It's like, did you ever think that not being able to watch a game and commentating would ever catch on? Well, we're now doing it with darts. You can't actually see the game, but we're telling you the scores. Meyer now needs 88. And Anthony's got his hand in the air. It clearly didn't happen. I'm guessing he wanted bull last start or something like that. Possibly.
45 left. I reckon he hit the single 5 when he wanted the bull.
It makes no difference. They're now 2-0 down as Nick Sturman hit the double top. And the Sturman brothers now have the darts in the last leg as well.
They've kicked off with a 1-2-5, so we need something big from Pup.
We do. In the meantime, just looking at the graphic you can see on screen, and I think we've got the mullet has come onto the middle board there. Danny Jansen. It looks to me as though it's Danny Jansen.
Yeah.
My initial reaction was, oh, PDC, but of course, no. He's did brilliantly in the Challenge Tour, of course, and he's another real threat for the singles tournament then if he's here. Well, clearly he's here for the weekend.
Absolutely. I mean, the very distinctive Danny Jansen, a man who can no longer have a haircut because he's been bestowed with the nickname the mullet. I hope he doesn't go bald. I hope that doesn't...
You'd have to go at me or what?
Oh, not myself. I'm only 29 and it's still happening. Yeah, you're right though. He had a superb first weekend on the Challenge Tour.
2 wins, I think, wasn't it?
I think he won one and got to 2 finals.
That's it. Yeah,
so
yeah,
he's
sorry,
top. He's top of the order, which means he's going to be top of the list to top up the Pro Tours when there are inevitable withdrawals. And alongside that, he can play the WDF. He can go and do Modus if he wants. I mean, the world's his oyster for the year. It is one of the most important weekends of a semi-professional's year, I think, that first Challenge Tour weekend. So if you do well, you set yourself up for a year.
Scott
of darts.
Mitchell did it the first time he went across or didn't have his tour card and did really, really well in the first weekend.
Yeah.
And that pretty much got him onto Pro Tours throughout the year as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, massive fight. But it's interesting the number of people that are now not tour card holders are saying, wow, the world is my oyster with what I want to play and how I want to play and where I want to take my dart career. So, yeah, it's, I mean, obviously, I'm going to on. I say that I'd love them to play the WDF tournaments, and we hope that we give an opportunity for all of those players to have something to aim for with the World Championships at Lakeside at the end of the year. But everybody has their own choices in World, and that's more than acceptable in my eyes.
Just to update you on the Anthony Dundas Marco Meyer game, it's pretty much neck and neck after 7 throws each. The Sturman's on 220 and Marco Ananti on 228.
It started really well, the leg. I think there was 5 scores and not one of them was under 80 for Dundas and Meyer, which in itself is a pretty impressive. Dundas has been left the big fish. The only issue I will have with him hitting the 180 is we will not hear about it later.
Yeah.
And all night.
Yeah.
All night.
Oh, you might have to take it now because a 136 has left the Sturmans on 45. Dundas 170, just imagine.
I'm not sure where his first dart. No. That wasn't a 170 because he's walked very serene. No, in fact, it was 41. He walked very serenely up to the jockey. 45 for the opponents. No. Treble 19, double 18, double 18 then, Marco. No trouble.
Well, I don't see a celebration from
no,
Marco.
No, it's a very... just the 14 as well is a bit of a...
No, I wouldn't be celebrating
defeatist walk back. And in fact, if you can just see over there in the far right-hand, or right in the middle of our screen, but the far right-hand board, the game is over. The Sturmans have won 3-0, and they have progressed into the last 512. But Dundas and Meyer will, unfortunately for us, be bending our ear all night about the fact they have won a game and that Dundas hit a 180.
And you know what? Fair play to them for winning.
Yeah.
I'll give them tonight. I might give them a few minutes to talk about it on comms tomorrow when they come and join in.
Yeah.
After that,
it's gone.
Never again.
Dan is going to put his foot down. They're being escorted from the stage, looking very dejected.
I wonder if they're going to come up here now.
Oh, no, they came up gloating when they won, didn't they?
Yeah.
But we don't see them now. They'll be in the beer tent by now.
Yeah.
Which you haven't experienced yet, have you?
No, I will do.
For those of you that have not been to the Dutch Open, not only is it a fantastic darting tournament, but also they have literally, it can only be described as a big marquee or a big tent, which is commonly known as the beer tent here. And they have the heavy Dutch style of music. If you take Dirk van Dijvenbode's walk-on music and multiply it by 2, that's the sort of music that plays in there, and beer. And that's it. You don't get your wines and your spirits, I don't think. I think it's just purely beer. Everybody dancing around like lunatics, and the floor covered in plastic beer pots. It's the most incredible thing you see at a darts tournament. And yeah, I think Dan's going to get his baptism of fire a bit later in the day in the beer tent with either Marco or Anthony, I'm sure.
We're now going to get our baptism of the mullet, who looks very rock and roll, I've got to say.
Resplendent.
Yeah, the tight jeans, the shiny shoes, and the magnificent head of hair. He did win a Pro Tour in his first year on the PDC, and I think that made a lot of people sit up and take notice and think Danny Jansen could be a proper star of the future. But last year, I think he would admit himself that he had a shocker of a year. He barely picked up any money. He didn't qualify for any of the PDC TV tournaments, and that's why he had to go back to Q School, didn't get his card. But as we've just mentioned, it's almost the best time to not have a tour card because there are so many options available.
And where does, I guess for these players, excuse me, it's trying to work out what is it that I need to do to get up to that next level. Danny's only young, he's got opportunities and he's going to get more in his life, but just understanding what is it I need to do to get there again.
Well, he's partnering Patrick Mart, who darts fans may have seen on the Modus Super Series. And they're coming up against Richard Brass and Robin Hand, the opponents in the last 1-0, 2-4 of the tournament. And you don't want to draw too many conclusions from the attire of players generally, but just looking at what they're wearing makes me think that Martin Jansen have probably got this game sewn up, because darts players of a certain standard will tend to get their own darts shirts made up.
Absolutely.
They might wear orthodox trousers and shoes as well, because they play in competitions quite regularly. Danny Jansen and Patrick Mart looking to start the stronger of the two, looking to put their foot down.
Yeah, a rolled up sleeves on a jumper. Let's face it, even Dundas has got his own dart shirt, so.
Dundas is a dart celebrity though, I think.
Well.
Looking at the Dart Connect system, it looks like Martin Jansen have had a bye to play at this stage of the tournament, so this is the first game they have played. They are comfortably in front in the first leg, notwithstanding that disappointing score of 43. There is Richard Brass with a nice third dart score of 81. Having watched Danny Jansen on the Pro Tour, watching him here, I might be completely wrong here, but visually it seems he's just tweaked his throw a little bit.
Okay.
It doesn't look like he's pulling his arm as far back, because when his darts used to land in the board, they landed pretty much vertical, which can be helpful, but it can be a problem as well. I'm going for double 10, now double 5.
They'll be back. Our man with his rolled up jumper sleeves finds the treble 20.
Patrick Mark finds double 10 for a 31 dart hold of throw, which isn't as bad as it might first sound, because look, 701 is the score we play from in pairs.
Indeed. And on the board next door, as we pan out, you'll see that Moreno, Bloom and Alexander Merckx are back on the TV lane, and they are playing their last 1024 game. They've just won the first leg with a 96 average, and that's having had 7 darts at a double, which was so a pretty good first leg for them. And Alexander went off with a 180 first throw as well. So.
Yeah, they're potentially a real dangerous pair this weekend.
Actually, I tell a lie, it was Moreno that went off with the 180 in the first leg. He's thrown first, of course, in that pair. Each pair has to nominate which player will throw first, and that player throws first for the team in each of the legs. Not so sure at 701 that is necessarily a tactical thing, but 501 sometimes can be a little bit more tactical.
Robin Hand there with some pretty wild darts sprayed around the place.
Danny tending to throw a little bit left, isn't he? Saw that double 12 going for double 5. He's hit a number of 5s as well. But again, this is the sort of round where you're aiming to just get through, really.
Yeah, it's less about performance, more results.
Down to 130 after 18 darts, so theoretically another leg could happen over, or could have happened in 21, but not quite. Danny Jansen now on 100. Moreno and Alexander in danger here of losing the second leg. They've missed double. Their opponents have just missed doubles, double 16. And they have taken that second leg. Alexander Merckx and Moreno Bloom lead 2-0, as in fact do Matt and Jansen.
All too comfortable at the minute.
Matt Jansen, wasn't he a player for Blackburn Rovers some time ago?
Yes, he was.
There you go.
That's the kind of obscure football knowledge I love. Anything from the early to mid-noughties.
Really?
Love it.
Love it.
It's my childhood.
Yeah, unfortunately my childhood goes back a bit further than that, but not quite to Georgie Best, although I know it. It's more the...
not quite to black and white telly then.
No. Brian Robson and Remy Moses and those sort of things. That's my era.
Speaking of old-timers,
yeah.
You've just had...
You said that, right? I want this known, gentlemen, that Danny's just about to mention. I was not the one that said old-timers, okay?
You've just had a text from a couple of very famous darters. Apparently in a different commentary box.
I have indeed. Down at the Modus, Scotty Mitchell and Glenn Durrant doing their bit in comms. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Yep, hope you're doing well, lads.
Hope you're doing well, lads. Hope it's going well. Dutch Open versus Portsmouth. Obviously, Portsmouth are a regular feast on our TV screens now. But equally, I would imagine with Scott and with Glenn, there's a tinge of sadness that they're not at the Dutch Open. Both have been here on many occasions.
Yeah, Glenn, a former finalist.
Scott's won the pairs as well. I want to say, he'll correct me when I go wrong here, Martin Atkins, I think.
Brackets, Wigan or Leeds?
Oh, don't. Leeds. I don't know. Come on, Scott, tell me which it is. Might have been Richie George as well. They got a fair distance in the pairs as well. But good afternoon, gentlemen. Doing a great job on the sport that we all love.
Yeah, good guys to work with. Work with them both across various darts tournaments. Both of them really know the stuff.
And talking of knowing their stuff, Danny Jansen is going to be coming back for double 10 for a 3-0 victory and a place in the last 512 for him and his partner very, very shortly. Ish.
Again, I think there's a solid argument to bust that, particularly with the last start, because you don't want to be going inside and mucking about. Yes, their opponents, they're not really up to it, but you still want to get it over and done with as quickly as possible. A bit like what Merckx and Blom have done. They've just won 3-0 in their game, as have Patrick Martin and Danny Jansen. Some nice symmetry going on the TV lane today. Danny Jansen and Patrick Martin getting their pairs campaign off and underway to a perfect start. The man that tops the Challenge Tour, and Patrick Martin safely through into the last 512.
I told you I'd get a text. Mr. Scott Mitchell has told me he won it with Richie George, with Martin Atkins, and with James Hurrell. Sorry, James, forgot that one. He's still typing as well.
Yeah, we're getting three dots going from side to side.
We're going to get an essay now from Scott. He'll tell us what he went out on, what he had for dinner that night. Sharon will be messaging to say, Scott, leave it, stop. So, I think, as Dan was just saying, there's a couple of games finished at the same time there, so we're going to have a little bit of a break here for a few minutes, just while we get some more players onto the boards that have got the TV cameras. And, yeah, we'll see you back in a little bit more, and we'll give you an update on the Scott Mitchell essay.
After a short break, we welcome you back to the men's pairs, the last 1,024 between Wesley Plaisir and Denny Aldi-Kalter against Donny Showalter and Daniel Geisendorfer. Two names that don't easily roll off the tongue, but Wesley Plaisir and Denny Aldi-Kalter certainly rolled through their first match very nicely indeed. Low 90s average, which at pairs level is absolutely outstanding. We know what these two can produce. They showcased plenty of it in that first round match, and we would expect them to be the class of the field here. Donny Showalter is the man with the backwards baseball cap on. Weird attire has been a real theme of what we've seen on the stream today.
Certainly, yeah, it's got long sleeve. Oh, it's not quite a hoodie, is it? Long sleeve, jumpery style. Not sure about the hat, if I'm honest. But there we go.
And then Daniel Geisendorfer balances it out with a plain white polo.
He does, yeah. He does indeed.
Yeah, it looks a very sort of PE kit polo top,
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, very true. Very true.
He did kick off with a 180. He did the lesser known pair.
Talking of 180s, you're going to have to forgive me. And Bo and Joe are playing on the board, funny enough, next to Wesley and Denny. And they are playing their second game, and Bo's just hit a 180.
Surprise, surprise.
4 tons in the first 6 throws, 2 for Bo, 2 for Joe. So that's good news.
What a
Meanwhile,
team.
back at the ranch.
Wesley on 1-2-1 and sensibly goes for the bull to leave treble 20 and double 18, and that is a classy checkout from Wesley Plaisir, showing exactly why he's the highest ranked player in the men's field. He will be certainly one to watch, not just in the pairs with Denny Aldi-Kalter, but in the singles as well. He's won at this venue before, winning the World Masters. Now he wants to follow in the footsteps of his countryman Barry Van Peer last year, and winning the Dutch Open here. My co-commentator Nick has reverted back to nervous husband role, I'm guessing.
Yeah, just a little bit. But they're one leg up, so we're all good. This young man looks as though he can throw, to be fair to him.
Yeah, it's just a shame about that.
Yeah. This man can throw as well. Wesley hitting a 180.
Well, this man's not
So
too
I'm
bad
gonna say
either.
they're both good players.
What a game.
Yeah. Not the worst game by a long shot, this one, is it? Where are we looking at the average? 108 for Coulter and Plaisir at the moment, playing 87.
It's a good use of the board from Denny to leave him on 220. Which means if he keeps straight, he will leave a finish.
220 after 12, 196, 180, 105 to leave 220.
Well, that didn't work out how Wesley would have envisaged.
No, it didn't, just the 34, but to say that they can afford it is a bit of, well, I say it's an understatement. It's not now, because that was, I think, looked like 81, leave 209, playing the 186. Just got to be a little bit careful here. Still averaging over 100, or they were before that throw.
They look to go downstairs. Decides to stay there. Leaves 109, so perhaps a little bit of pressure.
Treble 18 here should be the dart. 77 scored, leaves 70. Treble 18 or treble 10. Treble 18 is 52 left, but 109. Still a chance. Treble 18 for the bull. Well, he's got rid of the 9.
Yeah, disappointing from Daniel Geisendorfer. Leaves double 16 for Denny.
And now they're a bit frustrated that they're not nearer to. But he's got one dart at tops for a 1-all game. Not to be.
But it is to be for Wesley Lazier. Break of throw. And once again, they continue to excel to this partnership. Now averaging 91. It's pretty similar to what they had in their first game, where they weren't really put under any pressure. They are being put under more pressure here, but they're certainly responding to it.
Indeed they are. Messrs Meyer and Dundas have joined us.
Yeah, it's nice to have fans.
Clutching refreshments. Denny Older-Coulter fills it up. That's played very well here. Older-Coulter and plays here. As I was saying, Dan, I think averaging 94. Bo and Joe have won their second leg. They're 2-0 up. They're averaging 83 between them, so
that's a star pairing.
Good stuff. Oh,
it's unfortunate, and that dart that was left in the board looked pretty precarious. So
it did, yeah.
Good job to switch. Yeah, I'm impressed with Showwater, minus the cap.
Yeah, we're not impressed with the cap, we've got to be said. I think they feel themselves a little bit hard done by to have met Plaisir and Older-Coulter quite so early in the tournament. We're still in the 1024, for goodness sake. They could have been a 64 or a 32 pair, to be fair, had the draw gone a little bit fairer to them, but
yeah, I think you'd feel hard done by to draw these two at any stage of the tournament, to be honest. Two players who we saw light up the lakeside stage.
Good thinking there from Denny with the 274, 1925 and treble 20 would have left him the 170, or left Wesley the 170, of course, I should say. That looks very that's a mighty unfortunate 60. Looked a lot more.
Good thinking again from Wesley, leaves the 120. Chance for a ton plus finish to end this contest. Over to you, Denny. Might have to shuffle across, and indeed he does.
No, he's shuffling left.
Well, the way that his darts stick up in the board, it's always a tricky finish.
Well. Oh, that's unlucky.
Wrong side of the wire.
Wow. 125 scored. Left himself 11, I think.
Plaisir wants tops. That's quite a way off. And that's straight in. Wesley Plaisir and Denny Older-Coulter looking ominously good in their second pairs match. Another 3-0 victory for them. Another really good average as well. They could be a pair to beat. 3-0 victors, and they go through to the last 512.
Just very quickly flicking over, and it would appear that Bo Greaves has taken out 50, and Bo Greaves, Joe Rolls are also through to the next round. They're into the last 64 of the ladies pairs with a 3-0 victory and a 78 average. They'll be pleased with that. We'll see you in a little bit.
ik zei dat weer, is die hier.
Ja.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to the Bonte Wever here in Assen in the Netherlands, the Dutch Open, and in particular the Dutch Open pairs, and we have a last 512 game in the men's tournament, and we have gone back to the man that we saw in the very first game of the day, which was Christian Kist, and he is playing alongside Michael Stouten against Rins Visa and Johannes Woodsma. An all-Dutch affair. The best of 3 legs still, 7:01. And Dan McCarthy has disappeared on me. He's gone for a wander, gone to have a look around the venue. I'm hoping he's not going to get stuck in the beer tent. But in the meantime, relieved of his darting duties, having failed to make it through the last 4,000,006, whatever round it was that he was in, Anthony Dundas, good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Did you enjoy your antics on the board this afternoon?
Oh,
or this
thoroughly
morning?
enjoyable. Thoroughly enjoyable. Didn't play anywhere near as well as I wanted, but just to get to play on the TV lanes at the Dutch Open is just magnificent. I've done it a few times before, and I love it. I just love it.
And of course, you managed a 180 as well.
Yeah, that
we
one
were
wasn't.
surprised the shirt didn't come off and you were off round the off round the hockey, you know.
If I was on the actual streaming lane, it probably would have, but no.
Yeah.
Nobody needs to see that.
But you followed it with 9, if I'm not mistaken. It
Yes.
sort of brought you back down to earth.
First 9 darts of the leg for me, 180, 985.
And there we go.
Lovely jubbly.
For those of you that have just joined us, Anthony partnered Marco Meyer in the pairs. They won their first round game 3-0, incredibly. And then second round were dispatched 3-0,
So
rather swiftly.
On aggregate, it's a draw.
Yeah,
Fine.
so 3-0, yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. As I say, we are here watching this man, Christian Kist, ex-Lakeside World Champion, of course.
Yep. Memories of 2012, the World Championship.
Yes. Beating Tony O'Shea, you had to start. They started the match in fog.
This is true.
You remember, we had to stop the game because the smoke canister or whatever it is they use to generate the smoke that builds the atmosphere just wouldn't switch off, basically.
Indeed.
The people sitting in the front row couldn't see the board. I was the referee and I couldn't see the board. And on this occasion, it wasn't alcohol related.
Indeed.
But
I
88.
was in attendance for the first weekend of that World Championship as a journalist, believe it or not.
Really?
Yeah, for the now defunct BDO forums.
Yes.
Was there interviewing some of the players, got to witness the first weekend. They're supporting my friend Gary Stone as well.
Double 14 here.
Yep. And what a great first start that is. Michael Stouten.
Let's put the first leg on the board for the Stouten and Kist combination.
But one of the memories I have of the first weekend, Christian Kist played Jan Dekker in the first round.
Okay.
And fantastic game it was. And I was in the players' room, congratulated both of them on a great match.
Yeah.
Also congratulated Marco Meyer, who was the referee for that match. So well refereed, my friend, well done. And I was interrupted by our friend Hugh Ware. He said, don't congratulate him, I was meant to referee that. Then he turned the air blue.
Yes. Good memories, good memories. Visser and Woodsma off to the better start in leg 2. Just 60 and 24 from Kist and Stouten. Although we're looking to put this for, we have at least on, well, we have had some natty attire, it would be true to say. We've had 3 or 4 hoodies, long sleeve shirts, a couple of backwards caps have been on their stream. Best of all, however, is there were a pair that played in the men's pairs that played in clogs earlier.
Oh my God.
On the TV lane.
Good grief.
It was one of those where you looked and had to look again. Yes, you had a couple of gentlemen that played in clogs, which was fabulous earlier. But there's been lots of
marvellous,
lots of wonderful T-shirts, but you can tell as we were beginning to get down to a bit lower that dark shirts are coming more to the fore, albeit our our friend here, Johannes. I don't think you can count that as a dart shirt in particular.
Yeah, a lot of these players who are probably, no disrespect intended here, for the day out more than anything else.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
they get their opportunity to play against some more established names on the TV lane, so obviously won't be dressed for the occasion. As you say, as the day goes on, the dart shirts become more apparent. And
yeah, they certainly do.
we'll have less t-shirts, less jeans. Everybody will be dressed so-called appropriately.
Indeed, and we play down to the final, or we play down to and including the semi-final, I should say. We play today, and then both the ladies' pairs final and the men's pairs final will both be on the Dutch Open stage, which Anthony and I are currently facing at the moment. We're up on a balcony around about, I don't know, probably 50 metres away from the stage, just a bit back, looking down on about 80 boards that are all occupied by players playing in the pairs, and rows deep behind them of 3 and 4 people trying to get a view of what's going on. It truly is a remarkable.
I can confirm there are 96 boards in here, not including the stage board. 97.
96 boards in this playing area, yeah. And there are 200 boards around the Assen Bonte Wever in total.
I believe there are 96 in here. It goes up to 144, I believe, in the other room.
Yeah.
Plus we've got the paradarts boards as well, practice boards if there is any. It is just a massive, massive venue.
135 should do. No, he's get the 25, so 60 in bull.
Oh,
that's
well.
Not the 60.
He did go for it, I'm sure.
Having already had 3 darts at tops, Christian Kiss now wants double 5 and takes the double 5. And it's the Kist and Stoughton partnership that are 2 legs in front and 2/3 of the way through to the next round, the 2-5-6.
Always good to see Christian Kist plying his trade. Fantastic dart player. Last we saw him before today was, of course, his appearance at the Alexandra Palace at the World Championships, where he was promptly dispatched by a young upstart by the name of Luke Littler.
I've not heard of him. Can you tell me about him?
Yeah, well, he's
half
bad.
decent, I've heard.
He's not bad.
Good afternoon, Luke, if you're listening. Probably playing Xbox, to be fair.
Was, of course, in Cardiff last night, semi-finalist in the first Premier League of the season.
Chance here for a maximum. Wasn't quite to be. That would have been something to go home and talk about.
Absolutely.
Had 1 or 2 of the ladies earlier against Bo Greaves and Joe Rolls were she hit a 180 and she was dancing around as though she won the tournament. It was
Bo was.
No, Bo's used to hitting 180s, to be fair. This could be a 180. No.
Very nearly. So there's a question for you, Nicholas. If Bo and Joanne do manage to make the final, will you be refereeing it?
I very much doubt it. I don't think it would be the right thing to do. Their opponents would have no score. On several occasions.
I can just imagine Joe hitting a double to win a leg. Yes! Oh, sorry, game shot and the first leg.
Yes. A little bit like that. It was a bit like that watching it on here, to be fair. She held her own, but I think...
To be fair, it was a bit like that watching us, me and Marco playing, never mind watching Joe.
Yes, very true. Very true.
I have to admit, very offended at the surprise in your voice when I missed double 4 for the 128.
Yes, but you've just come up here and admitted that because I think if I was on commentary, I said, we may play the 18s here. Well, talking of which,
oh, hello.
That would have been the 1-3-4 to win the match. You claimed that you came up here and stupidly admitted that your first dart was from 18 and ended up in the triple 20.
It was, yes. A happy accident.
Very happy accident, I'd suggest. Christian Kiss, then. I think that
Well,
is just about
it's in the
sneaked in
corner.
Yep. Yep.
Yep. Confirmation from our board official, Michael Stoughton, and Christian Kist roll on to the next round of the men's pairs here at the Toto Dutch Open.
Indeed, they have moved into the last 256. See you a little bit later for our next action here at the Toto sponsored Dutch Open. Back into another last 512 best of 5 match, and a second appearance on the TV lane for the pair of Alien Continent and Robert Hoff. They are playing against Dennis van der Veen and Martin Meunier. Good start from the opponents. I'm not happy with this hat situation.
I don't blame you. It is a written rule that you can't wear headwear.
Yes, yes. Maybe we'll have to have a conversation with our friends from the Netherlands. Don't know what background noise you can hear from behind us, but as the day's moving on, the players are moving further and further into the tournament, and you can start hearing some quite loud cheering in the background. It's obviously accompanied by a little bit of libation has taken place for some.
Yes, absolutely. It would be rude not to.
True. So we have...
This is Dennis van der Veen, who's just thrown. 1993. I don't know if that's his ranking or his date of birth or his IQ, I'm not sure.
Good grief, his IQ. As if someone's shouting out there, and Robert just giving him a bit of a glance as if to say no need. We don't get the whistling that apparently affected matches last night.
I can also confirm that Dan McCarthy has survived the beer tent.
He has, yes, he's strolling around.
Well, swaying slightly.
Taking in the sights of the Dutch Open.
It is very easy to become awestruck when you stand on this balcony looking out over the venue.
Yes, very true.
Today, as I say, we have 96 dartboards in use in this room, but on Sunday the dartboards will be gone and there will be 2,000 fanatic Dutch darts fans.
Having a sing-song and watching some darts.
Exactly that. Double 16, very unlucky.
Up to off here to take the 107, looking down the board first of all. There we go, that's down the board on the 20, down below the terrible 20 anyway.
Double 18 then. Oh, yes, eh. Super finish from Robert Hoff.
Very good outshot, especially when your partner, your opponents are sitting on a double to win the leg as well. So first blood to Konterman and Hoff. Dan, do we get a thumbs up for the beer tent, or a thumbs up or a thumb? What?
Oh,
yes,
it's a thumbs up.
It's a thumbs up with a
emphatic
with a smiley emoji, I think, by the side of it.
Yep, anyone who has not been to Assen to experience the Dutch Open, get yourselves here. You have to experience it once in your life. And especially 10 minutes in the beer tent.
I think it's just the whole package, Anthony, isn't it? I mean, the
Absolutely.
darts, as you say, 96 boards in front of us with everybody fanatically watching, boards all over the place. And then, yes, of course, there's the beer tent. Get to see loads of your friends that you may or may not have seen for a long time. But there's also indoor arenas, as we look at off there, 139. Certainly needed that in this leg. And of course, you've got the ship, or the boat as it's called, as a little a pub inside of the venue that always gets quite raucous. Will be by now, I'd imagine.
Oh yes. Here we have, it's called the Cafe Strat, and it's an inside street, basically just pubs either side of it.
Mm-hmm.
Some catering available as well if you're hungry. But yeah, the ship is a firm favourite of a lot of the players who come here. I know that James Hurrell has asked for us to look after the ship in his absence.
Oh, okay. The whole ship,
yeah.
The whole building. Excellent. Thank you, James. Well, from a fair way behind in this leg, Konterman and Hoff have got themselves into a bit of an advantage.
Got an absolute bag of nails from Marianne Konterman.
Does not help the situation. 128, 60 for Bull. Back to treble 18 with that handily placed. Not quite there.
Now we had Robert Hoff taking out 107 in the last leg. Can he follow up with 106, I wonder? Shot still on, treble 17. No, not to be.
Should be treble 14 with the last. It's hit the next door, so he's got 41 left. Triple 16, double 12. Stay there for 1 in 16 and 1 at tops. Wasn't to be. I think that's flicked into the 9. Double 8 then.
I've got to say it looked like a 14, but
it did, yeah.
Tops then for parity. Oh, that's not close. That's not close at all.
I think there was a dart that Marco wanted. I think it was double 6, and he nearly hit the treble. And Dan and I simultaneously said, we don't think that's in.
I know he did have a dart at tops, one hand, and very nearly hit the treble 5.
Yes, yes, that was true. Well, they've made a bit of a mess of this and left themselves with double 1. Now with
hello.
Menier, the capped man in the 4, has drawn things level. And I have to say that Konterman and Hoff have thrown away a really golden opportunity there to go 2-0 up, albeit Leon has started with a 137 in this leg.
We have on the adjacent board the ladies pairs, Rhiannon Sullivan and Chris Savary. of Wales, currently 1-0 up in their match against Daphne and Rebecca Alblas.
They weren't brilliant in their first game, Rianne and Chris, but they, Dan, I think, eloquently said they are clearly a pair that you'd rather avoid than play, certainly
Absolutely.
at this stage in the tournament. More than capable of. So we're moving over to that
yes,
game.
have a look at that one. Why
Okay.
not?
That's
Two contrasting styles. The Welsh ladies, Rianne, a lot more deliberate in her throw. Chris walks up and just.
I think she's thrown the first up by the time she lands at the oche.
Yeah.
It feels that way, doesn't it?
Effective though. Both these ladies have been Welsh internationals around about the Welsh setup for many, many years now.
Rianne, of course, is the captain of Wales. Very, very proud Welsh lady. In fact, her walk-on song is
in Welsh.
Is in Welsh, yes. Didn't get too many joining in with it. I think they were la-la-ing rather than singing the actual words.
Just hands in the air.
Yes.
Savary has left Rianne tops. The Alblas ladies back on 226 before those. So that is tops for Rianne O'Sullivan. She does indeed find it for start. One leg away from victory in this last 64 match.
Yeah, suddenly we're getting to the business end, certainly in the ladies tournament. I think last 32, and then dreams start being realised. Okay, we could actually do something here if we're in the last 32. Obviously it becomes a little bit more difficult. Some good ladies pairs left in. Obviously Bo Greaves and Jo Rolls. There's Priscilla Steenbergen and Noah Lynn van Leuven. Eileen and Anka.
Eileen and Anka currently playing 2-0 up on their opponents.
Last 64 game as well, Anthony?
That is the last 64, yep.
And as we said, we've been talking about this morning, because the games are not, because the tournament is not seeded, theoretically all those good pairs could be in one half. So someone could sneak through at the bottom half and get to a semi-final stroke final. This is very much you can only beat what's put in front of you. The Alblas ladies have a bit of a lead in this one. They no, check. They did have a bit of a lead until that happened. Mrs. O'Sullivan decided 140 was due.
Yep, you could always rely on Rianne to upset the apple cart a little bit.
Absolutely, yeah. Just a reminder of that later. And Chris has said, well, if anything you can do, I can hit some trebles as well. Unfortunately, two of them are treble ones, but hey.
Beggars can't be choosers.
No, very true. But from about 70 points behind, they suddenly moved to 100 points in front very quickly. Rianne firmly established herself now in the top four, top five, I should say, in the ladies' game. Bo, Eileen, Lisa, Dita, and Rianne, the top five.
A long time coming for Rianne to establish herself there, and it's all because she just didn't travel.
Yeah,
for years and years, just did not do as much of the circuit as she really probably should have.
Yeah.
She still managed to get to the World Championship final in amongst that.
Yeah. Twice,
yes.
I think it's worth saying, I think those top five are that. There is a little bit of a gap then. Currently, Wendy Harper from New Zealand is our number 6 ranked player in the ladies tournament. She's around about 200, nearly 300 points behind Lisa, who's now moved down to 5th because of Dita's double win in Romania last weekend. 5 is Lisa, 4 Dita, 3 Rianne O'Sullivan, then 2 Eileen, and then Bo Greaves is up on the moon somewhere.
Well, that's a great last start there.
Indeed. It's been a
left.
platinum tournament, of course. 270 points up for grabs for the winner, so real chance for and of course the golden ticket into Lakeside. Double 12 then for Rhian O'Sullivan.
The second time of asking. Oh. Runs up to the board, retrieving her darts. And then the handshakes come as the Welsh pairing, Rhian O'Sullivan and Chris Savary, advance to the last 32.
They do indeed.
3-0 victors over the Alblas ladies, Daphne and Rebecca.
I'm not sure whether we're going to turn back to that Contaman match-up.
Yeah, it looks like we're
but
in a decider there.
Indeed, it is. It is literally just gone to 2-all. So there we go. As if by magic, our production team have taken us over to Arian Contaman and Robert Hoff.
It did look like it was going to be a close one. It was 1-1 when we left it.
Yes, Dennis van der Veen and Martijn Meunier.
Well,
where did that last dart go?
that landed in the treble 13.
I think the expression, good grief.
My word.
Yes. Treble 13 could be a painful blow because it's... Wow. That's a good shot from Dennis there.
Superb stuff. And a lead established against the throw as well.
Yeah, 96, 78, 134 against 59, 42, 60 and 60. It's not a surprise.
Martijn Meunier in again.
What a last start, but that was much needed.
Superb last start, but we'll back up to it and look at this.
Didn't think about the last one, but didn't actually need to, did he? Because whatever happens here, Hoff can't leave himself to finish. Even if it's the 180, they're only down at 215. So the fact that Veen has left a bogey number is irrelevant. 166 points away from a bit of a surprise here. Dan called out that he thought Contaman and Hoff might be one of the outsiders, you know, that last 16, last 8, and could put up a really good fight, but the odds on to get knocked out here. Although that makes a bit of a difference.
Absolutely.
94, treble 18, double top for the match.
What a finish this would be.
Oh, he bent
wires
the
went
wire.
away. So how about then 155 to win the match, having been behind the entirety of this leg? No. And the opponents in the background.
Treble 17 would lead double 12. Treble 17 has left double 12.
Outstanding pressure. Now then, Martijn Meunier. Oh, he's done it! First dart as well. The pressure was applied. But what pressure? Martijn Meunier, Dennis van der Veen advance to the last 256 at the Toto Dutch Open men's pairs.
Well, we've just seen what I'd suggest is probably our first shock of the tournament. Ian Conterman and Robert Hoff dumped out at the last 5-1-2 stage. Very few signs so far that Wesley Plaisier and Denny Aldi-Coulter are going to go anywhere other than the quarters, semis, or even final. They have been exemplary so far. Take on Jonkman and Klein. Anthony Dundas is with me in the commentary box. I don't know whether you spoke about this in the last few games you did with Nick, but I'm going to ask you that question so you can answer it on air anyway. What was it like to hit a 180 in the Dutch Open?
Well, it was unexpected for a start, but speaking of which, hello. Oh, nearly 180 there. It was a great feeling. Knowing I'm not that good, not as good as I used to be anyway, but to actually play in a competitive match, especially on the TV lanes, and fire in a 180, it's phenomenal. You just buzz for it. Not so much when you follow it with 9 afterwards, but it's an awesome feeling. It really is.
We expect to see plenty of 180s, and in general, big scoring here, particularly with the Plaisier Aldi-Coulter team. A couple of 3-0 victories for them, averages in the sort of high 80s, low 90s ballpark, which is going to win an awful lot of games against at this level, I should say. Dennis Jonkman and Peter Klein, the ones hoping to take down the Dutch darting demons, and it is Aldi-Coulter and Plaisier who've started this game the stronger of the two, already nearly 100 points ahead after 4 visits to the board each.
Wesley Plaisier obviously has experienced success in this venue before, winning the 2022 Windmill World Masters. And how we would love to add the Dutch Open to his already impressive CV.
Absolutely. He is number 3 ranked in the WDF system. A win, I don't think it had taken to number 1. I think it had troubled Ben Robb, who's currently in 2nd position, as Aldi-Coulter a few slips with the first 2 darts, but manages to rescue it to leave 116. Exactly the kind of checkout that someone of Plaisier's class and calibre would expect to take out. That's a lovely guide for treble 20, which he gets. Double 18 just outside.
Yep, I can confirm if Wesley Plaisier did win this, he would be world number 2. Currently only 26 points behind Ben Robb. Of course, this being a platinum event worth 270 points to the winner. So even a good run into the points would be enough for Wesley to overtake the big rig. 10 for tops then. Not to be, so an opportunity gifted to the reigning World Masters champion. Double 2. No.
Well, they've not faced too many darts at double so far today, so it's uncharted territory for Plaisier and Aldi-Coulter. Down now for double 10 for Dennis Jonkman.
Still can't find it. So 1 up, 1 in for Denny Aldi-Coulter. That's the 1 up. That's the 2 up. And that's the 3 up. Is that in? No, it's not. Shadow on the board. I thought it was in for a second.
That's
in.
That's the first leg they've lost today.
Super start though from Wesley Plaisier in leg 2. And what an answer. Oh, hello. Marvellous maximum.
Well, I was about to make the point that I still, even in this short format that we've got, first to 3 legs, I still don't necessarily fear for Aldi-Coulter and Plaisier. I might be revising that prediction if Jonkman and Klein continue to score as they are. Been impressive so far.
Well, it looks like we're back to normal. Oh, great last start. Super.
With this being a platinum event, winning the singles is a direct pass to Lakeside, regardless of where you are in the rankings. So probably doesn't matter so much for Plies here, but if Aldi Calter was to win this tournament,
oh, it would be massive for him. Absolutely massive.
Lots of players here looking to win one of the platinum events in the WDF. We've seen some really impressive performances already from the likes of Alexander Merckx, Moreno Blob, Danny Jansen. Lots of talent here.
Just having a look around the board. Wesley Harham's currently playing with Robin Schmeisch and 2-0 up in their match. And by the looks of it, myself and Marco were not the only referees playing today. Sander Schult is playing alongside Jamie Fambach, who is an NDB referee.
We can't forget that tomorrow in the singles we've got Christian Sorensen.
Christian Sorensen makes his bows. Not playing pairs today. Was meant to be playing pairs with Charlie Korstefin, who unfortunately couldn't make it to the Dutch Open this year. He'll be refereeing at the Masters this weekend. And a fantastic job he will do, as well as Wesley Plies here does a fantastic job of taking out that finish 50 to bring it one leg all, restoring parity in this one.
Yeah, masterful way to take out the half-ton finish. Wesley Plies here. Man who's often thrived on the big stage. Seen him win the World Masters, of course. He's made waves in the Euro Tour on the PDC. A couple of years ago, he only missed out on the European Championship by virtue of countback, which, as a non-tour card holder, is some achievement. And I made the point to Nick Rolls that if all goes to plan, he could be this year's Andy Bartons.
Oh, absolutely. It's definitely a possibility. Andy Bartons, who won more than he lost on the WDF circuit in the past few years. He's been absolutely magnificent, and quite rightly so. Won his tour card at Q School, and I think he stands a very good chance of doing a lot of damage in the PDC.
I think he's easily got top 32 potential.
Oh,
I think he's that good, and certainly showed a lot of bottle and spirit to win his tour card, because he was on 0 points after 2 days, and he goes and wins day 3 outright.
Yeah. And we've saw it before at Q School, players who they go a few days not picking up points, not doing as well as they should, and then on the last day or the last couple of days, something just clicks. Ross Montgomery done it 2 years ago, didn't do much the first few days, and then all of a sudden, boom, tour card holder.
Jeffrey de Graaf.
Yeah, absolutely.
Danny Baggish a few years ago. Ross Montgomery, a former Dutch Open winner.
Yeah, has experienced success on the Dutch Open stage a couple of times. Defeating Scott Waits and Mark McGuinney in the 2 finals that saw him crowned Dutch Open champion. Both in this very room.
Well, it's not been a vintage leg from Aldi Calter and Plies here, but they are beginning to make a march now. Well, the 137 from Klein was a pretty good riposte.
Yeah, I think they've put that first leg behind them. They were obviously probably a little bit miffed to lose a leg when they haven't done so for the entirety of the day until now. I think this being the last 5-1-2, so another 7 or 8 games to go if they want to be crowned champions. If they can go the rest of the tournament without dropping a leg, I think they'll be quite happy that they only drop one.
I think they might win if they do that. 163, not a helpful number to be left on.
Especially not when your 2 World Championship standard opponents are on 48. 16 for double 16 for Wesley Plaisier. Can use that as a marker, I'm sure. Oh, just the wrong side of the wire.
Yeah, the first start was a lovely guide. You can often see these days players will aim as close to the double as possible.
Shots on here. Double 18 for a 106. That was not close. Foul and a miss. Gives Daniel de Calter 3 darts in hand at double 8. Double 4 now. Double 2. They're not going to leave themselves in double 1 again, are they?
Just a bit of faffing creeping into the older Calter and Plaisier game. Double 8 for Klein. That was about as close as you can get without going in.
Steps over, and that is in indeed, yes. And Daniel de Calter and Wesley Plaisier find themselves behind again.
10 points behind on the averages, but lead by 2 legs to 1.
Looks like a passerby's clattered into one of our freestanding cameras on the board. A lot of wobbling.
He's always got a laser focused look on him as Olde Calter.
Absolutely.
Won't want to face him in a staring competition. Can knit everything together. You still expect them to win the 2 legs they've got, but the beauty of this format is there's very, very little room for error. You have a 5-minute off patch and
yeah,
you're packing up and going home.
As ridiculously stupid as this is going to sound, it's a short format, but it's a long format. The short format being the best of 5, but 701,
yeah,
which a lot of the players probably aren't used to playing.
You almost think with a 701 format that the maths comes into it a bit more because you're playing from sort of a longer range.
The Dutch Open pairs has been 701 for as long as I can remember. Is this a 180? No, that's still good stuff from Daniel de Calter to leave 115. Retrieval of some equipment from the floor. I was lucky enough years and years ago when we were still in the Koningshof in Veldhoven for the Dutch Open, in the VIP room on the day of the players. Players were having a practice on the boards, and Ross Montgomery was playing with Martin Adams that day as Wesley Plaisier fires in a 115 to tie it up at 2-2. I was lucky enough to witness the perfect 12-dart leg. 3 180s and a 161 finish. Wow. What a start that is. Advantage Jonkman and Klein in this deciding leg. Any hopes we had of seeing a 12-dart leg in this one is quickly extinguished.
Yeah, I think Klein has been probably the standout player more than Jonkman on that team. They are 17 points behind on the averages. The legs that Daniel de Calter and Wesley Plaisier have won have generally been tidy. It's those legs they've lost they'll be really frustrated by. They've had darts at doubles. Could have been 3-0 already.
Indeed. They haven't been doing much when it's been their opponents throwing first. When Denny and Wesley are throwing first in the leg, they play well. Alexander Merckx and Moreno Blom have advanced 3 legs to 1.
advantage. Jonkman and Klein after 12 throws.
Super stuff. Plaisier can't be affording slack visits like this, especially when their opponents are throwing as well as they are. He's in again. Wow.
Does he switch? He does. He doesn't get what he wanted, but it's really good ball management from Dennis Jonkman. Whatever you do on 3-4-2, you can't leave a finish.
Indeed.
This would be a major shock if Aldi Coulter and Plaisier were to be dumped out, given how well they played. But fair play to Jonkman and Klein. They've not wilted under the lights, under the pressure.
Well, it is a finish, so a little bit of pressure on the 108. 19s maybe. Yep, another one aiming in that direction. Treble 19 would leave double 16 not to be this time. So 148 for Denny Aldi-Coulter. What a way this would be to win it. No, not going to happen.
Decided the 18s route, 2 trebles would have left tops. Well, 79 can be an awkward finish. Wasn't a great setup shot from Jonkman.
19, 20, tops. Tops it is for the match. No.
Match start, come and gone. Now Plaisier, he's surely got to play this safe and go for the 20s.
Yep, has to. That's a good marker. Double 5. What a steal this would be. Oh! A match they have not been in front at all. And now Dennis Jonkman, 3 darts in hand at 2 10s to knock out 2 of the favourites for the title.
They were nervy darts.
Very.
Not particularly close.
That's not particularly close either.
I think that was further away than the other 2.
And another golden opportunity. Doubling has not been the friend of Denny Aldi-Coulter and Wesley Plaisier. However, no mistake made on the double 5, and it has to be said, against the odds in that last leg, they've come through and they have advanced, but they have to count themselves very, very lucky.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a real steal for Denny Aldi-Coulter and Wesley Plaisier. They've lost a considerable number of the 9 lives that they've got in hand after sailing through their first 2 games. But Denny Aldi-Coulter and Wesley Plaisier are in the last 256. They were made to work for it, and they've managed to win 3 games from 3 now. Well, we join up now with the last 32 in the women's pairs, and we've got Eileen de Graaf and Anke Zylstra in action, two real seasoned competitors at this level of darts. Eileen, the reigning winner of the Dutch Open, and they're up against Nadia Sabat and the wonderfully named Mercedes Peters. Quite something, but I think we would expect Anke and Eileen to be that little bit too strong for their less experienced opponents. Saw them mess about towards the end of their previous game on the doubles. I wouldn't foresee too many problems here, judging by the early evidence of his performance. And it's quite the look.
Absolutely. 10 from Graaf. Finds it with the third dart. Looked a little bit surprised that she had done so.
Was Mercedes Peters up at the hockey, elected to throw first out of the pair. It's in pairs. You choose who throws first in each leg, who's the senior partner, if you like. You won that battle with Marco, didn't you?
I was basically told you're throwing first. Like, okay. Far be it from me to argue.
So Anke play at Lakeside with essentially a crutch. She was hobbling to and from the hockey. She was involved in a car accident just a few weeks before the tournament, and that really derailed her preparations for it. Eileen de Graaf got all the way to the final before it was a brilliant bow blitz in the early parts of that match. She did manage to win a set, but it was all too late, really. Can confirm that Jobo, as the team are now affectionately known, have won their their last 64 match 3-0, so they're into the last 32 stage.
I did ask Nick the question if Jobo got to the final, would he be refereeing it? The answer was no.
Yeah, for obvious reasons,
yes.
I'll say.
Would be the first time I saw it though, because I recall Rab Butler, the great Rab Butler, hello Rab if you're watching, refereeing for his partner Dee Bateman in the past. Us referees were always down the middle.
Yeah. Straight as an arrow.
Oh yes. Might get a bit of earache for it afterwards, but well, Eileen and Anke way in front in this one. Straight turn for Eileen de Graaf when she returns. Mercedes Peters. These are not Mercedes darts, these are Robin Reliant throws at the moment.
I was wondering which car manufacturer you were going to mention then.
Lada darts. Speaking of which, 52 then for the Phoenix, Anke Zylstra, tops. 1 to go. That looks good, and indeed it is good.
Yep. Good enough for a 2-0 lead, and even though they're averaging 67, still more than good enough against Nadia Sabat.
171. Yes.
That's so Eileen de Graaf.
Loves the 19s, does Eileen.
When we did the last game, me and Nick, we were commenting on the fact that Eileen de Graaf is a classic spotter's nightmare of a player.
Oh yes.
Because you've no idea where she's going to go from one shot to the next.
Reminds me a little bit of Brian Raman. He's the same. You can never ever tell where he's going to go.
Madas Rasma is another one.
Yeah. Ah, Mr. Rolls has returned. How was the beer tent? Quiet. Excellent darts again from Anka.
Well, more importantly, how did Joe and Bo play?
Both played okay. Albeit the last leg, they were 180, Joe went 60, 60, mate. Treble 5. Then it went 1.
So to elaborate on what Nick is saying, they both played okay. They both played okay. Speaking of playing okay, Eileen and Anka just about to be on a finish.
Yeah, this has been more than an okay performance.
Had scores of 171, 140 and 123 in this leg alone. And an 85 leaves them on 87. Nadia Seba needs a taxi to get to a finish from here. Back in 428. Hedgehog required. Doesn't have to go 20 bull, but might still. Ooh.
Did I just see a dip of the head from Anka Zylstra then, as if, why?
What are you doing?
Please.
Absolutely no panic required though. 17 for double 4. To end a great leg in 24 darts, no. Oh, Cuddles in the back there. What on earth?
Now the game's not over yet.
That was just a hug of moral support, I think, for the opponent. That's a great last start though. Maybe the hug worked.
It did.
Double 4 then. And that ends. Pretty good match there for Eileen de Graaf and Anka Zylstra. 74 average overall.
Yeah, they're a force to be reckoned with in the women's pair draw, I think. 27 darter to seal things for Eileen and Anka. Though Eileen was given a little bit more work than she would have liked because of that shot at the bullseye, but it is Eileen de Graaf and Anka Zylstra through now to the last 16. make a return to the men's pairs here at the Dutch Open. We've seen a few really good games in the last 10-15 minutes. More so than Wesley Plaisir and Daniel de Colter being really put under the pump, as you can see them in the bottom part of your screen just then. We've got Mario Robert against Willy van der Wiel in action. Two players who've got decent-ish profiles in the Dutch darting scene. Against Stef Kostas and Joel Schepper.
Yeah, taking a little bit of a step back in time here. Willy van der Wiel used to be prominent on the BDO circuit. So stepped away from darts a little bit, but certainly from the top line of darts, and good to see him back at the Dutch Open. Used to be a permanent fixture at the Lakeside. Willy van der Wiel. Very good player. Good lad as well.
Yeah, and another positive about something like the Dutch Open is that it allows players who are, I put in quotation marks, slightly past it, gives them an opportunity to come back and say, no, that's not the case.
It's strange because, I mean, Willy's not that old at all. He was obviously very young. I'd say very young when he played at the Lakeside, but I don't know what age he is, but there you go.
Stef Kostas nearly finding the first 180, and here is Willy van der Wiel.
Big Barcelona fan. There you go, that's what I remember about Willy, as well as being a good dart player.
Not Ajax, I thought that was the default for every Dutch person.
Not the moment, I don't think, not the way they're playing.
Yeah, well, I suppose there are Dutch links to Barcelona. Plenty of them.
Yeah.
Good visit there from Mario Robert.
Yeah, Mario himself. Very useful player. Good pair in this.
Schepper got away with one there. He should have switched after the second dart, found the treble.
He did. Happy accident. Left double 18. Stef Kostas now the 160. Still on. Yeah, no wonders he. You can tell. Oh well. You can tell we're down to the business end now. We've got 4 dart shirts.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no jumpers or albeit the footwear's a little bit
white trainers.
Yeah.
But no clogs or caps, at least.
Oh yeah. We've lost the ball completely. Somebody has covered the camera by the looks of things, so unfortunately we can't see the board at the moment.
All right, we'll guess from their reactions. Oh, there we go. That's a bust.
The reaction was, I hit double 14 when I wanted double 9.
Kostas looking for double 16. And he's not got it, I think.
No, I would bet that. 2, or he is going to go for the double 9 by the looks of things, and he's going to find the double 9.
Yeah, that's a break of throw. Mario and Stef. I think Mario forgot then.
I think, yeah, I'm not sure he remembered whose throw it was. Fortunately, somebody thinks it's a good idea to walk in front of our camera. It's a bit of a shame, but there they are. Players on the board next door. I think Denny Older Coulter's just saying they're having a look at the camera, so clearly they've recognised their error, let's put it that way.
Yeah. I'm sure someone will have kindly pointed it out to them.
Yes, yes.
Not that I think I'd tell Wesley to get out of the way.
To be fair, he's a gentle giant, as you know. He's a really nice lad. But I get your meaning. They don't build them small over in the Netherlands, do they?
No, I'm sure the average height's about 6'5". And given I'm someone that stands at 5'9", it's can be an intimidating prospect.
Yeah.
I mean, our very own Marco Meyer's a big lad.
Yeah, I think he's an inch. I'm 6'4", 6'5", I think. So, and I think he's as tall, if not an inch taller than me. And the guy running the show, Paul Engelbertink, I think he's another couple of inches on top of that, 6'7", 6'8", I think. So. Oh, too beautifully placed first start, so I thought that was a begging for a 180 there. I need to do something about with saying that I'm going to get critical of the shirts again now. Willie's seems a bit, you know, it's a bit baggy, a bit big, isn't it?
Yeah,
I don't know one of the other lads' shirts, surely, has he?
I don't know whether he's lost a bit of weight recently or.
If you look at Mario's, it's a nice fitting dart shirt.
Yeah, not too snug, but not too baggy.
Yeah.
I think we've had a victory somewhere in the TV lanes.
Yep, certainly have. See the crowd in the TV lanes are just behind the players there. Quite full up in that area. I've just been down to have a quick wander round, see what's going on.
Treble 18 was the target. Lots of options with 72.
Yep.
Opted for treble 16.
My personal nightmare, 72, especially spotting. So there's just so many options with 72. With two in hand, it's probably the worst one, 72. Bit of pressure then, put on with the 125. It looked like a 125, it was. Tops it is then for Steph Costas. Good dart. Good dart. 1-1 it is.
Yeah, it gives it the fist bump, and it's a break back.
Two
straight
breaks,
away.
yeah. Well, Dan's laptop's had enough. He's had to do a restart on his laptop. Things are grim.
Yeah, it's a lack of access to Dart Connect.
Yeah.
But I assure everyone the system is working perfectly on Nick's, so it's just a my laptop problem.
Just bumped into David, the orchestrator of Dart Connect.
Did he have beads of sweat running
No,
down
he looked remarkably calm, to be fair to him. I said to him, how are things going? He said they had a little bit of an issue yesterday with the Wi-Fi. Apparently, the LED lighting in the ceiling took a lot of the Wi-Fi power. Yeah, you looked at me and I looked at you then. That was a bit, well, don't really quite get you going, oh, look at this. Gentleman just coming up to us with a nice bit of food there. These are called something, I can't remember what they're called, but it's like a bit of a sausagey type thing.
Yeah, it smells like a sort of chicken. Keep them coming, lads.
Yeah.
That's what you get here at the Dutch Open. Endless catering.
Yes. The NDB most certainly don't like to see anyone going hungry in any way, shape or form. Breakfast choice this morning as well.
If anyone's interested on my laptop issues, I'm now trying a different browser.
Oh.
See what Microsoft Edge has got to offer. Oh, that works.
And he's straight in. Straight in.
Yeah.
And before you know it, Dan McCarthy is back on Dart Connect. And
I nearly swore.
feels as though his right leg has been placed back on.
Yeah, I nearly swore then. I was going to make a derogatory comment towards Google Chrome, but I'm not going to.
Good 140 there. To leave the 164. No finish for Mario Robb, but he can certainly make a big hole in 166, and he's trying for a treble 18 would be good here. To leave 32. Oh, what a super dart. 164 won't go there. Needed 2 treble 19s in the pool for that to happen. Left it, yeah, sort of there, but 1-2-2 is a big ask. And Willy van der Wiel pokes away the double 16. Robb and Wiel are 2-1 ahead in this last 2-5-6 matchup.
First hold of throw as well.
Yeah.
Averages beginning to creep up. Mid-70s now for the Robber and van der Wiel pairing.
Great recovery after a real
Super
ropey
recovery.
one first dart.
Yeah, it's problematic when the first dart's closer to the 18 than the 20.
Yeah. And the reply of 19 has not helped in any way, shape or form. We're going to have it again. I was just about to say, if that had been a 1-2-5 then, we had a ropey 5 followed by 2 treble 20s after the ropey 1 and 2 treble 20s. Wasn't to be. Bit of a snatch there from Willy.
Then a bit of a growl.
Very intense dart player, but the nicest guy in the world. You know, one of that you cross the white line and he's right game heads on now. Still got a 50-point lead plus these. Do with a big treble. Wow. 121 it is then. Oh no, he's coming downstairs, so that puts paid to that idea.
Yeah, there weren't 3 very good darts.
Yeah, they've had a couple of opportunities in this leg to strike back and really put a foothold into the leg, and it just hasn't happened, has it? I feel a ton 40 or even higher here, and they're really in the box seat, and here we go with that. Exactly, there's a higher than a 140 or 180.
Wonderful darts from Mario Robert. And the Costas and Shepper pairing beginning to falter.
Okay, different way of going. Triple 20 would leave double 8. 56 left.
I think the only reason you go that way is if you fancy tops.
Yes. Yeah, very true. But as it is, Mario Robb can take 56 and put himself and Willy van der Wiel into the last 1-2-8 if he can pin tops, which he couldn't.
Not for the want of trying. They were
No.
2 really good efforts at tops.
Like the thinking here, should go 25. All the right action, shall we say, but it ended in not meaning a lot because Willy van der Wiel has hit the double top, and it's himself and Mario Robb that make it into the last 1-2-8 of the Dutch Open Pairs 2024.
We rejoin you just as we've seen a bus shot there in this match between Jeremy van der Winkel and Jurjen van Os. They're playing Jan Timmerman and Danny Holt, and Jeremy van der Winkel has just made it 2-0. He's just broken the throw, so they're one leg away from getting through to the last 1-8, just as we've seen from Mario Robert and from Willy van der Wiel. We played some decent stuff in the match we saw from them earlier on. They already look to be firmly in control and command of their own destiny. This is Danny Holt throwing, which sound very Dutch, to be perfectly honest. Sounds more like a League One footballer than a Dutch darts player. Jan Timmerman is his teammate. A couple of 140s for the Vogel Pickers, which is their chosen team name by the sounds of things. Not going to make it 3 in a row, but Van der Winkel is hoping for a treble to tidy that up. It doesn't look like it's going to cause them too many problems with minutes of 99, 96 and 26 from their opponents. Still plenty of games going on in this TV lane. You can see 5 boards there operating simultaneously, and the stream will just pick up whichever one they fancy, as well as any of the 200 boards we've got around the venue here at the Dutch Open. Just a massive operation, and I suppose at some point we've got to pay tribute to all the staff here who've helped rig it. We've set up all the iPads with the Dart Connect system, all the staff here, all the players that have come, all the markers, people who've set up our production office. It's a massive operation that takes an awful lot of work.
Most certainly is. And they all do it all again on Saturday night. That literally stripped out all of the boards in the room that we're in, so that we can have the finals on stage with a crowd of 2,000 people on seats and tables. So it's just a well-oiled machine is the only way to really describe it. As I said to you before, down with Paul Engelbertink and Patrick will have literally got an inch-thick booklet of everybody knows exactly where they're meant to be at every point of the day, and you know, testament to the success of the tournament.
Testament to the success of Van der Winkel and Jurjen van Os. It's teeing up nicely for us this evening. They are 3-0 winners against Timmerman and Holt, and as you can see at the bottom end of your screen, Jobo about to get themselves back in action. Winners in their last match, which you went to go watch, and as me and Anthony were talking on comms, they were okay in their performance, but maybe there's improvement to be found somewhere along the line.
Yeah, I think they played really nicely in the first game, okay in the second game. That last game was they came off and were okay, but look, we won the game. That's and as we said, that's always a good place to be. Might have to up the ante a little bit here. Marlene Noyens is the player throwing at the dartboard at the moment.
Yeah, she's partnering Caitlin Stavast. Who's throwing the dart now. It's a lovely rapport between Bo and Joe.
There is indeed.
Two sets of players just about to bull up, I think.
Yep.
It will be the Dutch to go first.
One of Joe's best singles performances was at in Romania a few years ago, where she lost in the semi-final to Marlene Noyens. So I wouldn't say it's revenge, but Joe remembers things like that. I think all players do, don't they?
I think every good sports person remembers where they went wrong, because it means they remember how they can learn from it.
Yeah.
This
Good
is
start.
the last 32 stage of the women's pairs. Really getting towards the business end now. Both the Dutch ladies throwing are quite methodical in their style.
Yeah.
From an early glance.
Yeah, very true. Bow back in the treble. Again, frustrated that her first dart landed bang in the middle of the treble and she only scored a ton. It's a remarkable attitude to have, isn't it? I'll be chuffed to bits with a ton. But hopefully Jo can follow up here. But in a good place in the first leg. Yeah, good ton. Down to 381 in a good commanding position in this first leg.
Yet to lose a leg so far in this tournament.
Oh, don't say that.
I'm just the stats man. Gotta give the viewers all the information they need.
Ton, oh, so 96 ton, I should say, from Bo Greaves.
Yeah, it's been a good start from the English team.
Bojo could catch on, you know. What are those Edwards brothers that ended up? Who were those two? Jedwood. It's a bit like that, is it? Or I hope not. Ah.
Well, they've got better hair than them.
Joe will take that. As you say, very deliberate. Caitlin Stavast, I think. 255 then for Bo. Hasn't failed to hit a big treble in any one of her 4 visits to the board.
Yeah, it's remarkable consistency that she's showing. This would be a monster checkout.
Would have been. Treble 18 would be good. Or go your own way, Joe. 81 will be fine.
Maybe she's thinking that Bo needs the extra challenge.
What, a double 17?
Double 17, yeah.
Maybe there is that.
For tops.
Don't do what she did in the last game.
Do that instead.
Yes, indeed. For last game, if you didn't see it, Bo wanted 110. It treble 20, treble 18 first 2 darts, which then couldn't understand why the marker had already put a big X on the board. Just for a split second, she didn't quite realise what happened. And then came wandering back very sheepishly downstairs. I do like Bo's attitude to when a dart goes below the treble, or it goes, where are we talking? Below the treble 19, she twitches.
Yeah.
There's no trying to get round that dart. It's almost like it's a thought-out plan. If that goes there, I'm doing this. I'm not saying if it fell a bit lower in the treble 20, not that it will with Bo, but you get what I mean. There's a plan there. That's a bit unfortunate. 80 floor.
Yeah, I think that was just going to hit the single 20, but yeah, nevertheless, 80, still a decent return.
Yep. Definite walk on her last dart there, Marjorie. Almost falling over with that last dart now. Bow back in the treble. Disappointed yet again to have gone underneath with the second one.
No disappointment with the third.
No, absolutely not. So can Caitlin follow up on her 140 of her previous throw in this leg? Very focused, steely-eyed. I'm not sure. Joe coming down the board now as well. Used to play on 19s a lot, but when oh, good grief, what are we talking, 15 years ago, she was a 19s player and very rarely played on the 20s. And I remember a tournament we went to in Hampshire where the 19s weren't going, and she went up and hit a 180 with her first throw at the 20s and has been playing 20s ever since. But has always got the backup of knowing that she's been a 19s player in the past and been good at it. So.
Well, it's always really handy to be able to have those secondary routes of attack.
100%. It's the Eileen de Graaf thing that no one's even questioning it now. If Eileen decides she's going to play on 19s, it's as strong as it is on the 20s. Other players, if they start switching to 19, and I'd say pretty much any other player that switches to 19s, they'll be thinking, oh, really, they don't fancy this. Yep. 17, Joe. 187. Needs a 17 really, or perhaps the 20s. And stay at the 20s. Or hit a treble 5.
Yeah, it's a rare
That's a bit of a wayward left. 4 left, I think they call that, don't they? Is that a shank or a pull? I'm not a golfer, so.
It could be both, I think.
Oh, can it? Okay. 172 then. 140 to leave 32 would be handy. Not going to be the case. But down to 112. In charge of this leg, but should Caitlin hit a couple of trebles here, it makes it very interesting. An 81 would leave 129. Oh, that looks like it's in. 78 was it? Yeah.
Oh, leaves the champagne shot. Can still go. Treble 19 for Bull.
To leave 80. 132 then. Should be looking at the Bull first start here. That ends the chances of finishing this leg. Real movement with every dart, isn't there?
Yeah, it's quite subtle movement, but it is still movement nonetheless. Go for the 18s now.
Bow needs tops. Great dart. So you're not a fan of being on 80. We've spoken about, and that's got to be the same for a lot of players where their darts just stand up a little bit, because you don't want to go too near the top for blocking the tops, do you?
When I said should go for 18s, that's what I would have said if Stavast had the darts on 106. Just testing you. Rhian O'Sullivan and Chris Savary 1-0 up against Melanie Vermaas and Laura van den Berg in another last 32 game in the women's.
Getting to the business end now of the ladies, isn't it? I think Lorraine and Paige Pauling are still going. Eileen and Anchor. So coming down to the 19s, going back again. Hasn't been vintage Jobo, but enough at this moment in time to be getting them through, albeit that has put a bit of a hole in the Nguyen and Stavast score.
Yeah, it's mid-70s averages right now for Jobo.
It's really going to catch on, that.
Jobo?
Yeah.
You think so?
It's going to trend.
Having a bit touch of leftitis at the moment, Joe. (42 and 31 in this particular leg. Even Stevens with the Dutch pair throwing. But you just know at any point that Bo could just hit a max and suddenly the complex, the look of the leg is completely different. Even a 140 there has made a massive difference. 100 behind now. Pressure on the opponents as well, knowing that who you're playing against. Do you think that Bo's got to that place in darts now where she's a leg up because of her name as much as anything else?
Yeah.
Oh, different. Different way of getting 60. Like
Yeah.
practicing your doubles early.
Yeah, Bo's probably the only player in the women's game that has that genuine explosivity where she can hit back-to-back 12 darters and make it look like nothing at all.
I think it will be very interesting to see Lisa play this year. She was still off at Lakeside. She was still off the back of the operation that she'd had. Relatively, it wasn't that far back from the Lakeside. Only sort of 6 weeks ago, I think she had the operation on her elbow. So it'll be interesting because I think she can do that. And Dita then, when you see what she did last week against Lorraine Hyde, when she beat her 5-0 in the, and she literally didn't miss a thing. And as referee, you just felt she's going to hit every single thing, and she did. So, but on a regular basis, I don't disagree with you at all. That the Bo's the one that you just think that is going to be at any time anything could explode. 112 points away from a last 16 place. And that almost felt like a bit of a throw of resignation there. Been very purposeful all the way through, but that felt a little bit of just a chuck at the board. 12 left, double 6. Joe said after the last game, it's about time I hit a double because I haven't hit one in the last 2 games, so well. 114 scored.
Should go bullseye.
Yes,
Yeah,
should go bullseye. It's unlucky. Good thinking. Very unlucky. 121 scored. 25 would have left to finish. 7, of course, doesn't. Double 6 then for Joe. Oh, wow. Not quite sure what Bo's expression was telling us then, whether she wanted her to go for that or bust it.
There were 2 really well thrown darts at double 3.
Yeah, telling Bo to take it out. I think you just might have caught that on the camera effects. Mic effects, I should say. 1 for double 1 then. Double 1. What's occurred there? Oh, she has hit it.
She has
there we go.
taken it out. Of course she has.
Yeah,
She's
of course.
Bo Greaves.
Yeah, exactly that. So last 16 it is then for Bojo, as you've now renamed them.
That's 4 3-0 wins in a row.
It is. It is, it is.
It is turning into a magnificent day for Jobo. Rolls and Greaves through now to the last 16 of the women's pairs.
Indeed, I think that the averages may need to improve from there, but they'll be just happy to get through to that 16. And it's amazing when you see 2 players wander up that you're going to play against and you think, oh, we've got a game on here, that can focus the mind a bit. We'll see.
We are coming now to the Battle of Wales v Holland. Well, we were, but Wales has just won.
They have.
Chris Savary pinning the all-important double. So her and Rhiannon O'Sullivan, 3-0 winners against Melanie Vermaas and Laura Vandenberg. They too booked their places in the last 16. Well, the matches just keep on coming here in Assen at the Dutch Open 2024 men's pairs competition. Now, we're going to get our first look at a couple of guys who dropped off the PDC Tour last year, one of them being a former WDF #1 player in the Belgian, Brian Roman. He's partnering Damien Ball, who had probably the most agonising Q school out of everybody, because he dropped out late on the last day after being dumped out early in the competition. And they're playing Timo van den Brink and Vincent Bouwman. It will be Timo to throw first, the last 256 stage of the tournament. Another game where you would perhaps expect the added experience of Damien and Brian to take them through, although a visit of 15 is not an ideal start for Damien.
Brian Roman went across to the PDC as the #1 at Lakeside. He was unlucky to get beat at Lakeside on when he was the #1 seed, and went across on, I think we all had, I say, high hopes for him in the PDC, but it just didn't play out at all, did it? It was a little bit surprising, if I'm honest.
Yeah, he could never quite get going in the PDC. He didn't have too many big runs in tournaments.
No.
He did have a notable run towards the end of last year in one of the Euro Tours in Jena, where he beat Nathan Aspinall en route to a quarter-final place, but they were all too few and far between, and that's why he lost his card at the end of the year. But he's using it as an opportunity to go and spread his wings. He's been playing modus. He's probably going to try and play as many WDF events as possible, and it's an international relationship with Damien Moll, hence the lack of a flag you can see on the graphic. Netherlands and Belgium. Quite a few of Damien's darts early in the piece spraying into the 5s, which is not necessarily a great sign. But Vincent and Timo exactly pulling up trees right now.
No, they certainly aren't. The highest score so far is 60 after 3 turns each. Whereas Roman and Moll have struck a ton on 3 occasions. Soon to be 4. Commentator's curse.
The dreaded 5 leaves a bogey. Not that it's particularly consequential at this stage with Baumann and Van der Brink on 301. Well, if you want to get a score over 60, just hit a double.
Absolutely. That's a good lead. 24 left from 165. Bit of a smile on their face. Timo having a bit of a smile that they've eventually found the treble 20. But this leg is done and dusted as Damien Moll strikes the double 12.
Yeah, that was more of a grimace than a smile after hitting the double 12. Thinking finally.
Against the throw as well.
Damien a little bit like Brian in that big runs in PDC tournaments were far too uncommon. That's why he dropped off the tour. Was looking good at Q School as mentioned, but had a poor last day and ended up losing out. He ended up on the same number of points as Wesley Plysier. I think they were the last 2 or the first 2 players that didn't get cards. Pairs tournament is fantastic practice for all the players that are entering the singles tomorrow. If you thought it was busy today in the venue, just wait till tomorrow when there's 5,000–6,000 dart players loitering around.
Indeed, you're likely to see the first round as they start around about 10 o'clock. You're in the round of the 4,096, which is just lunacy. But true. Tendency to fling out his left arm as that last dart leaves his hand, doesn't he? He's been the stronger player of the pair in this second leg so far, albeit Brian Roman's only had 2 throws with 60 and 29.
Yeah, if there is a criticism of Brian Roman's game, it's that when things aren't going his way, he can start to get really erratic, and you can see through his body language that he almost feels like he's been defeated. Can't afford to do that here, because you're not just then letting yourself down, you're letting your partner down.
No, that's
as
true,
well.
yeah, it's a different dynamic, isn't it? To be fair to him, his partner's ploughing on. 59, 184 and 135. Found the treble 19 to leave 114. Should be playing the 19s here. That's a nice dart. Very strange throw and blown the chances of leaving a finish with that last dart 3. Okay, double 11. Whoa, well, I've not seen that before. I'm not sure. I'm trying to work out what the benefit of going ball 114 is. 89 if you're at a 25.
Well, it worked. That's all I can say.
Yeah. Answers on a postcard. 114. Bullseye. 42 double 11. Interesting.
That's one of those shots where I'm guessing as a referee, as soon as you see the first start plumbing the ball, you have hot sweats then and think, oh my God, what's he doing?
Step back and just look at the whole board to see where the next dart lands. Albeit, I guess with 64, the opponent was on a finish, so he had to go for 14. But certainly at his speed as well, the fact that he did go somewhere which, well, certainly I would not have been expecting in any way, shape or form. So if it's a 25, he leaves 89, so he's got to hit a treble and a double. So 114 going for a 20, got to hit treble 18 and a double. Yeah. Whatever, it's 2-0.
Yep, that's ultimately the only important stat. And it looks considerably better than their opponents, Timo van den Brink and Vincent Baumann. Just trying to put up a bit of resistance now, but visits of 60, not really going to do that.
I think it's fair to say that Damien has been the star of the two on this occasion, but occasionally you need that. You know, your partner needs, if they can step up, you can afford to have a game off on the odd occasion. Doesn't always need both players to be at full express to land a game or even a title in a pairs match. If one of them's playing extremely well.
Yeah, Damien's sprinkled a bit of stardust in the last two legs, and ironically, he's got a chance where he could go 14s and 11s again.
Or he could go 17s. He's decided to go ones. I wouldn't have gone that way, to be fair. 28 leaves 96. 36 left. Okay.
Nicely played.
One thing I would say is you can count. And quickly. Brian Roman's not been averse to going strange, or strange or different, I should say. Some would call it strange, perhaps it is strange different ways in the past. But 18 and double nines, not out of the ordinary when you want 36, and it's enough to win the match for Moll and Roman. They are through to the last 1-8 with a 3-0 victory.
Back now to the women's pairs between Eileen de Graaf and Anke Zylstra on one side. And then we've got mother and daughter, Adriana van Wijgerden Vermaeten, Erin van Wijgerden. So we've had all sorts of relations here today in the Dutch Open pairs. We've had brothers, we've had father and son, and now we've got mother and daughter. We've even had spouses against each other.
We have.
What a tournament.
We have indeed. Both good players. And Erin's throw, she almost takes the dart back behind her head before she lets go. Eileen doing what Eileen does, deciding to have a bit of a throw at the 19s. See the Irish in the shirts, Dutch-Irish descendancy in the family.
Yeah, you don't see many of them, do you?
No, that's not a common theme, is it? Sorry, it's Adriana. How far the dart goes, almost behind her ear, I think. In fact, it does. I think she must touch her back with a dart before it comes over.
The problem is, if that goes wrong, it could go way high, way low, way left, way right.
Yeah.
Much more standard action from Aaron. I think if you're looking at throw technique out of the 4 we've got today, probably look at Anke Zylstra as the model to follow.
Can't disagree with that. In the top 16 of the ladies now, and our first result there is that Lorraine Winstanley and Paige Pauling have beaten Astrid Trauberst and Lorena Rietbergen 3-0. So the English pair are the first into the quarterfinals, and a very good pair, I would suggest they will be.
Yeah, we're getting to that stage of the tournament now where we can start to plot who comes next. And I think, if I'm reading the draw right, they could potentially play Sophie McKinley and Lorraine Hyde.
Yeah.
Mr. Rolls is just fact-checking for me.
I'm looking at that. So they're in the bottom half of the draw, aren't they? So 2, 4, 6, 8. Yes, you're right. It's either Sophie McKinley and Lorraine Hyde or Floorte van Zanten and Iona van Emden. They are the options there. The winners of Eileen de Graaf, Anke Zylstra and the Verdien Vermaat team will play the winner of Timmermans and Verden or Bojo in the quarter-final. So Brianna O'Sullivan and Christine Savary they will be playing Natalia Bajerman and Tessa Hollander in the last 16. And indeed, Sophie McKinley and Lorraine Hyde have already won. They've qualified for the quarterfinal. They won 3-0 against the Dutch pairing of Van Zenten and Van Emden. All becoming very edgy towards the end. Well, certainly is for someone who's got an interest in the tournament. 2-2 for Anke Zylstra. We saw them messing around on 4s, 2s and 1s earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, it was 4-4 where I think it was Anke that actually ended the leg there. This will be good. 12. Lovely finish.
Had to check in with our marker there. I think, is that first leg that Anke and Eileen have lost?
I believe so, yeah. Yeah, it is.
There we go.
Good going there. Took until the 5th game for that to happen.
Is that what they're in the 5th game now, is it? Well, yes, of course. I should imagine there are a few of the pairs left in that haven't lost a game. A leg, I should say. I would imagine that Paige Pauling and Lorraine Winstanley could be in that bracket, I'm sure.
We're getting to that stage of the afternoon as well where, because these players have been on the feet most of the day, the fatigue might start to set in.
Yep. Indeed, they've won 5 games and they've won all 5 3-0, Lorraine and Paige Pauling. So good dart from Eileen de Graaf there, cementing a healthy 200-point lead. Adriana, a lovely 66 finish at the back end of leg 2. Since then, it's a little bit wayward. of these treble 19s, look at them go in. And there's all three.
Yeah, she's so good at just finding a 171 out of absolutely nothing, and she's left it really nice and handy for Anke Zylstra.
Should go 18s here, yeah. Big 12 or a big 20? Or a little 12, that's as good. Good aim.
Double 10 now for Eileen de Graaf. She goes inside. Didn't use the second dart as a marker, and it did look an inviting marker as well.
It did. So one thing with this pair has just been good thinking, I think, from Anke. They're doubling, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they're back on double one again.
Yeah, I think particularly with Eileen, there's nothing wrong with the scoring game.
Yeah.
It's all about closing out legs. That was very safe. That was right in. It's amazing how many times you see that, where a player is so wildly inaccurate on the first start at double, yet the second one just planted straight in.
What is it they shout in the pub? 1 over, 1 in or something, I think is a saying that I've certainly heard in the pub game.
But it's something that Pup said when we were doing our games earlier.
Yeah. Scout, marker and dart or something like that. The first one's a scout, the second one's a marker, and the third one bangs the double. Lots of sayings within the dart. 2-2s never lose, and goodness knows whatever else. Here we go from Anke Zylstra.
Trying the treble 19 route again, but this time not as successfully. Then switches back up to treble 20 and hits it. Jobo back in action, and they're 1-0 up. Bo kicks off the second leg with a 180. And a second visit.
There's another 180. Good darts from Eileen. Just as it was looking as though it was going to be a close leg.
Not sure they're playing in the TV lane.
No, I don't think they are. I think they're out on an outside board.
They're forced to mingle.
Eileen's, sorry, Anke's chance to hit a 180. I think they are on one. Looking at anyway.
She's got 117 left. It'd probably be more useful to go to the 20s. Now back down to the 19s.
Yeah, I like that choice. 19 and leaving 98 is awkward, isn't it? It's horrible.
Zylstra now wants treble 14. Well, she's made a bit of a mess of this.
Treble 13 would leave double 12. Single 13 needs 50. Not that Anke will, Eileen will go for the ball.
162 is a bogey number, so there's nothing that the Vigerdens can do about this. 50 remaining. All the fives for Adriana. Now Eileen de Graaf to finish the game off. Well, that's not a great start to a potential match-winning checkout. That was near to the treble.
And that's
right in the double 16, and Eileen de Graaf and Anke Zylstra are into the quarterfinals of the women's pairs. Adriana and Erin didn't put up enough resistance throughout the contest. Eileen and Anke continue to be difficult to stop. 3-1 winners, and they're through to the quarterfinals. Back now to Mario Robert and Willy van der Wiel. They're playing Silko Visser, Teun de Jong. This is the last 1-8 stage, so obviously we had more men's pairs, so that's going to finish quite a bit later than the women's side of the draw. So some good darts, particularly from Mario in their last match. Silko Visser, one of the few survivors rocking the t-shirt and jeans look.
Yes. Come away from the. We thought we'd come away from the t-shirts and jeans. To your point.
You know, we should hand out a prize actually for the last standing person who is wearing jeans.
Yeah, that's a choice. I still think we should hand out a prize to the clog wearers, that they have to be the ones to...
Best outfit.
Definitely. It's very unlucky. 1-4-6 then for Willy van der Wiel, with their opponents down on double 10, who's not going to be taking that out. And Bojo have just lost their first leg of the tournament. They unfortunately decided to take 12 darts to try and get rid of 40 and failed between them, and they've lost the leg.
Well, there's some pretty vocal support for Teun de Jong and Silko Visser. Quite a nice throw, I think, Silko. Nice and smooth, straight down the line.
So is this man, Mario Rob. Played very well.
The Mario Rob throw reminds me a little bit of a quickened up Ryan Joyce, in that the arm's very high up in the air, comes back to the forehead
like that,
almost.
Yeah. Well, Vinny won't be happy with that, just the 13. A lot of left-handed players. You mentioned it earlier today. A lot of them. Found that treble again.
.360s and an 85 for the t-shirt wearing pair.
T-shirt wearers. Love it. Willie, on the other hand, has had 2 throws in this leg, one of 13 and one of 28. Fortunately, his partner's found 2 tons, so it's still a relatively even leg, but certainly making up for his partner in this row as well with a maximum.
Yeah, wonderful play from Mario Robert.
The law of averages tells me that Willy van der Wiel won't be scoring a silly score this time around. That's awkward. Interesting that he's walked around it rather than coming down. He's coming down now.
Annoying when the dart dips below the treble on 280, because it's one of those score lines where you really need to stay straight.
Yeah.
You've got to just try and maneuver around it.
Very true. 55 might not be enough here. Indeed it might. Tuan de Jong. That's 107.
It's only 45, so real advantage now for Silko Visser. Treble 17, leaves double 18.
Oh,
That's a brilliant shot. The roars and applause continue.
A lot of roaring, a big fan base that the guys have brought with them. Visser and Jong. Joe have got themselves 2-1 in front. Joe actually a double top, win that third leg. Oh wow, that was a real snatch there, but good dart. Good 1-2-1. Got to win this leg or it's good night Vienna.
Yeah, Willy van der Veel just beginning to show what he can do. It's been all too slow from him so far.
Yes, Mario Rob's been carrying his partner along and it just hasn't quite been enough. So he does now need his partner to come to the party. Very vocal in the TV lane area now.
Yeah, we're getting a real mix because we can hear the FX from the TV lane, but we've also got the roaring in the main venue just beneath us.
Yeah, very true.
Sometimes don't know what's what.
And it's only going to get louder as you get down to those last 8 and last 4.
.140 gets Visser and Jong back in this leg.
94. Yes, double top. Oh my word.
Well, he's a lucky boy.
And he is a lucky boy. 143. 58 to leave 85, but it's double 10 then for Mario Rob. Double 5. Going to need to hit this, you'd suggest. Visser has been pretty lethal on his finishing, and it's not to be for Mario Rob. So Silko Visser has the chance on 85. Which way, Dan? 15s or 19s?
I think he's going to go for 19s.
There we go. That's the game.
Yeah, I think he's going to go 15, treble 20, double 5. What a finish from Silko Visser. What a performance from him and Tuan de Jong. I'll tell you something, they could be a team to watch. An average of 80, defeating some experienced campaigners in Mario Rob and Willy van der Veel. 3-0 win for Silko Visser, Tuan de Jong. Back we are then in the men's pairs. And it is the pair who opened the show here on the streaming board. Michael Stewart and Christian Kist in the last 1-2-8. So they've still got plenty of hoops to jump through if they are to go and get the victory today. They're up against Dan Brender and Elvis van Blutterswijk. Christian Kist, as we mentioned right at the start of the show, the 2012 BDO World Champion. Someone who possibly would have had an even better career had he not been plagued by injury problems. He's had issues with his arm and his shoulder over the years, and issues that got so bad that there were times when he was almost having to fight back tears on stage because he was playing in that much pain. So it's really good to see him make a full recovery. Can still sometimes be a few little niggles in the shoulder, but he is a player who still has lots of ability. Defeated, as mentioned, in round 1 by Luke Littler at Alexandra Palace. He didn't actually play badly himself, but he was just caught in a bit of a whirlwind, and he's not playing badly here, trying to get the game's first maximum. Good scoring so far between Kist and Stewart.
Third time on the TV lane for Christian Kist. Well, certainly third time that I've seen him, and they've dealt with the previous opponents really quite smoothly, if I'm honest. And he hasn't got himself a bad partner, it has to be said here as well.
Yeah, that's back-to-back 140s from Michael Stewart. Kist looking for 18 and tops. Drags it quite low of the target, but Elvis van Blutterswijk a long way back on 245. Has to hit a treble to leave a finish, and he doesn't.
Stoughton with the chance for double 10. Just had a quick glance at the score there. I think it was I'm going to have a bit of a go at this double 10, but I'm not going inside type of dart.
Yeah, quite tentative.
Oh, we've gone back to the tracksuit top. Tracksuit top and jeans.
Double 10 is pinned for Christian Kist. I'm not really sure I can play in a tracksuit top.
No.
Surely the material would be too clingy and you wouldn't be able to manoeuvre your arm as
That was
much
my
as you'd
feeling.
like. It can't be cold in there. There's too many people, surely.
Absolutely.
Can just see when we do go to the wide shot that on the adjacent board we've got Noeline van Leuven and Priscilla Steenbergen. They're in action against Lorraine Winstanley and Paige Pauling. Women's draw getting really to the latter stages now. Some quarterfinals have already been decided.
They certainly have. In fact, all of the quarterfinals have been decided. Eileen de Graaf and Anke Zylstra against Jo Rolls and Bo Greaves. Rhiannon O'Sullivan and Christine Savary will play Sophie McKinley and Lorraine Hyde. As Dan has just said, Lorraine Winstanley and Paige Pauling play Priscilla Steenbergen and Noeline van Leuven. And Wibke Reimann and Julia Seik will play Anne-Catherine Wigman and Ina Rademacher in an all-German affair as the last game in the quarterfinals.
So we are guaranteed at least one German in the semi-finals, or two Germans, I should say.
Yes. A bit of a steward's inquiry on the scoreboard here at the moment, just being corrected, I think. All is good. And our good friend Michael Stoughton has just come off a 180.
again, 180 would leave tops. He does look a really good player. Scoring's all there.
There's something about left-handers when they're good. It's David Gower. Was as an England batsman was always the player you wanted to watch as an England player. That's a left-hander. Just Ben Stokes. When they play the shots, it just looks. I don't know what it is about why a left-hander looks just that little bit more fluid or fluent.
Left footers as well.
Yeah,
they always seem a bit more cultured.
Yeah, yeah. Good 90. Still not enough to leave a finish though, and this man, oh, he's even showing off now. Look, he's. Well, maybe not. And I praised him last time around for good board management, but not so sure that was the wisest thing to have done.
Very Luke Littler to hit the tops first on 60.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't think that was the intention, but when you do have 60 in hand with 3 darts, you want to be as far away from the treble as you possibly can be. Christian Kiss wants to be as close to double 2 as possible, and he lands right in it with Bender and Blitterswijk back on the big fish.
By the way, what a fabulous name.
Yeah,
Elvis van Blitterswijk. That's a good Dutch name.
I will still maintain that the very best name in darts is a Canadian man who plays on the CDC. Goes by the name of Kashmir Ventura.
Wow.
That's a wrestler's name.
Kashmir
Ventura.
Ventura, as in Forteventura.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or I was thinking more Ace Ventura.
Ace Ventura, yeah. Yeah, true. Sorry. As Dan mentioned, the game between Van Leuven and Steenbergen, Winstanley and Pauling is underway on the board next to these gentlemen. This is where it always gets, I think, quite tough on the TV lane, because you get more and more spectators coming in and sitting in the crowd. And when, for example, the winning dart goes in on any leg in a leg, there's a bit of a cheer and a bit of a hoo, and everybody's, oh, what's going on? If you're the person throwing, to maintain your concentration, having said that, of course, that's no more than we've got in front of us, Dan, which is the 100 boards or whatever. There are not as many boards being played on. Clearly, we're down to the sort of last knockings, if you like, at the tournament.
Well, there's the crowd you can see.
Wow, yes. But the crowd in front of us in the main auditorium as well is still pretty big behind some of the players. And fairly, obviously, behind a lot of the Dutch players in particular.
I can't get it into my head what it's going to look like tomorrow when there's a lot more people here. It's going to be mental.
It is. .98 then for Christian Kiss, treble 18 for double 12. 20 to leave his partner Michael Sturton, with the chance of putting them into the last 64. I must have confessed, when we were on the last one, 2048 and 1024, I was sitting there thinking, how the hell are we ever going to get there? And what, we're at 17:09, I think, in the afternoon here, local time. Double 10.
Maybe one final flourish for Dan Bender. Does get down to a finish, but it's a very, very big ask now. Are they even going to get a shot? They are. Kiss makes the choice to bust, which is entirely sensible.
Couldn't agree more. Very sensible.
Not too sure of the thinking there. He's left 99, which is not handy.
No, the only number under 100 where he's still going to take 3 darts to get out, and it won't matter because they won't get a shot.
Michael Sturton, arguably the better player.
Match, I would say, yeah.
Better player out of the two. Christian Kiss played okay, but I get the feeling that they could go far, and Michael Sturton maybe underestimated because he's not as big a name as Christian Kiss, but it is another 3-0 victory for them against Daan Bender and Elvis van Bitterswijk. So the match that we touched upon briefly in the Sturton Kiss match, we're turning our attention to now. And as you can see, Lorraine Winstanley and Paige Pauling a leg up on Priscilla Steenbergen and Noah Lynn van Leuven. So a real interesting clash with Steenbergen and van Leuven earlier on against Tori Kewish and Karin ten Kate. Steenbergen and Kewish, wife and wife. They recently got married, but they were against each other as Lorraine Winstanley whacks in a 180. That's a 180 apiece in this leg. And van Leuven's got one as well. Come on, Priscilla.
3 180s in the leg. Priscilla might not get a chance because if Paige hits double 10, it's leg over. Interesting tactic that the English pair have adopted, which is that Paige is thrown first for the pair. She had the first 3 darts, the 180. Gonna bust there, I think. Yeah.
With that very unique throw that
Yes.
she's got. I can't help myself but talking about it whenever I watch her because it still amazes me that she's as good as she is.
Pressure on Paige here. Ooh. Yeah, double 7. And a chance then from absolutely nowhere. Priscilla Steenbergen can hit double 16 and level us up, having been 320. Where are we looking at? And she's hit it. Wow.
Right in the bottom corner.
In the 360s as Lorraine and Paige went down to their finish. Crazy game, crazy game.
Another 180. Indeed it is. Paige Pauling kicking off a second leg in a row with a max. I must admit, Nick, this is actually the first time I've seen her play, and
Paige.
early signs are very good, yeah.
Incredible, isn't it? Nodding in the background because that's to look at Paige's face. And Lorraine now an ambassador for the youth through Target and doing a fabulous job. She's thoroughly enjoying working with the youngsters as well. And very clearly can still throw a mean dart herself.
180, 140 and a ton. This is
rude.
Brilliant scoring. That's a slip from Noah Lynn.
Yeah, is there anything about Lorraine's throw that should work?
Nothing, because even the pullback,
yeah,
it goes. It's like you know, at the amusements, the arm, the claw that gets the teddy bears. It's like that. It's kind of. It's like an Etch-a-Sketch.
Good
it's just
evening,
very
Lorraine.
angular.
I'd just like to point out that I was not the one that called you the arm of a claw.
And if you do watch back, Lorraine, I did say you were amazing.
Yes, he did. He did. Lorraine's got a game face on, it would be true to say.
Well, they're a long way in front, and it's against the darts.
Yeah, I think there's from Lorraine's point of view, I felt, and I'm sure she'll kick me if I'm wrong here, I felt over the last couple of years she's needed something to play for, and actually playing with Paige now gives her, I want to help Paige because she is the next Lorraine Winstanley or the next Dita Hedman or the next Bo Greaves, you know, to come through into the England team, into the seniors ladies team.
Yeah, she can get satisfaction from being a mentor.
100%, 100%.
And from getting tops if she can get it, down to double 10. No damage done yet.
No, time on their side, isn't it? There was time on their side. And Paige Pauling doesn't do fear. Yes, we're on 117 and just about to challenge you, but hey, not a problem.
Very direct, the throw. It's quick, good rhythm. Lot to like about Paige Pauling's performance.
Her father and her brother sitting in the back. You can just see over Priscilla's right shoulder. Couldn't get my shoulder right then. Paige Pauling at the age of 15.
What did you do at the weekend as she goes back to school? Oh yeah, played in the Dutch Open. Now what did you really do?
She'll be 16 in March.
Yeah, she'll probably have to hand in an absence note when she goes back. How do you explain that? Get Lorraine to co-sign it.
Well, this is it. You can hear the noise that's in the TV area. The game to the left of Lorraine and the girls is a men's pairs match.
It's like it's the Vogel pickers.
It is the Vogel pickers, yeah, I'd agree. Needs another treble, I'd suggest. Okay, 140. Oh.
Well, what I like about that's the composure. Didn't let the bounce out phase her, and then got a treble 20.
Flick one over the top into the 60, not to be. So a chance here for Lorraine, treble 18. Or will she go bull? I think treble 18. Oh yeah, she has gone the bull. 44 it is then. Paige just looking, double 16. Oh, and that was for a place in the semi-final.
We have really rattled through this women's pairs draw. As Noah Lynn van Leuven has to move a long way across for the target of tops.
Oh, right in the bed next door.
Yeah, she threw the dart too far across. Paige Pauling. This is a match dart herself. Double 4 now.
And there it is.
Gets it. Bottom corner. Paige Pauling and Lorraine Winstanley into the semi-finals of the women's pairs draw, and it was a brilliant performance, a great scoring display, particularly from Paige, just 15 years old, clearly a bright future in front of her, and it could be a really bright afternoon here in Assen as they look to go and get the women's pairs title. Across we go now to Joho, or Kojo, however you like it, to be honest. They've just gone a leg up against Eileen de Graaf and Anke Zylstra. And this as well for a place in the semi-finals, where they would play either Rhiannon O'Sullivan and Christine Savary, or Sophie McKinley and Lorraine Hyde. Very much a best of British quarter-final there between the Scots and the Welsh. This is all England and Holland.
It is indeed.
We were saying just off air before, or just after Bo and Joe's last match, that they need to try and pick their averages back up because they've not been at the best in the last 2 games.
No, agreed. They weren't, and that first leg was pretty decent, to be fair. So I think it had a 74, 77 average in that first leg. So a lot better. Than a bit of a nick, but they had 4 or 5 good scores at the end. Just about keeping them straight. Nicking a leg here and nicking a leg there. Eileen going back to her 19s. I think all 4 ladies in this game are all very well aware of what the others are about.
Yeah, I think with the overall pool of women's players not being bigger, the elite players play each other more often.
Yes, yeah.
So very well aware of what each other's capable of.
Yeah. Eileen and Bo obviously the number 1 and number 2 in the world, so perhaps it's a story of which of Anka or Joe helped their partner the most, so to speak, but that's been a little bit disrespectful to both of those as well, because they're more than capable as well. Left to finish, 161. With a treble here for Bo, not to be. So 6 starts from 161 for the Dutch pair. Game face Anka's got up there, definitely. Oh, 22 gives the English ladies a chance. If you can find the treble here. Coming down again. Great darts. Am I allowed to say that?
Of course you are.
Am I?
You're a proud,
Sorry, Anka,
you're a proud husband, mate.
Both for 82. I'm banking on bullseye here.
Yeah, it's a very manageable checkout, double chance checkout, because if you hit 25, you go 17 for tops.
Just inside. Great chance for Anka then. All the 20s. She'd love the treble 20 to hit the double 10. Yeah, got to keep the second one straight. Oh my goodness me. Trying to be too safe, I guess. So many times you see that happen. It's crazy, isn't it? Double 10 then. Up for double 5. She's never afraid of double 5, but that's gone into the 12. So chance for Eileen to level things up if she can find tops.
She can find double 10. Eileen de Graaf and Anka Zylstra level with Jo Rolls and Bo Greaves. They've only lost, or prior to this game, Bo and Jo had only lost 1 leg in the entire tournament. This is definitely a game where you'd expect it to go all 5 legs.
Yeah, there's a part of me wants it to, there's a part of me doesn't. Great start for Bo with a 180. Just a strike back of 35 from Eileen.
Thought she was going to switch then with the way the second heart was so close to dropping out.
Anka will be disappointed with the last one, especially when the first one's gone in the treble 20 as well as it did. And Bo in the last game, we saw her go 180, 180, and she's done exactly the same in this game. 180, 180, 2 throws. Incredible stuff. Talk about pick your partner, eh?
And as we'll labour the point, it was Bo that picked Jo.
Well, yes.
Having a chat in the background.
Yeah. 79 left it is then. No,
it might be, you know.
It can't be. It can't be. Oh
it
my God, this is absolutely unbelievable. That is absolutely incredible. Even
don't apologise, Bo. They're having an inquest now.
That is just amazing, amazing darts from the world champion. 3 throws in this leg, and all 3 have been 180s.
And now Eileen hits all the 3s with 15. Well, one of them must have been a treble then. Oh, go 18. Oh, you should have gone 18 because then it would have been 341s.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even though, of course, it wouldn't have made any sense mathematically, but.
So theoretically, if she hits tops here, she could not have done, with 1 dart, she could not have done more in this leg. Joe's gone and had a seat. Even the girls are.
Well, even we're clapping here in the comments box. That's unbelievable.
That is just insane.
It's so good. She's even getting a hug from Joe. Come on, Bo, do it again. Boo. Yeah, they felt the same.
Joe has, that has to be a record, doesn't it not? In a game of 701, for a player to hit 3 180s has got to be
in a pairs
540
match.
Points, or 580 points. Joe, you're not allowed to do that, and that's... I still have to have words. I've got to put my WDF hat on now, haven't I?
Was that the same but in Dutch?
Could have been. A number of years ago, Joe was involved in a very special game down in Breen Sands, where she partnered Martin Adams, and they played against Glenn Durrant, who may still be listening, and Claire Stamper, and they had a 9-darter against them. Glenn and Claire hit a 9-darter against Joe and Martin Adams. 180, 177, 144.
Oh, it didn't start from 701 then? I was
no, sorry,
right,
no,
yeah.
501.
Yeah.
They used to play 501 pairs, yeah. Sorry, yes.
Nice.
I can see you looking at me as if say, how the hell was that possible? now,
they have 4 darts each.
Yeah. Eileen playing really, really nicely in this leg. The English pair needing a real turnaround in this leg if they're going to get back into it to make it a 3-1 victory, but it's looking less and less likely. That's great darts.
It's looking more and more like final leg decider.
I don't think we've had a close leg either because of Bo's performance.
She just did it again.
Yeah, I know. I know.
That's better from Bo.
Yeah, maybe too little too late in this particular leg. 93, that leaves 84. Should be 60 and double 12. And it is 60 and double 12. 12 left. The only hope for the English ladies now is messing around on the doubles, which we have seen. But unless there are a couple of really big scores here, then they're going to have a fair few darts at doubles in this leg.
She is getting frustrated now, and it's understandable. I think she's seen the brilliance that Bo's produced, and she wants to try and help her as much as possible. Eileen busts,
Yeah,
good decision.
Yeah, definitely. Very good decision. 180 makes it interesting, I guess. Well, on a finish, if she gets a chance. Oh, you don't want to go inside here. And she hasn't, so keeping the first dart straight for me on 1-2-1 is absolutely vital, because if you hit a 20, you're still in the raffle. Obviously, you want to hit the treble 20. Felt that might have been a bit safe. Is it there? No, not to be. 37.84. Eileen's penchant for 19s might help her with the double 3.
Is that a blocker?
Oh, 79 then. I've got to say, damn, my heart is racing. 20 for tops. Oh my goodness me.
For a split second, I thought that was in. That was so close. Double 3. It looked unlikely with the lay of the first 2 darts from Anke. To book Joe and Bo's place in the semi-finals. Up now for double 5.
Wasn't to be.
I was thinking, could she even split this 2 for double 2, but she's straight at it.
That's in, isn't it?
She gets it. So we are going the distance then between Eileen de Graaf and Anke Zylstra, and Joe Rolls and Bo Greaves. The English pair do have the advantage of throw at least. Perfect first dart. Perfect second dart.
Oh,
another 180.
Goodness me, here we go again.
Scoring masterclass from Bo Greaves.
Come on then, Joe. Throw with a bit of confidence. That's not too bad. They were there and thereabouts, to say the least.
Poor visits from Eileen and Anke. Bo can just keep chipping away. Even one big treble a go is good enough. Still advantage Jobo.
It is.
It's 1-1 in the clash of the all-German quarter-final. Same scoreline between Rhiannon O'Sullivan, Christine Savary and Sophie McKinley and Lorraine Hyde.
Oof, big treble. Only 45 for Eileen though. So a near 200-point lead. Good dart, the good last dart there from Anka.
It's just about keeping them in touch.
I think so, but oh, she's at it again.
And the only reason that was a 140 is because the last dart deflected.
Yeah. 90 it is then for a place in the semi-final.
Doesn't have to go 20s.
'72, treble 16, double 12. 65, 25. That looks as though it's going to be a 7, I would imagine. Something like that, 7 or a 19. 46 is not too bad.
Well, you'd expect Bo to tidy up from here. Loads of options. Well, misses the big number. Double 16.
And that's the one. That is the one that puts the English pair into the semi-final.
Well, I mean, it was just a stunning performance from Bo Greaves.
It was.
All things considered. 180 after 180. 3 scoring visits in a row of 180. You do not see that very often, so savour it. It was absolute brilliance from Bo. She and Joe are into the semis. What a game this could be then, between two of the best performing pairs in the men's draw today. It is a last 64 clash, and we are beginning to whittle down players. The playing area in front of me is becoming more and more sparsely populated now as players exit the tournament. Wesley Plaisir and Christian Kiss, the big names, but they are being ably backed up by Denny Aldi-Coulter. Perhaps one of the surprise packages of the day in Michael Sturton. 25 then for Big Wes. Bullseye for Christian. So it is the second team that will go first. And it should be a very, very enjoyable encounter, this one. It was a few games ago now, but Denny Aldi-Coulter and Wesley Plaisir were seriously put under the pump. They did have to survive match darts in their game against Dennis Jonkman and Peter Klein. Maybe that was the scare that they needed. A bit of tension would help increase their performance. Christian Kiss doing his best Damien Ball impression there. All the fives. Plaisir opting to switch there after the first treble 20. Didn't like the lie of the dart, but it's this man, the left-hander, Michael Sturton. He's been very, very good in the pairs today. Really good scoring ability showcased. hard to rank these four in who the best player is. The rankings would say Plaisier. The pedigree and titles would say Kist. There's that scoring power. Almost neck and neck after 6 visits each. '84 does get Sturton and Kiss down to a finish, but I was going to make the point that Plaisier and Aldi Calter would have backed themselves to get to a better one. Not to be. No finish at all. Need to go treble 17, but he went hunting for it. And I always think that when a player does that, they are likely to go bullseye with the last dart. Straight ton leaves 95, but double 12 for Christian Kist. He and Michael Sturton lead this game by a leg to nil. We are still going first to 3, the slightly elongated format of 7:01. Wesley Plaisier, a winner in this venue, Winmau World Masters champion. Hoping to see that tournament make a return to the WDF calendar one day. And even though it doesn't look like all 5 boards are being used, decibel levels going up in the crowd. You can see behind the players, it's a packed house. Look like from that camera angle that anyone was making noise, but I can assure you that they are. Players have got to get used to this noisy atmosphere. They do want to end up progressing and playing big stage darts regularly. That comes with the territory as Wesley Plaisier knocks in a 180. On course for a break back. Double 12 for Denny. Oh, he's dragged that well low. He had to be careful. Didn't want to bust. 76 is the score, which leaves double 4. 138 Michael Sturton. It was the old-fashioned route. You tend to see players these days go for 2 treble 19s. To sneak that inside, and he does do. Wesley Plaisier and Denny Aldi-Calter level in this pair's last 64 match. Nice save by Christian Kist, but maybe a little bit concerned that quite a few of his darts are going leftwards. doesn't have that problem at all. Back-to-back 140s for him. I've got to say, though, I don't foresee us getting anything better than the back-to-back-to-back 180s from Bo Greaves that we saw here in Joe Roll's quarter-final win against De Graaf and Zylstra. It's another 140, Stoughton and Kiss, this time belonging to the former world champion. Triple 18. No, he stayed there. Double 13. I'm surprised he went that route, particularly with how much time they had on their side. Even a 180 here is not going to leave Denny and Wesley on a finish. Five and double 4. Double 2. I don't think Christian is going to be too grateful to Michael leaving the 13. Especially if Wesley fills this up. Fill it up he doesn't, but he still puts pressure on. It's not a favourite of any player. Double 2. Double 1. And gets it. The second time of asking. That must feel like a real sickener for Wesley and Denny, because the first dart offered no guidance at all. And that's how you respond. 2 big trebles. Denny almost coming out in sympathy then for Christian. Doubles the score, but not exactly anything to write home about. And Michael's drifting a little bit. Wesley looking to take command. And he does that with another maximum. Turning into a really good game, this one. Averages not too far apart. 90 for Wesley and Denny, 88 for Christian and Michael. Wants to keep this straight. Fails to do that, but they've got quite a gap now.
Sorry, Dan, had to go and see Mrs. Rolls and
She okay?
Ms. Greaves. Yes, a bit emotional after the game. Didn't feel she pulled her weight, but Bo's as chilled as Bo will ever be. Incredible. Witnessing a good game here by the looks of it. I've just clicked on Dart Connect and 290 averages.
Yeah, it's been good stuff so far. There's been a real sprinkling of excellent scoring, particularly from this man. 140 for Michael Stoughton. Straight ton here. Just get it. There is a match-winning chance for Christian Kist. Surely treble 14.
Left 58, but I'd say it's at the guaranteed 1 dart. Darts do stand up a little bit though, Dan. He went for the lower end of the 20. He's got away with it.
Yeah, a shot of 80 does not suit Denny in the slightest.
No.
You'd almost think you'd be better off going for the 16s, because there's not going to be a blocker then.
Yeah, you've got to hit a treble though. That's the downside to that. We've had many debates between myself, Marco, the guys, you know, as to whether that's the right thing to do, but it might all be irrelevant, and it is all irrelevant.
Michael Sturton and Christian Kist win the battle of the pedigreed Dutchmen, Wesley Plazier and Denny Coulter. The way they were playing earlier this afternoon, you would not have expected them to depart this early, but they have run into an inspired performance from Christian Kist and Michael Sturton in particular. What a player he's turning out to be. 3-1 victors against Wesley and Denny. We are now down to the semi-final stage of the women's pairs tournament here at the wonderful Assen Dutch Open. And we've got one of the brightest young prospects in the sport in Paige Pauling, paired with Lorraine Winstanley. They're taking on a rather little known, I think it's safe to say, German pair of Anne-Catherine Wigman and Ina Rademacher. So it could be the ideal contest for Lorraine and Paige Pauling. They will come up against the winner of Bo and Joe, or Sophie McKinley and Lorraine Hyde. It is the German pair who have got the darts. I was really impressed with particularly Paige Pauling in her last game. 85 score to open the scoring. And I think looking at how the draw has opened up, they might fancy their chances.
In case you didn't know, there are games also taking place on the TV in the men's last 16. You'll see it on the far right-hand side of your screen there. So I think it's probably a game that's just finished. I might be wrong though.
Yeah, my ears are bleeding a little bit now, I've got to say. There is a lot of whooping and hollering going on.
Interesting, the two German ladies played against a further German pair in the quarterfinals as well. In Wiebke Reimann, who was in the youth championship final at Lakeside in 2022, and Julia Siek. And then you have speak your words out, Nick. Steffi Luck from Germany reached the quarters of one of the Romanian tournaments last week. So ladies darts in Germany clearly not in a bad place at the moment.
Yeah, it's the first chance we've had to see these two. Ina Rademacher with the red hair.
Yes, I must admit I'm not familiar with the two players. I've seen them but not seen them play. Catherine definitely has a bit of a strange last dart. She throws her arms back as she releases that last dart. Paige is just rat-a-tat-tat, isn't she?
Ina's got a nice action. Nice follow through. I think Lorraine will look at this one and think, out of the four players, I'm the most experienced. I've been there and done it much more than the other three. So she's got that on her side.
To be fair, she's not having to speak to Paige Pauling at all, is she? Around, you know, keep your head or do X, do Y, just letting her play a game. And as I said earlier, I mean, it must be a big boost for Paige to be. Well, you're going first, by the way. Wow. You're Lorraine Winstanley, you've been in the World Championship final. So.
Another one. Oh, it would have left tops, but she dragged it wide. Double 19 was the target.
Seeing more and more people doing this on 110 now, the 19s and 17s. Treble 19, of course, would leave 53, then 13 in tops. Single 19 leaves 91, treble 17 in top. So, well scored. Got to be looking at 16 in the bull here. Or treble 16 and double 9. Don't think she entertained the treble 16, to be fair.
Yeah, it's probably better to go safe in that position. Double 16 then. Oh, and she's just dragged it low into double 7.
3 scored. There's 16 left. Double 9 coming in.
Deciding to go straight at it.
And there's that last arm goes as she lets go of that last dart.
Straight in double 8 for Paige Pauling. Not exactly a quick start, but the first leg's on the board. Break of throw as well. Bo Greaves and Joe Rolls have started their semi-final. Bo with the first darts thrown. What has she thrown?
Yeah, 180.
Okay.
There is an amount of noise around the TV lane. I did suggest this might happen a little bit later. We've got a men's game, as you can see, bottom left. Jimmy Van Schoo's playing in that game. Ski, I should say, is playing in that game. And there's also a men's game going down on the far end of the TV lanes there as well.
You know what you mean about the arm flinging back from Vigman. It's almost like a slightly less chaotic and violent version of what Richie Burnett does after the third dart.
Oh, nothing could be that violent. But yes, I agree. If you're stood within about 10 feet of Richie Burnett, there is a chance that you could have your teeth knocked straight out of your head with his back foot.
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing him, it's probably best advised to wear some shin pads.
There is that, yeah. Paige Pauling continues on her merry way. .61.34 and 99 from Paige. Just 28, but then 60 from Lorraine. She'd love to flick one in between, and it's not happened.
Still very much advantage to the English duo.
Still, you need a 180 there to pretty much catch up. So now with the added incentive of Mrs. Winstanley finding the treble 20 as well, it's looking very good for the English ladies.
Yeah, the German pair just putting up no resistance whatsoever.
Oof.
Double 2. Problem with that is she couldn't go and bust it, because then it leaves an awkward 75. You have to go for it in that situation.
Yeah, it's made it interesting now with that 140 to leave 75. Lorraine will want to pop the double one if she possibly can. Wasn't to be. Yeah, double 12. No messing about from these girls either, is there?
No, not far away. I wonder if Paige Pauling wanted this go at double 1 because I made this mess, I'm going to clear it up.
And thank you very much, she did exactly that. Bo Greaves has just taken out 9 to win the first leg in the other semi-final between England and Scotland. Long way to go, but it's 4 English ladies currently have a small foot in the final.
And then we look at the men's draw, and that's primarily Dutchmen.
I think Brian Roman and Damien Mol are from Belgium, or Belgium and Holland, I think, isn't it? Damien's from, yeah, they've just won 3-2.
They were 2-0 down as well.
Pim van Boynen and Jeroen van Boynen, they are 2-2 with Leroy Jansen and Ramon Lefferink. all Dutch affair. Those two, 2-2.
Sturton and Kiss, they're 1-0 up against Dennis van Genderen and Arjen Zondervan.
Yeah. And Jimmy van Schie and Jeroen Miok.
I'm surprised we've not seen them on the TV lane so far.
I think they're on the TV lane, but not, if you know what I mean. They're on one of the lanes. Ooh. Here we go, down on our bottom left-hand screen there. You can just see the back of Jimmy. Talking of tall Dutchmen, my goodness. I think he's 17'3" at the last count.
Well, that 140 has counted on the scoreboard. The dart fell out just as Lorraine was about to grab it.
Yes. Had she I must admit, I was looking at the scores on Darknet. Had she touched either of the other two darts? Because if she touched any dart, then her retrieval has started and it counts if it falls out after that. But if she hadn't touched the dart, then it shouldn't theoretically count. But ultimately, it's the referee's decision.
I feel obliged to make the quip. Shall we see what VAR would say?
Well, yes.
But we're not going to bring that to darts, because it's ruined football.
Dan's getting very animated here, I have to say.
Passion's running high.
It is running high.
That's what this venue does to you.
76 leaves 88. It's looking relatively straightforward for Lorraine Winstanley and Paige Pauling. They're down to 68 for a 3-0 victory. Lorraine's taken the long way round, wants a bit more stage time. Good grief. Knowing Lorraine, she's very cool, calm and collected on the oche, but inside she will be absolutely furious with herself. She has the bonus of the fact that her opponents are back on 250, so it's with Paige Pauling then to take the 48 and put, oh, that's a 7. Yeah, good dart. 32 scored, 16 left.
Yeah, that was a slip. It came out of her hand wrong.
Yeah, it did.
Double 8 then to book a place in the final. Lorraine Winstanley and Paige Pauling.
Not to be. This would be the comeback of all comebacks. To take this 150 and come back and win the game 3-2. Not going to happen on the 150. The win could still happen. Double 2, and that's good enough for the ladies from England. Paige Pauling and Lorraine Winstanley will be on the stage here at the Dutch Open on Sunday in the ladies pairs final. So now it's just down to who they will play, and Bogrees and Joe Rolls against Sophie McKinley and Lorraine Hyde, and it's currently 2-0 to the girls from England.
Well, we're going to catch up on progress then. England versus Scotland, and currently it is going the way of England.
Yeah, Bo's hit the 2 doubles. Joe, after in her own words, not the greatest showing in the quarterfinals, has played a lot better in the semi-final. Hit a couple of really good scores in the second leg. But Bo is just, I mean, there again, you can. We're looking at the scores on Dark Connect, and it's 135. 2 throws Bo's had in this leg, 135 and 140. Sophie and Lorraine have not hit their straps, it would be true to say. And of course, I said Joe had been playing a lot better, and then that happens.
Good to see that both of them can see the funny side of it.
Yes, very true. taking the treble yet again. It's like a machine, isn't it? It really is.
And Sophie's doing the same.
She'll be really cross with herself, Sophie, because she does get quite... She's only young, you know, she's 17 years old and she wants to do really well in these tournaments, and when you can't go up to Sophie and say, oh, you're only 17. No, I've been playing darts long enough, I should be better than this. That's how she tends to be.
Age is of no relevance if you want to be near the top.
I think just looking out very quickly in the arena where we are, there are only 2 matches left on all of the boards now. We were at 1,000 and whatever it was this morning. There are 2 games out on the stage, and both have got massive crowds around. When I say massive crowds, we're talking 20, 30 people watching a game of darts. There's one that we can see directly in front of us, and there's one down below us as well. So 104 points away from an All England final in the Dutch Open pairs. 6 darts at that 104 as well. 54, 10 for tops. 15 leads to 35, 3 would be handy. Or 15.
You'd expect Bo to take out double 10 with minimal fuss. That's how she lives a darting life, minimal fuss. For a place in the final. It is All England in the women's pairs final. Bo Greaves and Jo Rolls, 3-0 winners against Sophia McKinley and Lorraine Hyde. And Bo Greaves continues her domination of the darting scene, backed up by Jo Rolls. They will be playing Lorraine Winstanley and Paige Pauling in Sunday's final. So we welcome back Christian Kist and Michael Stoughton to the Dutch Open TV Lane stage. And playing a couple of players who we've not seen yet today. Lars Moynat, the man who looks like he could have been a member of Black Sabbath, alongside Sidney de Vries, who is a very promising youth player. And they're coming up against the more prominent likes of Christian Kist and Michael Stoughton. This is the last 16, so we really are getting to the business stage. So much so that the entirety of the room in front of us, that around about an hour ago was absolutely bustling with seemingly thousands and thousands of people, is almost entirely empty. We've moved all of the play now to the TV Lane stage, or if there are any other games going on, it is in the other big room that we've got. So it just goes to show now that all the focus is on these guys in the latter end of the tournament.
Indeed, it most certainly is, and you're right. I mean, we've watched Christian Kist and Michael Stoughton play pretty much their entire tournament on the TV lane, and they both impressed, to be fair. But it's, dare I say, I think it's been Michael that's probably just not in any way carried Christian Kist, but he's been the more dominant player, should we say. But you mentioned Sidney Vries, and yeah, he's just come out of the youth, just turned 18, so he's unavailable for youth now. But this will be a big fillip for him as well. You know, last 16 of the Dutch Open. There's some big pairs been knocked out of this tournament. We've talked through Daniel de Coulter and Wesley Plaisir, Alexander Merckx and Moreno Bloom.
Yeah.
We thought they were fine, but no, been knocked aside. And
yep.
Yeah, very open tournament now.
Yeah, because we look at the so-called big names that are left in the men's draw. Damien Moll and Brian Raman combined are probably the biggest names. Brian Raman, as we mentioned on the stream earlier today, former WDF #1. You do then have Jimmy Van Schie, who
yes.
won in Romania last week, and he's got Jeroen Miok alongside him, who has won games on the Euro Tour before. Wesley Harms, who we've not
Blast
seen yet.
from the past, yeah, absolutely.
We've seen him on the stream today, but he's with Robin Schmeets. Beyond that, largely unknown names, which is quite refreshing, actually, to see that the level of talent that the Netherlands is producing.
Indeed. 50 could go. I was going to say could have gone to 86. Needs to treble 18, and that's a really awkward dart for Sydney to be able to hit that treble 18. Oh, what a dart that was! No finish for Michael Stoughton.
Should look to the bull. He decided to go for the 19 instead.
I think I would have expected the bull, but mattered not.
Lars Moynat straight into double 16. Just looking beforehand at the fixture list from before as the noise levels raise inside the arena. They've won 7 games to get to this stage. They've still got plenty more to win if they are to take the ultimate prize.
It is incredible the number of games you have to win to win the Dutch Open. Pairs or the singles for that matter.
This is one of 3 games going on right now. We've got on the other boards Nigel van Milligan and Nick Krull. They're 1-0 up against the Van Bynens, Pim and Jeroen. And then Mikael de Roon and Winston van der Graaf 1-0 up against Dennis van der Ende and Jeffrey Keane. This is the main game though on this stage. Trying to make out from the crowd which player they're chanting for there. I don't think it's one of ours.
No, I don't think so. I must admit, I'm looking at the names and trying to work out that part as well. It's strange, but actually, I think for the players, if there's a lot of cheering, it's better than just one person or two people cheering. It's a bit like we say about the Premier League, isn't it? Or the Ali Pali World Championships. You can get lost in if one voice is being picked out or one noise, but I think the guys have now accepted that, you know, this is the atmosphere they're going to be playing their games in.
Yeah, I think ultimately if you want to be a real success in darts, you've got to get used to playing in front of not necessarily hostile crowds, but raucous crowds.
It's always a good debatable point with regards to the Pro Tour and the fact that the Pro Tour is pretty much played in silence, and yet then you go to the other side of the Premier League or Ali Pali, and it's raucous to say the least. But it certainly tests your mental agility and mental ability. Sydney then on 1-2-8, 60 for the bull, one leg up of course. I said he couldn't get into treble 18 last time, and he's done it again. That one wasn't quite such a bad lay, but twice he's now hit the treble 18. Last time it's to leave double 16, this time it's to leave double 18. And can his partner, Lars Moynat, do what he did in leg one? He certainly can, and it's 2-0.
Michael Stoughton and Christian Kist have not got going at all. No. And in the space of 5 minutes, they're staring defeat down the barrel.
73 average, where they've been above 80. I think that you and I have been commenting on their performances.
Yeah, they've pretty much swept everyone aside. They've been put under very little stress and strain.
Lars has gone off with a 140 in this leg as well, and it's only got 60 back at him. Sidney de Vries looks very cool, calm and assured, doesn't he? Another big lad from Holland. Poor old Dan's going to go in with the neck strain, I think. What was you saying? You're 5'9", and that's by no means short in any way, but over here you're feeling a bit like that, aren't you?
I mean, if you're a 5'7" bloke in Holland, you must really stand out. Yeah. Ironically.
Yeah. You realise we'll have Richard Ashdown on the phone in a minute. Evening, Richard. I think our score graphic has got a bit delayed here. Oh no, here we go. No, I beg your pardon, we're back up.
A couple of 60s and a couple of 140s from Stoughton and Kist, matching each other.
I think I heard you when you said they hadn't turned up, because they certainly turned up the last 3 throws. 140, 140, 140.
Could be on for an excellent leg.
Could be, but that 125 from Sydney keeps them interested. If Michael doesn't, you'd like to think he's going to get them 100, and he has. 99 to leave 62. Really only a 140 is going to put pressure on here. Coming down, I think.
Sarcastic thumbs up from Lars. Just a 42. 12 leaves tops.
Oh, nailed by the 2012 late-side world champion.
They're in this game now.
They are. I think they have the throw now as well. Yes, they do. Less of an issue at 7:01, obviously, the throw, but still the psyche of a dart player is having the throw, isn't it? I'm really liking this man to throw. Not a name I've seen before.
No, there are quite a few of them. There could be surprise winners in Assen this weekend. I've got to say though, the gentleman that won the men's warm-up tournament was someone who was unfamiliar to me. It was by the name of Lutzen Elzinga.
Yeah, no, not a name that I'm aware of either.
Beat Wesley Plowsier in the semis, so clearly a capable player.
Since winning the World Masters, poor old Wesley, he has been a little bit of the seconditis or sort of there and thereabouts. The Western European qualifier for the PDC got beat by Thibaut Tricot in the final. Very near to at Lakeside, didn't quite get across the line. And getting his tour card, same again. Finding that killer instinct, I think, has got to be top of Wesley's list for 2024, because he's undoubtedly a good player.
I do believe, though, that if you keep knocking so many times at the door, eventually it will open.
Andy Barnes.
Exactly.
Yeah. Very even Stephen leg, this one. That's made a bit of a difference. Getting to the business end of the leg now, under the 300 mark. Needs a treble, hasn't found it. And it's advantage. Advantage is with Lars and Sidney de Vries.
We have had a result in one of the two games that have gone on. You know, the Poles, Mikkel van Roon and Winston van der Graaf. 3-0 winners against Dennis van der Ende and Jeffrey Keane. So this is the one of two games we've got left at this stage of the competition. Looking at the dark net system, our first quarter-final is underway between Jan William van Hoot and Hendry van Berkel. And they're playing Johan Brouwer and Marco Horn.
At 140's leveled things up. He'd still just favour Lars and Sydney, but he'll want to find a treble. Oh, and 44 is a strange last dart, I feel. 25 might have been better than that. 59, 72, I think. Treble 16.
Yeah, it was great treble 17 first start, which at 1-3-1 always makes me think he's great tops. He does hit treble 17.
Oh, what a dart. 44 it is. 12 for double 16 or 4 for tops. 4 for tops. Oh my word, what a shot. What a fabulous, fabulous shot. What a good player, Lars Moynihan.
Another player who could go on and surprise us, and that unfortunately means we see the end of Michael Sturton and Christian Kist. Unfortunately for them, coming up short when it mattered. I'd love to see Michael Sturton again, though. I've been really impressed with him throughout the course of today. I think if he is in the singles draw, which I'm assuming he is, he could cause some havoc, but it is over for the pair. Michael and Christian knocked out by Sidney de Vries and Lars Moynat. Quarter-final action then. In the men's pairs, Jan Willem van Hout and Henry van Berkel against Johan Brouwer and Marco Horn. The games keep coming. It is rapid fire action. Henry van Berkel there, just throwing. Now we're going to get a look at Marco Horn. Quarter-final stage, but these fellas are pretty much unknowns for all of us, and he pins a 112. What a start to the game. We've seen some absolutely cracking darts today.
Two games now in, one actually is still in the last 16. The Nigel van Milligan and Nick Krul versus the Van Bayens. As Pim and Jeroen is still in the last 16.
Nice uniformity in this quarter-final in terms of the attire. Again, these guys are probably on the same county team together, or however the Dutch system works. Interesting, just watch Marco's face as he releases the dart. It's like his eyes bulge out of their sockets. No, he didn't do it that time. Oh, he did that.
Yes, yeah.
Real raise of the eyebrows.
Down the board he does that.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah, we got to the shirt players now, haven't we? The lads with the shirts. Celebrating a 140, as well he should.
We will keep you up to date with the other games going on. We've still got one last 16 game, and Nigel van Milligan and Nick Krul are 2-1 up against the Van Bynens. Robin Schmies and Wesley Harms about to get underway against Jimmy van Schie and Jeroen Meok, and I would maybe suggest the winner of that tie is likely to get to the final, and then in the other half of the draw you've got Damien Moll and Brian Roman, who are probably going to be the heavy favourites for the final, which will take place on Sunday.
Brouwer's in again. It won back-to-back 140, so he's taken his team down to 125. 152, we've seen a 152. It's the highest out we've seen. We could see it again, you know. Not now. Treble 16. 125. I like the 125 shot, and I always like it when the bull gets hit first, I've got to be honest.
Seen some absolute wizardry from Phil Taylor in the past about somehow getting to the bull. Yes. Looks like it's blocked.
49 of them. Only 76, not the worst finish, but 66, sorry, 56 for Henry van Berkel. One at tops to level things up. Not to be. So the man who's off the back of two 140s, Johan Brouwer, could extend his team's lead to 2-0 if he can see off this 66, and that's the perfect dart. That is bang in the middle of the treble. Oh, and he's hit it as well. Oh.
Well, both Brouwer and Horn have had one finish apiece, and they've both been absolutely brilliant. 66 is always a good number in darts because there are so many options available. He goes for 14s and then hits the 12s, and he lets everybody know what he's thinking.
Absolutely. I'm not so sure I like the high five at the end of it when you've got to come back and throw your next one. You've given absolutely everything into the high five. My hand would be stinging. But he took his time, to be fairer to him, at the before he released his first 3 of leg 3. And he's found a ton. See players warming up on the other boards. Jimmy Van Schie and Jerome Mioch have taken the lead against Robin Schmies and Wesley Harms. And the partnership of Brouwer and Horn beginning to get a vice-like grip on this match. 2-0 up and over 100 points in front. A dejected trudge to the board there. But
that's more of a frustrated grab.
Yes.
Darts. They're a very energetic pair, Brouwer and Horn, aren't they?
Found the treble. They are indeed, yes.
Hoot and Burkle more serene in their general demeanour. Maybe they need to find some fire in the belly. They are to get back into this game. 2-0 to Jimmy Van Schie and Jerome Mioch now, and they're averaging 108 nearly.
Good grief. So they are, 107.85. Oh, goodness. Smees and Harms would be, if you said to them you're going to average 94, they'd, before the match, they'd have gone, thank you very much, we'll take that, I think. It's not doing them any good, though.
Van Milligan and Krul have won against Pim and Euro and Van Bynen. So that's the last 16 game that's taken place. Mikael van Roon and Winston van der Graaf getting warmed up against Damien Moore and Brian Roman. Which, not to make too many predictions, I imagine we'll be switching attention to that after the conclusion of this one.
I've had a good 3 throws here. Van Berkel and Van Berkel and Van Ho have had a good 3 throws here. They've gone 100, 140, 140. Bit of a slip with the 46.
And that's a slip as well. That's a bogey number. Should have been looking at the 18s.
Wow, I guess he didn't need to go for the 18s, did he? 35 scored, 93. Should be treble 19 here. Lovely dart to leave 36. And no outshot for Johan Brouwer. That's 80. Bullseye or treble 14? Where's your money? Bullseye would be the bet for me. Oh, what? That's bang in the middle of the bullseye as well. Well, if ever there was pressure on a 36. Cool. I thought that was in. It's the shadow. That is, surely.
No. Is it?
I think it is, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
There was just no cheering. There was no...
It was like we were back at a Pro Tour.
It was.
More Barnsley Metrodome than Assen then. R.I.P. Really going to miss that place next year.
So
they have halved the deficit of Hoot and Burkle.
They have indeed, but it's just looking at the Jimmy Van Schie and Jerome Mioch game, and Jimmy Van Schie is coming back for 49 to wrap up a 3-0 win, but his partner having just lit 177 to leave that 49. Talking of 177s, here's a 180 coming in, maybe not. He hasn't taken the 49.
Couple of big scores to start the leg for Brouwer and Horn. Big scores as well for Van Hoot and Van Berkel.
And Jerome Mioch has hit the the double six, I should say, for a 3-0 victory for Mioch and Van Schie. They ended up averaging 101 in that match.
Something. This has been a brilliant leg of darts.
Oh my goodness, you can't. Yeah, look, on both sides, to be fair. To have hit 140, 140, 140 and find yourself 60 points behind. Hold on a second. Levels your devils. 83 average playing an 85 average. This leg 120 playing 119.
Just stay straight. 230.
Oh, got to hit a treble now. 6 darts from 127. Paul Hinks 127 coming in. Yes, treble 17 for double 8. 18. Just about. 87 to leave tops. And it's looking like going Desmond.
Looking more like it now after that visit from Marco Horn. Hendry Van Berkel steps up.
Oh,
just beneath that one. Needed to be a bit more beneath.
Michel Van Roon is who they're shouting for because they've just won that leg.
Yeah. Well, when I said last time who's the player that they're chanting for, it was that same tune.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
Michel Van Roon, a popular man it seems.
Good 98 to leave 52. Pressure's on. And Jan Willem van Hout must take out this tops. Wow. Gonna need to hit the double 10, you feel. Oh, is that their last chance? Marco Horn then has the chance for a 52 out and a place in the semi-final. Missed the big number. Facial expressions are telling you it's nerves, isn't it? He's got back to tops though.
Can you use that first start as a guide? Maybe it's leaning over a little bit too much. Clock flight.
Yeah. And Berkel back for double 10. You can definitely use that one. Oh,
wrong side of it.
And I've got to be honest, if whilst I've been looking through this game, this man is the man that I think if he's going to keep his cool.
I think if he hits this, he's going to spontaneously combust.
Absolutely, I think he could be leaping here, there and everywhere.
Double 10 for Johan Brouwer for the semi-finals. It was Marco Horn that came closer to combusting. It is a 3-1 victory for Johan Brouwer and Marco Horn, looking to become surprise winners here in Assen this weekend in the men's pairs. They are absolutely delighted. Hendry Van Berkel and Jan Willem van Hout feeling sick as parrots, unfortunately. They are out at the quarter-final stage. He'll join Jimmy Van Schie, Jeroen Mioch in the semis. Well then, Damien Moll and Brian Roman. And a spot of bother I see against Michael van Roon and his sidekick Winston van der Graaf.
2 legs down, albeit with a healthy lead in this leg. This is the man that they've all been chanting for, Michael van Roon.
He'll need to give more than scores of 28 if he wants the chance to continue.
Indeed. It's the only game that's being played at this moment in time. We have 2 semi-finalists in Johan Brouwer and Marco Horn. We've just seen that game. They won 3-1 in their semi-final. And Jimmy Van Schie and Jeroen Miok also in the semi-final. We have this quarter-final being played and then one other quarter-final,
which is yet to get underway. That's between Nigel van Milligan and Nick Crowell against Lars Boyna, very impressive, and Sidney de Vries, another youngster.
And they've just come down onto the board underneath. You can just see Lars there. So they're about to get underway. So we're probably half an hour, maybe 3/4 of an hour away from end of play today. What has been an extraordinary day in many, many ways. And I think when you come into an arena and it's the first game you see on the screen is the last 2048. I know it freaked you out then, seeing that many players, and even though I've been here 7 or 8 years, maybe longer than that, I can't remember now, but it still makes you wonder how the hell by 7 p.m. games are over.
Just think how I'm going to feel tomorrow when I see last 4,096. So I'm prepared for it. Bring it on.
Yeah, we've seen some unbelievable performances, and none less than the mercurial Bo Grease with one particular leg of darts in the pairs, where she hit 180, 180, and 180, and then had one dart at tops to win the leg and hit that.
Yeah.
Just never been seen. I mean, whether you'll ever see it again, I don't know.
Stunning performance.
Unbelievable performance. The ladies' pairs final already decided. It's an all-England affair between Paige Pauling and Lorraine Winstanley. Bo Grease and Joe Rolls will don the stage on Sunday. These gentlemen that you're watching here are part of the number that are left still fighting to decide who's going to play in the men's pairs final on Sunday. It'll be true to say that Roman and Moll are making a bit of a comeback. They were 2-0 down. They've got it back to 2-1. They've got a slender lead in this 4th leg.
And a good omen is that they came back from 2-0 in the last game.
Yes, you said, I remember that, yeah.
Heine Uldrichs and Richard Zinger.
So don't know when their beat comes into mind.
Yeah, and it's fair to say that De Roon and Van der Graaf are making heavy weather of this 4th leg.
Yes. Yeah, 59, 60 and 31 their last 3 scores. And if it does go 2-all, you'd definitely make Roman and Moll the favourites for leg 5.
Misfortune with the bounce out, but they are still in a commanding position. Just about.
Yeah.
174 would be golden. This one means it could be slightly awkward for Moll. I think that's highly dependent on what De Roon chucks here.
Got to go 25 here, or 18 perhaps. It's unlucky perhaps.
Much more manageable now, this 98. Treble 18. He was almost 12.
Yeah, you almost don't want the treble 21st start on 98, I always think. I mean, it's become far more popular going double 19. Obviously, with 94 with 18 double 19, double 19's now become I'll say a regular thing. It's become a bit of a fan's favourite, a player's favourite for that matter. Yeah, 2-all. Dirk van Dijvenbode's a fan of that way of 94. I think if he hits a single 18 coming downstairs.
Well, the darts are now with Damien Moll and Brian Raman.
I would say Damien Moll has looked the picture of calmness.
Yeah, it's a nice contrast, I think, that team, because sometimes with Brian you can see a real sort of freneticism.
Yes. Oof, there's a word at 7 p.m. Freneticism. I won't ask you to spell it.
I don't even know if it's an actual word, but it sounds about
it works.
right.
Yeah.
It works. You're going to Google it now, aren't you? Frenetic. Yeah, but you've got to be able to spell it to know whether.
Freneticism. Wildly excited or active, frantic, frenzied. There we go.
Good shout. How many on Scrabble? 140. Going across to the 18s. Good dart, Brian Raman. As Dan just said, 2-0 down in their previous match. Raman and Moll came back to win 3-2, and they're beginning, well, not beginning, they are, with these, especially with these three. Roy's Hart's got his score. He's got his 180. He'll hope that Raman doesn't hit 180, of course, but that has made them massive favourites for this match. And a place in the semi-final. Good reply. Still 100 points behind. Could be tops left here. He is tops left here.
6 wonderful darts from the Dutch-Belgian team, and it's looking forlorn now.
Looking at 360 and 7 here.
To become the latest semi-finalist, Damien Moll wants tops, doesn't get tops, drags it low. And it might be down to Brian Raman to finish it off.
If they don't finish it and Rune and Graf do somehow win this match, I think the roof could come off in that arena, in the TV lanes. Goodness knows what the other 4 players will make of it.
Double 10. And Brian Raman and Damien Moll do complete the comeback, and they do get the respect of their opponents. Van Roon and Van der Graaf put up a really, really good effort, but in the end, Moll and Raman had too much class. The visits of 180 and 140, I think they were just sarcastically mopping their own brows then. It was hard work, but they are in the pairs semis.
So attention switches to our final quarter-final, which is between Nigel van Milligan and Nick Crowell, and Lars Moynat and Sidney de Vries. We're in the first leg. We witnessed an excellent victory from Moynat and Vries in the last 16 on this very stage. In fact, I think they were on this very board. They came through against Christian Kist and Michael Stoughton, who myself and Dan both felt had great chances of going all the way, but they were put in their place 3 legs to 1 by Lars and Sydney. And They're now hoping to make it into the semi-final, where they would join Johan Brouwer and Marco Horn, Damien Moll and Brian Roman, and Jimmy Van Schie and Jeroen Miok. Those three pairs are already in the semi-final. So, pretty close affair to start proceedings. 277 plays 280. Sydney Vries, a little celebrational punch of the air there for that 140. He's just said to his partner, well, I've got my 140, I've got my half. Down to you now to polish off the remaining 140. And it's on. 72 leaves 68. Treble 20 would leave double 4. But they will be back, because Nigel Van Milligan is not on a finish. He has managed to get to a finish, but just. Sydney De Vries, 48 then, 16 for double. It's gone into the 8th, so it's tops. And now 10s. Big ask of Nick Crowell, 154. Well, this one's on as well, treble 18. We stayed there for double 17 would have been interesting, but 74 less, so treble 14 or possibly treble 18. Or is it treble 11? So 43, but it does mean that Lars Moynant really needs to hit this double 10. And as he was in his in his last 16 game, pretty efficient on the doubles, he's come up again.
I really like Lars Moynant,
he's been good,
from what I've seen of him. Very cool and composed, very consistent. Doesn't seem to need too many darts at a double to finish off, which is a fabulous quality for any darts player.
I think,
wrong way,
if
Nick.
I'm not mistaken, Sydney was about to sneeze, if I'm not mistaken, and you saw him just walk off the stage and hold his nose. It was as if he didn't want to sneeze while the opposition were playing, and he's just taking a little bit of time, glug of his water before he comes back. Or he was going to cough or sneeze or something. Yeah, there we go. You can hear him coughing in the background there. Good of him to go away from behind the players that were the player that was throwing.
Yeah, it must be an awful feeling. I've never really thought of it, but if you do need to sneeze, particularly when it's a quieter atmosphere, you think, how can I time this?
Horrible when you're refereeing and someone throwing for a double. Well, it doesn't matter what they're throwing for, and you have to hold it back, and then, dare I say, stop the next player from throwing as well. But so I know they got off to a good start here with a 1-2-5, and the last couple of throws have been a bit sketchy, albeit Lars and Sydney have not got going in this leg. Find themselves needing a 140 to catch up here. Last dart. And swapped punches in with the last 6 darts. Lars Moynant now drifting well over into the treble 5, nearly fell into the treble 12. It was that wild. This could be the decisive blow in this leg.
Just after I gave him a really positive appraisal. Come on, Lars.
You've been doing really well earlier in the day. Everything you called practically worked.
I was about to show weakness at some point.
It's been a long day, mate. The psychic powers are slipping. Nice evening meal and a couple of drinks is going to go down quite well today. It's been a long day, but it's been an enjoyable day. I've thoroughly enjoyed this, to be fair.
Yep. Really, really good. Nice to see a different dynamic as well, having watched the pairs all day, see how players bounce off each other.
Yeah.
It's a more standard affair tomorrow, singles 501.
95 to leave 72. Raise and more than that, an absolute mile back. Yes, singles 501 it certainly will be tomorrow. And it would also be very true to say that, let's have a look, I'm just going to find the men's singles. I think the draw is, oh, is it not on the screen? Men's singles, here we go. Where do we start? We start in the top 4,096. There's the drawdown.
Yeah, because on the system it actually shows some results. I mean, are they withdrawals or?
I think so. I'm going to be honest and say I'm not quite sure, but yeah, but the top 4,096. It's quite incredible.
Well, Nick Crowell has got he and Van Milligan back level against Lars Moynat and Sidney de Vries, and I think fatigue might be playing its part in this one as well, because we've got a 70 average playing a 59, which for the quarterfinals you don't expect it to be that low, but these lads have been playing darts. The play started at 10 o'clock,
yeah,
which means they'll have probably been at the venue since, at the very least, 9 o'clock. So they've been here for 10 hours, they've been on the feet all day, they've been throwing darts all day. If it's not in a game, it's finding somewhere to practice. People who say there's no stamina in darts are genuinely moronic. There's loads.
Absolutely. Very true. Of course, the winner of this has got one more game to play as well. So the other three pairings have had the chance to go and have a sit down. Albeit I'm not quite sure whether at this stage a sit down is the right thing, because it can slow you down a bit. But you're absolutely right. I think the wheels have fallen off a bit in this match. 66 and a 64 average.
Yeah, Jimmy Van Schie and Jeroen Meok await the winner, and they averaged 103.5 in their last game. So, sorry for pointing out the obvious, but the winner is going to have to play a little bit better than this.
Yes, just a little bit.
But there are certain darts matches where it ceases to be about big trebles. It's just all about survival. It's just all about if you hit the winning double, it doesn't matter if it's a 9-darter or a 39-darter. If you hit the winning double,
you're absolutely right, and I think it does that. There's a big part of darts now is about the resilience side of things. Look, when they're going well, every dart player in the world is buzzing. They're all happy, etc., etc. It's when it's not going quite as well, finding that backbone to be able to graft out a win. That's a real skill.
That's a good visit. 139 from Lars Moynat leaves 68. And even the visit of 140 doesn't get Crowell and Van Milligan up to a finish. Treble 12, I like this route on 68. Back up for double 12.
Oh, left double 3. Well, he got the 3 different colours.
Yeah, I'm a fan of that route on 68 because the flaw with going for treble 20 means if you start going inside on double 4, double 2, you're on the man house before you know it.
Oh, what a brave dart that is with the opponent sitting on 50.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the first dart hit to bounce off the board so violently.
It clattered against the wall, I think. I think it was the number, wasn't it?
was 6:01 apiece after 3 darts. The race needs a 140 to keep on the coattails of Van Milligan and Crowell. Just 43. They are a leg in front at least, and if we do go all the way, they've got the darts in the decider. That's something they want to hold on to. Atmosphere feeling really, really tense now. They feel tenser after a visit of 7. More cruel than Crowell. Well, it was a good start to this leg for both players, but the wheels seem to have come off. However, Nigel Van Milligan, 140 down to 235. Needs 2 big trebles.
Looks like we're going all the way. Down to 95, 2 140s on the spin. Strange old lady, 100, 140, 79, 7, 140, 140.
It's been a real mixed bag for Nick Crowell. A couple of 140s and the 7.
Yeah. Sounded like Anthony Dundas, wasn't it? 189.85. Hello, Anthony. How are we?
Speak of the devil.
Anthony Dundas has come and joined us. What have we got? 95?
He's miscounted.
I think he has. Is it 57, 89? Is it 92? Or I think. Yeah, it was 92.
Well, that is a bad time to miscount.
Yeah.
Because even though Boynat and De Vries aren't on a finish, and they're still not on a finish, what a horrible checkout 3 is.
I can't see what he was thinking there.
I don't know if he thought he was on 92 instead of 95.
But why would he go for 3 first? He's hit 3, 57, 32.
Because 95, did he want treble 19? And then...
Oh my God. You got us in this mess. You've got to get us out then. No, oh, what a good fair play to the man.
Absolutely he does.
Fair play.
Well, we're going all the way now.
We are. The first of the semi-finals are warming up on the board next door.
Yeah, Johan Brouwer and Marco Horn against Damien Moll and Brian Raman. That will be pretty explosive.
Yes. As you've pointed out, Dan, Raman has come back from 2-0 down twice on the trot and 1-3-2. Perhaps they're just going to ask the scorer, can you just put the first 2 legs, give the other 2 them the first 2 legs and we'll just play the last 3. Or maybe not. Have you had an enjoyable day, Anthony? I'm just looking behind me. He sat behind us at the moment. He said absolutely. He's sitting there very calm, cool and collected. If you have only just joined us or we've missed it at the start of the day, Anthony and Marco Meyer were on the TV lane and they thrilled us all with a 3-0 victory in their first match, and Anthony also hit a 180 before the wheels fell off and they got beat 3-0 in the last 1024, I think it was. Yes, it was.
Yeah, we were getting very excited in the comps position.
We were.
Our professionalism standards were almost slipping.
Absolutely. As they were when Bo and Joe were playing, so I apologise to anyone that felt that I was a little bit over the mark with Bo and Joe. Hope it didn't come across that way. Yeah, the averages in this game, where have we got to now? 75 and 68. They picked up a bit since the end of the second leg.
Definite advantage, though, for Milligan and Crowell. Who've stolen the darts. They're a long way in front. And even a visit of a ton's not really going to be enough.
Now been joined by Mrs. Rolls as well. She's wandered in. Hello, finalist.
We need more microphones.
This is our final quarter-final of the men's pairs. And then we have our two semi-finals. The first of those semi-finals, Johan Brouwer and Marco Horn against Damien Moll and Brian Roman, is underway, and Moll and Roman have taken the first leg in that game. Very quiet it's gone in the crowd. That's the...
Should point out as well that the semis are a slightly extended format, first to 4 legs, just prolonging the agony.
Ah, good point. Down to 56 for Kroll and Milligan, or Van Milligan, I should say.
Double 16. We're seeing this more and more with 56 these days.
And that's it.
Nigel Van Milligan and Nick Crowell are in the semi-finals. We say goodbye to Lars Moyna and Sidney De Vries. Been impressed with the pair of them, but they just ran out of steam too early on. A sub-70 average. Van Milligan and Crowell were there to take advantage. And they've now got a semi-final against Jimmy Van Schie and Jeroen Mioch. Here we are then with the semi-final between Johan Brouwer and Marco Horn against Damien Moll and Brian Roman. And not exactly true to form in the last few games.
No.
Moll and Roman have gone one leg up.
Yeah, completely thrown everything, hasn't it?
Could be a disadvantage. I doubt it.
Anthony Dundas has just given us an amazing fact. In the leg in which that Beau Grise hit 180, 180, 180 and 40, her 3-dart average was the famous 174.
The magic number.
The magic number indeed. Oh, good grief, what's occurred here? Oh, he's hit double 12, so he wants double 14. Oh, only way to go. Only way to go, 112, thank you.
He hit a 112 in his last game, first leg. Not that way, I should add.
No.
The normal way. So we've got this match, and then we will have the final semi-final between Van Schie and Jeroen Mioch against Nigel Van Milligan and Nick Crowell.
Great start from Roman and Moll here, 140, 140 in leg 3. As Dan just said, it is the best of 7 now, so we're up to first to 4.
Have been tested at times today of Moll and Roman. As much as they are, in the men's field at least, a star pairing. Not exactly been smooth sailing all the way through.
Definitely not. They're playing nicely now, it's true to say. It's a 59, 262. 1. That's not what he wanted. Good thinking. Not so good. Thinking was right, the execution wasn't there. Still a 200 and plus point lead.
Yeah, they've still got a chunky advantage. Roman will bring the 19s into play at some point. Does it early.
Is it 98? It was 98 to leave 1-2-1. I quite like the 25 route here first start. 25 or the bull. Or the 16's another way to go, to be fair.
Not too sure about the second dart at bull, although I suppose if you hit 25, you then go for bull, and that leaves double 16. Options on 70. 12 for tops. Just dips below. Damien Moll will come back. And that's a slip as well. He should have been looking at the 25 or the bull. Double 5 right in the corner.
I was just about to say 2 double 4 there, but
like a David Beckham free kick.
Absolutely. Against Greece. That's the one.
Anthony's still sat behind us, and he's given us both a look of absolute disgust at the mention of England. He said he's no Archie Gemmell. Those of you who enjoyed television in the black and white days.
Scored a wonder goal against Holland, funny enough. I'm not sure you should be saying that over here, to be fair, then.
The Queen's Park have a set-piece specialist at the minute. The answer was, we're lucky we've got a team. Could have given one of your boys a shout out at the Dutch Open. They might be watching. Anyway, back to the Dutch Open.
Yeah. Brian Roman, I was just about to say that Brian Roman feels to me like the strongest player in the 4 at the moment. But he is now going to completely let me down with a meagre 60.
Mystic Nick.
Mm-hmm. And it's very even Steven here in this 4th leg. That may have handed the advantage to Moll and Roman, but only if they can find the big treble, which they haven't.
Yeah, they've just about got the advantage, 44 points in front after 5 visits, and if they come up dry again, which they have done, Brian Roman could make hay. Should go down to the 19s, which he does. Again, at least it's clear-headed thinking. It'd be so easy at this stage to lose concentration because you've been on your feet all day, you've been chucking darts for 10 hours pretty much.
7-point difference in the average. 79 played 72 come the start of this leg. That's not going to be much different now in so much as the difference, because the scores are pretty similar. Good 97 from Moles in that last throw. $150 and 6 darts at it. 2 treble 19s, not going to be. Treble 14. 90 score to leave 60. Oh,
he's got to stay straight.
Has at least left a finish, but Damien Moll has the chance now to put daylight between the pairs. That's unlucky. Hit the dart. Fortunately, ended up in the 20. To be fair.
Well, this would be a showstopper from Marco Horn, but we've seen him take out plenty of three-figure checkouts.
15 reds, 15 blacks, and all the colours he wants. He couldn't bag the first red, so end of break.
Would have been more Marco Fu than Marco Horn had he taken that out. Thank you, Pup. Double 5 for Brian Roman. And he takes it last dart in hand. It's always a real sickener for an opponent. And now they're one leg away from the final.
I know we haven't been putting too much of an emphasis on having the throw, but what do you do for a treble 19 here, and he's hit that. It's only a 2 or 3 treble visit. Well, only. Can give them an advantage. That's the one.
Good darts from Brian Roman.
Yep. Next, number 1 in the WDF. Before he went and had a couple of years in the PDC, having qualified with his tour card. We were talking earlier that didn't have the greatest time in those 2 years. Did well in the last sort of 3 or 4 months of the PDC, but it wasn't enough to keep his tour card. Now back with the WDF. Great darts. As I say, I felt he's been the stronger player in the last sort of 2 or 3 legs.
And conversely, Marco Horn's been the weakest, visits of 39 and 42 in this leg.
Yeah, 39 plays 140, 42 plays 134, and now we've got a possible maximum. I don't think we've had a maximum in this match, but they won't be too worried about that. They're 94 points away from being on the big Dutch Open stage on Sunday afternoon. And now they're 1 dart away. He's left the glory to his partner.
Almost fitting in a way, because from the games I've seen, I think Mauler's slightly outperformed Roman.
I think this one's been more Roman, but equally I think, yes, it's very true to say that they've been the perfect pair, really, where one hasn't quite fired, the other has.
Hit double 5 before. He can't do it again.
But still looking at it, just even a 180 still leaves 116.
It has to be 2 big trebles to leave a finish.
Which he's not going to do. It looks like Brian's going to go directly for the double. Oh, is he? No, he's coming down 2 and double 4. I like that approach, although, albeit, not if you end up on 2 2s and 2 1s all of a sudden. No sign of our other semi-finalists yet.
Well, that's at least half a dozen missed match darts now, and that's another score of 24. It's just all gone pear-shaped for Brouwer and Horn.
And there it is. Roman and Mol are the first pair into the Dutch Open final as they dispatch Brouwer and Horn by 4 legs to 1. As you said, wasn't the greatest game in the world, but when you've been playing for 9-10 hours, having a W at the end of the name is the most important piece. It's not about wowing to the crowd at this point. One more semi-final to go on this, the pairs day at the Dutch Open.
Right then, we started this show at 10 o'clock, and at just before 10 to 8 local time, we have got our final game of this wonderful Friday of pairs action at the Dutch Open. The final semi-final, because we've then got our finals in store. The ladies, Bo Greaves and Joe Rolls, are playing Lorraine Winstanley and Paige Pauling. And one of these teams will play Damien Moll and Brian Roman in the final. Those teams being Jimmy Van Schie and Jerome Mioch against Nigel Van Milligan and Nick Crowell. It is Schie and Mioch who've got the game underway. And Nick, we were just making the point off air, which the first two visits kind of speak to us, that this game could be short if the last games are anything to go by.
Yeah, I think you were saying to me that you were watching the Schie and Mioch game on Dark Connect, and I think the guys had a 103, 104 average in that quarter-final, whereas Milligan and Crowell looked a little bit, not out on their knees, but it certainly seemed as though the adrenaline was beginning to run out, and they scraped home with a 70 average. So if that's anything to go by, then Van Schie and Miok will be the favourites. And as Dan said, those first two scores of 1-3-4, played 22, bore that out. But it's been even Stevens since. But Miok only hit 40 in the first of his throws, has come out now and hit a 180. And if you double the 247, you will get to the 494 that Milligan and Kraull require.
Yeah, Euro and Miok averaging a steady 110 so far. 117 for Jimmy Van Schie. Another giant Dutchman.
Yes, I genuinely feel small against. I think he's 6'8". Enormous man.
I was going to make the point in the previous match that Nick Crowell's not a small man either, but he looks small compared to Jimmy.
Putting 130 to leave 32 as well. Darts from Nick Crowell.
Double 16 then for the first leg of the match.
Oh. You're allowed to go and have a look, but you're not allowed to touch. Now you can go. Jimmy Van Schie came back to the WDF for his first WDF tournament last week in over 10 years. He played in the Romanian Open, played in Romanian, Classic and the Romanian Open, and ended up victorious in the Romanian Classic as well. The final was an excellent game between himself and Alexander Merckx. He led 4-0 and was playing absolutely sublimely. And then Merckx took out a decent-ish finish, and it was almost as if, oh, that wasn't meant to happen. And suddenly we were at 4-all. And Van Schie climbed over the line, I think it's fair to say, to win the game 5-4. He and Miok here have done really well. In the first leg they averaged 108. This leg they're averaging 117. Well, that's about to change.
He does really have to lean as Jimmy Van Schie.
Lean
just
to throw down.
Yeah.
It's incredible, isn't it?
I mean, I'm sure he's thrown at the target hundreds and hundreds of times before, but I just want to see what he does when he throws at double three. The dart will just be plummeting.
Apart from that throw, that first throw, Jerome Miok has literally been hitting, has not scored under 100.
Couple of treble-less visits for Jimmy. Gives Nick an opportunity. Another big treble. Oh, the one leaves a bogey number.
It does. It does, it does. Oh, I jinxed Miok as well. Yes, I have. So it's advantage Van Milligan here.
I don't know if he's got a darting nickname, but it should be Spike.
There'll be many won't know who you're talking about. I unfortunately do. It's an 18. Spike Milligan is who Dan is referring to. Well, at least I think it is.
Yeah,
it was. Okay. I don't know of another Spike Milligan.
Tops now for Kraull. It's just over the top. Because the back of his shirt says Cobra, and that's already been taken by Jelle Klaassen.
Yeah. Treble 18 or the ball should be treble 18. Treble 16 then. Good dart to leave 24 if they come back. Big dart. Oh, he's flicked into the double 6.
It's not a bad miss in its own right, hitting the double 6, because then it leaves double 4, which you can keep dividing down. But at this stage of the game, at this stage of the tournament, and it's no wonder Jimmy Van Schie is just taking his time. Right into double 12.
He knows how big that dart is. I think that's a massive, massive hit. The disappointment of hitting the double 6, the disappointment of their opponents going into a 2-0 lead, and of course they had to break the throw before we started the match because they lost the ball, but they've now dropped their throw as well, so they've now got to make 2 breaks somewhere along the line. Albeit, again, we say the 701 is being the person that throws first, or the team that throws first at 701 is not as important as 501. But you'd still rather be going first and second.
Just an observation as well that I've made about Nigel van Milligan. Probably point to it when he comes back to the board, but he's using those Barton's-esque, very, very smooth barrels. Because whenever I was watching Andy at Lakeside, just wondering, how do you even hold that properly?
I know. It's crazy, isn't it? They do look as though they got a bit of a grip on them, but yeah, it's not as pronounced as some other players, definitely.
Yeah, maybe it is just the lighting, but it does appear to be
pretty
very smooth at first glance.
Sorry, Milligan and Crowell here need a... Well, I'm going to say they need the 2 treble visit, and that's what they've got, and that just only gets them to parity. $136? Not quite. 176.
Good thing about this team, Jimmy and Jeroen, when one has a slight off leg, the other picks their performance up.
They have. $75 leaves 101. Depends how... Is that sitting quite nice? It could go 25 here. Perhaps should have. 76 would have pretty much guaranteed Jimmy a double. 100 doesn't do that, but...
$85 doesn't guarantee any sort of finish for Nigel and Nick.
Tops to move 1 leg away. Clinical, more than clinical. Averaging 97 and a 3-0 lead. To average 97 after a 10-hour day is pretty impressive, I would suggest.
Absolutely. Really, really good work.
And very clearly the two very, very, very focused still, which again, quite an achievement after 10 hours of work.
I think this could be a really good final. I mean, I don't want to discount Nigel and Nick just yet, but I do think Jimmy and Jeroen are going to get the job done, because then you've got the proper power scoring of Jimmy and Jeroen, and you've also got the tenacity and bounce back ability of Damien and Brian.
Another 180. Are they going to go for the 9? They were on 501. So would this count as a 9 darter then, if they go 180, 180, 141? Do we count it?
I'm going to count it, because I don't think we'll I don't think we'll see it again. Oh,
that would have been amusing. But to your point here, I mean, here we go. They're 116 this leg. Their average is up to 100. And they have been absolutely clinical here. 2-3-6, you can...
As well, if you don't tend to watch darts that's played in pairs, it is rare to see ton averages.
It is, you're absolutely right. Because you said it right at the start of the day, Daniel, it's about the rhythm. And for players to find a rhythm in pairs is quite difficult, because you're only thrown every 4th throw, and you don't know how slow your opponents are going to be. And if they're both slow, my goodness, it could be really difficult. But 76 points away from the end of the day for ourselves as well, Dan. It's been an exciting day, some great darts. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Looking out on the peace and quiet in front of us in the arena as we watch Jimmy Van Ski go for double 18, not to be, but Jeroen Miok will be back for 18. Last little side bet, is he going double 9 or is he going 10 double 4? Oh, taking too long. You've wait for
double 9.
I think he had a look at the opponent's score there and thought, shall I go 10 here? And then suddenly thought, oh, not 97, I can't. Yeah, is this 3-1? Double 10. It is. And we got another leg, at least another leg. And yeah, those missed doubles have brought that average down to 94 for Jimmy.
Nigel Van Milligan and Nick Crowell trying to make a good fist of this, but Jimmy Van Ski's power scoring. A 139 visit.
Yeah, 81, 25, 139. Ton, and then only 58. They're trying to make up in pretty quick fashion for that slight blip at the end of leg number 4, where they should all really be in the dressing room, shouldn't they, and having the shower. But
quite a funny image of darts players doing that.
I don't really want the image, to be fair.
Lots of time on the side of Jimmy Van Ski and Jeroen Miok, which means he can get away with hitting a treble 1 and a single 1.
And another one.
Can he get away with that? I think he should be able to. Again, what an up and down leg for Jeroen Miok. 1-2-5, 1-4-1, 5.
Good to see that Nigel and Jeroen are having a bit of a smile about it. Jimmy joining in now. 151 it is then. Going treble 17, is he first? Or treble 19, okay. It could be 99. It's only 59, 92 left then.
Gives them half a chance.
Yeah,
Got to go down to the 19s. Left the big fish and Nigel Van Milligan. He's fancy himself.
Not going to get a shot. No, I didn't think he would get a shot.
Jimmy Van Ski and Jeroen Miok complete the final lineup in the men's pairs, where they will take on Damien Mull and Brian Roman. A couple of excellent performances back-to-back. A 103 average followed by a 93. It is sure to be a classic final. Well, that's the end of the action on the stream board today. It's been a fabulous day. We are with singles from 5:01 tomorrow at 10 o'clock at local time. That'll be 9 o'clock in the UK. Join us for more Dutch Open action.